Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to this Friday super, super duper spectacular special edition of the Logistics Lounge, Ladies Night edition. Tonight on the lounge lineup, we have got some incredible women from across the logistics industry going to come in. They're going to talk about their journeys, their struggles, things they want to see change. And then we're just going to do whatever we want to do, right? Because that's how we roll in the Logistics Lounge. So, y'all hang on tight and enjoy the show. Mr. Ham. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, man. It's Friday. It's been a great week in logistics. Slinging freight, doing the damn thing. A little update on the forefront of Woodfin's duck farm. We had some Canadian geese flying today, and I don't like it. They've been squawking outside. They drove my ducks out, so we're working on that. But outside of everything work related, I'm excited to be here for Ladies Night. It's going to be an awesome time. How was your day, Mr. Pedro?
My day was all right, bro. I mean, we got some stuff going on with our kitten and shit, and so like, I don't know, it was rough. I was getting medicine, trying to get medicine for her all day so she could feel better and shit. And like, even though it's an animal, I'm a bleeding heart for every animal. Like, and so, I mean, it's a good day though. Got her that stuff and just kind of hung out the house. I booked all my freight yesterday, man. So I pretty much had almost a free day. Made a couple prospect calls, just did the normal dude. And now I'm here sitting, chilling with you and these fine ladies that we're going to bring on the show here in a little bit. Is there anything you want to share, man, before we get the party going? Because I'm going to jump into the news, share a funny little quick news story, and then we are going to do the damn thing.
Nah, brother. Only thing I got looking forward to besides this show is mats.
Oh, I know that's fucking
here. And, I got some microphones. Got a nice little battery pack. About to get one of those video sticks for the phone. We're gonna be prepared.
It's gonna be a good time. We're like three weeks in counting or something like that. Less than that.
I know. Huh? It's not
20 days in counting as of today. 20 days in counting as of today, because I fly out on the 21st to meet you. So yeah, 20 days from now, bro. I don't know, dude, and it's gonna come so fast because it feels like it was just yesterday that we were talking about trying to go to Matt's, and like
I know.
now here it is, man. Here it is, dude, ready to get going. So all right, let's go ahead and jump into our news. I said quick little story about a driver who apparently really likes adult beverages so much that he decided to take a semi truck full of them. All right. Mike's Hard Lemonade. I didn't even know that stuff was still out, dude. I really didn't. I didn't even know it was still being made, man. Trucker got 6 months for theft of Mike's Hard Lemonade. As y'all see, oh man, look, I share my screen so now it scrolls down. Gosh darn it, technology rob. All right, theft occurred March 21st of last year in Yonkers, New York, off of I-87. The guy involved, driver's name is Kelvin Garcia. He was arrested April 17th, pled guilty to felony grand larceny in the second degree in November, and they sentenced him to 6 months in Rikers Island. No, I'm playing. I don't know where they sent him, but the does not say how they caught him, but as you can see here at the bottom, he did steal an entire truckload of it. The load of alcohol was worth $32,000. I find that highly unbelievable, highly unlikely. You're trying to tell me that a truckload of Mike's Hard Lemonade is only worth 33 grand? I don't think so.
It might be selling it for cheap now, man. No wonder you don't know if it's still in business or not.
I don't think so. That doesn't sound low to you, man. Like
it does.
You know I mean? Like, yeah, 33 grand. No, I don't think so. What they should have done is done the true value of it on the market. That guy probably would have got 20 years. So that's it. Short little news story. Just ran across that today. thought it was pretty funny. You know, guy stole a thing of Mike's Hard Lemonade. Me personally,
I don't
I
know.
would have chose something
I don't
else.
think it compares to what Jared sent us today for me carrier check. The guy's selling a truckload of sandwich meats for a bunch of crack cocaine.
Oh, was that on their show?
No, that's what he sent us over on LinkedIn a little bit earlier. It's a wild story, but yeah, a guy named Steven Darrell.
I haven't honestly, I haven't looked at it, dude. I've been gone dealing with the cat stuff off and on all day, and then like I came home and immediately started getting involved on trying to make this freaking ladies' night video, dude, because I was trying to make it perfect, man. I had so many ideas like swirling around in my head and shit, man. So if y'all do not know, the reason that we are doing the ladies' night tonight is because today, March 1st, is the start of Women's History Month. Hunter and I, you know, we've had plenty of ladies on this show since we began. Several of them that are with us tonight have been on the show several times. So we just thought, hey, you know, we should dedicate a night just to the ladies, let them come on and, you know, have the floor, let them talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about, drink, have some laughs, and, you know, end this Friday on a super fantabulous note. So all of that being said, we are going to get into our ladies' night right after we watch this video. Dude, you like that? I love that video.
Loved it.
That was great.
That was so easy for me to make. Like I told Hunter, I'm a huge history person, and I was like, I didn't even have to search for shit. Like I already freaking knew Madam C.J. Walker, like Sandra Day O'Connor. Like I was like, oh, I already knew what it was. That was so freaking fun, man.
The WASP got me. The women in aviation.
Yeah. Dude, I love that one. I know, Allie. Yes, you are. You have your aviation degrees. That's true. And I tried to, you know, throw a mix of stuff in there. You know what I mean? Women from across all kinds of stuff, man. I mean, mine, obviously, my favorite lady in history is Hedy Lamarr. I think she is like just a freaking super icon, super genius lady. Yeah, love Hedy Lamarr. Welcome to the show, ladies. How are all of you doing today?
It's Friday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm tired.
What? Tired? Kelly,
Tired.
You are a machine, Kelly. You're a machine.
Bro. I couldn't talk about it yesterday, you know, and I was leaving like vague messages and subliminal aggression. I posted and stuff, you know. But what happened was, and I'm not saying this for sympathy, I'm just putting into perspective how my day went. One of the guys that murdered my brother 26 years ago has decided he wanted a new trial, and we had to start those proceedings first thing this morning. And before we even walked into the courtroom, I was cussing folks out, but it wasn't like we were in a conference room. We weren't in the courtroom, so, you know, I couldn't get in trouble. But it was because my brother and his friend got murdered, and the friend's dad and mom that got murdered is like on the murderer's side, and I just can't roll like that. So I'm been in my feelings today, but I'm tired, but I'm okay. I am a soldier and a machine, and I have the full armor of God, so it's all good, baby.
That's
Absolutely.
amazing.
Sorry to hear that. That's
Yeah.
tough. That's
Yeah,
tough.
yeah.
Yeah,
In the week.
it's just been a rough day.
Yeah.
You
But I
guys,
made it.
you guys
That was
already
what
know how
the
my night went. You know, you guys know how my night went last night, finding out about my nephew and the fentanyl overdose. The kid was 17. He was 17 years old. Somebody sold the pills to him as Percocet, and he'd never taken anything before. Was a great kid, smart kid. Had aspirations to grow up and be just like his dad, wanted to work on cars, you know, just like his grandfather did. His sisters actually found him in the garage last night. I got the text about midnight.
I am so sorry. I couldn't even imagine. I have two 25-year-old sons, and I pray every night that something like that does not happen.
Yep.
So my heart goes out to you and your family.
Hunter, you were talking earlier with me about recognizing where I live, right? And where I live in Georgia is one of the heaviest drug corridors in the United States, right? I-20 coming in from Alabama into Atlanta. Douglas County is known nationwide, and you know it's mostly methamphetamines around here. But you know the bigger problem than the drugs themselves is that you don't know what's in them, right?
That's it. That's exactly it.
Right.
Exactly it.
And my brother and his friend, that's weird you guys said meth, because back in, this happened, you know, the late 90s, it was over $25 worth of meth.
Jeez.
Like that crap, I mean, that is, to me, I can't even fathom something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like even a drug deal going bad, I don't want to call a meth deal minuscule or promote any kind of drug use, but y'all know what I'm saying. It's not like it's a truckload or whatever. And one little pill, there are babies ODing in bathrooms from people changing them on the changing table from where a junkie has been in there. Yep. I mean, this has got to stop.
Yep. I-35 is the same way. You know, I live in Central Texas, not far from Rob, and I-35 is one of the biggest drug transportation corridors, and we have you know, trailer, you know, the company that I work for, we actually have fleet drivers, fleet trucks, and so it's very important to us, you know, to make sure that we look for signs of, you know, people trafficking, drug trafficking, anything that's out of the ordinary. You know, always make sure that you're checking. You know, we don't lock our trailers because we don't do. You know, I ship enclosed cargo trailers on, you know, self load, self unload. Think like RV type, you know, wedge trailers. And so we don't have tags that we put on the back of the ramp doors to make sure that things are locked and secured. But that's one of the things I've started kind of impressing upon my drivers when they go out is, you know, hey, make sure that, you know, check your freight. But, you know, anytime you stop, if you stop to get fuel, go to the bathroom, whatever, check your freight, make sure that nothing's been opened, make sure nothing's been added to your load that you don't know about. It's like leaving your bag unattended at an airport. Same concept.
Right.
So
have y'all seen that? Have y'all seen that show on TV? I cannot think of the name of it. I don't watch TV a lot, but I do stay up really late so that when everybody's in bed, I can like have my me time, you know, kids in bed, husband in bed. And sometimes I turn it on. There is a show on either Hulu or Netflix where they show the trucks coming over the Mexican border, and they're showing the ones they pull over and they check. And I was astonished. Like they pull these trucks over and they had like large air conditioners, right? And they look like air conditioners. Everything's great. They literally start ripping them apart, like layer by layer by layer. And they start with this thing that, you know, is this commercial size thing, like the size of a small car. And they tear them apart till they get to the very, very center. And then they find these drugs. And I'm thinking, what if you got to the center and there was no drugs in there? Like that was somebody's stuff that you just like completely destroyed. But like they were saying, like it can take days for them to tear this freight apart to find the drugs inside. Like it blew my mind. I don't know if y'all have seen that or what you guys thought about that, but I was blown away.
So we have checkpoints. You know, we're probably 7 hours from the border, and we have checkpoints that the freight has to go through, even if it's not coming in from Mexico. You know, these are probably 120 miles out from the border crossing itself.
60.
Yeah. And it's still the same concept. You know, if the dog alerts on your vehicle or your freight or whatever, it's your responsibility to put your stuff back together if they don't find anything.
I had a situation where we had a client, because I'm a partner for a moving company as well. We had a client who had a marijuana pipe and I guess just a little bit of marijuana, not much, in one of her boxes. She decided to ship it with us, and then it went through one of the truck stops. The dog smelled something, obviously, and then the whole truck got seized and the shipment was delayed. And I later called the customer and I said, hey, look, they found some stuff in one of your boxes. And she got so mad. She's like, am I going to get it back? I'm like, do you realize what you just did? I said, by shipping that, like, you had the whole truck, like the truck got unloaded. They went through all the boxes to get through to find out what was it. They seized it, and it wasn't enough to do anything, but they just took it. And then the driver had to get everything back on the truck. I'm just like, what are you thinking? Like, if you're going to have that, you should keep that. Don't ship that. That's not very
that's
smart.
crazy. A
I guess
little
if
bit of weed.
Ubers took it, it would be fine. So
The stupidity of that must have been some really good weed. That's what it
No
was.
shit. Like,
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this level of quality where I'm moving to. Let me go ahead and
I
ship
don't know.
this.
This was a few years ago.
Back when I started in logistics and I worked for an asset-based trucking company, I got a call one day. We had this shipper in Constantine that just had this regular business, went on a box truck, just, a couple times a week, every week, like clockwork. And they had these nice square packages that palletized into a cube, like 9 of them. Right. But a guy at the shipper and a guy at the consignee had made this arrangement, and the center box never had product. The center box was just full of weed. And we get a call one day in the office, and they say, I guess like the ATF and whoever else that, follow all that stuff, that they'd been just watching these shipments go. And they're like, yeah, we're going to need your truck. And the driver calls in. He's like, they're taking my truck from me. And, he wasn't even involved. But apparently, it was just, they figure this out somehow, whether it's coming across the border or just individuals. People are smart.
man.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead and say this.
I was just gonna say I remember when I drove and I used to go down to the border, like anywhere, whether it was Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California. Like I always used to have this anxiety that like they loaded my truck with like 30 pounds of coke. You know what I mean? I am serious. Like some of these places, like I've been to buildings where literally half of the building is in the United States and the other half of the building is in Mexico, and then like in between it, there's a customs agent and a I can't remember what it's called. It's a something zone, but I mean it's crazy. I remember every time I went down there, I was like, man, they're putting people in here, coke, meth. Like I don't know. Like I used to freak out all the time, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like you mentioned, I think, was it Monica that was talking about the shipper on one, somebody at the receiver and somebody at the thing is, like, this, I think that the same type of thing is happening with the freight fraud that we're seeing today, right? Like they're in, and like so the FBI was involved in this one load that, like, investigating this one situation that was happening up north. And they said that not only are they getting information from warehouses, but also like literally like planting employees. So, you've got this like ring, like you were talking about sophisticated rings, right? We're not talking about like one guy here or there, but like they'll get someone hired on into a warehouse to let them know whenever those shipments do come through, like the ones that need to be, like the high values that they're looking for. And that's all they have to do. Like, yeah, go work this stupid warehouse job. And, where you're this guy who just like shows up and works in a warehouse, they don't think anything about it. And it's very, I can't think of the word I'm trying to look at for that word, but, and then come along and, just whenever those BOLs start coming through that you notice, that they just give us a call. And then, now you've got this either extra pay or whatever it is that's, promised for that. And that kind of stuff is legitimately happening. Like, that's not like just make believe, like that's legit, like that's the real deal, and that's how this stuff is happening. That's how some of it's happening anyway.
Do you know, Claudia, to piggyback off of that, I worked cargo claims for an LTL company here in Central Texas, and they'd been in business for almost 100 years, and we were coast to coast. And we had people both at our terminals and the consignees that, things would magically disappear and go into OS&D. Never to be heard from again. Never. They were carried off the dock. They were given to people and not, not signed out, whatever the case was, right? Eventually the ATF started getting involved. Actually, it was a couple of our terminals in Georgia where the ATF started getting involved, and they started looking at manifest and looking at things that were moving out and not being accounted for. It was a whole thing, man. It's ridiculous. Drug trafficking is a huge problem.
Yeah.
I had a family member when I was a kid, and the same thing. I used to hear about the same thing. They used to call it that it fell off the dock, right?
Yeah, that's it.
So you get in a load and it's got Nike tennis shoes on there, right? And you accidentally, damage one of those boxes. They want them pristine because they're going to retail. So if you can damage it, then it fell off the dock, and dock workers bring home new Nike shoes for their kids.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Monica,
and
you're a size 5.
Right.
Whatever. I'm
need
an athlete.
and that's the old school term for it too, Monica. Is like back when we were talking look, freight theft isn't a new thing, right? That shit was happening back when the mob was running trucks.
Oh yeah.
Day,
I got a Cleveland Indians starter jacket when I was 18 or 19. And I didn't wear that kind of stuff, but I'm like, this is a pretty nice jacket. I was like, where'd you get it? And somebody behind me goes, fell off the truck.
Yep.
But my thing is, I'm so brutally honest. If you know me, you know that. And so I have this conscience that if it's stolen or shady or anything, I'm not going to wear it or buy it on the low. I mean, I'll take a discount, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to buy it off the truck or hot or bootlegged or whatever, just because I'm like, hell no, I'll put that on and Nikes. I will wear them. And as soon as I wear them, I will break my legs. Something bad will happen.
Karma.
Said, if you give me stolen goods, I'm gonna take it to the store I'm supposed to go to and tell them sell me this shit.
Okay, funny story. I accidentally stole something. So, all right. So let me back that up.
Sounds like a confession.
Yeah,
Allegedly, yeah.
You
True
didn't
So-
steal it if you didn't know you were doing it. Okay.
REI. So I went to REI and I purchased a boatload of stuff, right? And
I love that place.
when I was I didn't think about I wasn't adding up dollars. It was a big fat number, and I was like, okay, well, I know that's gonna happen. I didn't think anything about it. And this jacket that I bought, I didn't like it with the down was coming out of it, and I was like, man, it's warm, but I don't like the fuzzy. I don't want all that, so I went to take it back and return it. And they were like, well, you can't return it because it's not on the receipt. I'm like, what do you mean it's not on the receipt? I bought all of this stuff in one day. That's the, you pull up the little thing you do. We have the little, REI rewards or whatever. So I was like, no, I had to have bought it that day. Everything I bought was on that receipt. And they're like, man, it's not there. And legit, the person just missed ringing it up. So I was like, well, I mean, what do I need to do now? Pay for it? And they're like, well, you can't pay for it. They literally, there was nothing they could do. I didn't know that it happened. We didn't know that it happened. They couldn't do anything about it once we found it out. I was like, well, I guess I can't complain about the fuzz coming out of a jacket that I didn't pay for. Then I'm just going to take it home. And that's what I did.
Okay, I had the same thing happen to me at Bed Bath and Beyond. I bought a bunch of stuff. I bought a mattress topper and a bunch of stuff and a Keurig when they first came out. And I bought all this stuff. Then I went to Costco, and Costco had the same Keurig for $50 less. I'm like, oh wait, this is a better deal. I'll buy the one from Costco and take the other one back because I just bought the other one yesterday. So bought the Costco one, went back to Bed Bath & Beyond to return the other one that I had bought that was more expensive. And they're like, oh man, it's not on your receipt. I was like, of course it's on my receipt. I think I spent over $1,000 that day at Bed Bath & Beyond. And they're like, it's not on your receipt. I'm like, give me the receipt. Let me see. And then I was like, oh shit, it's not on the receipt.
So here's a question.
They didn't charge me for it. So I got a free Keurig. So I had 2 Keurigs. I was so happy. Had one at my office and one at my house.
Here's a
it's like
question.
Bob Ross says, it's just happy little mistakes.
Yeah.
So back a long time ago, I got a 23-year-old. I'm at Walmart or something, right? and he's sitting in the cart and he's fussing. So what do? You hand your kid something, right? You try to distract him. So he liked this hat. So he has this hat and it's on his head. And I go through the checkout and I get all the way to the car and I put everything in the car and I go to lift him up and I realize he's wearing a hat I didn't pay for. Right. So what do you do? What do you do when you get to your car and you realize you made it all the way to your car and you didn't pay? Do you go back in and pay for it? Did you steal it?
Finders keepers.
No, just kidding.
I've gone through the checkout lane with sunglasses with the tag on it. If they don't catch it, I'm like, you know what? Listen, God wanted me to have these, so I'm walking out the door.
You know, we brought y'all on the show for everyone to see how amazing you are, and here you are just talking about your criminal activities.
Well, wait, his advertisement for the show. The advertisement for the show said, "Well-behaved women don't make history," right?
Yeah.
Right?
And we were being respectful. We kept it all at a misdemeanor level, sir. I'm not admitting to felonies on camera.
I can't wait to use that line with my boss.
Oh yeah, Claudia is too. Claudia.
I love my job.
Level. It's fine.
Oh my God, that was
I can't fire myself, so I'm okay.
Hey, I'm just gonna remind the boss, like, listen, and I tell y'all this every time. I was literally like, my boss met me in a bar. They knew exactly what they were getting with me, so it is what it is. Like,
Claudia, the first time we talked to you, you were in a bar.
That's a true story.
That is fact. That is fact.
Talked to you in a bar.
Hey, that's perfect, though. That's perfect.
Allie, where are you at in Texas?
I am outside of Waco. I'm actually about probably 1.5 miles from SpaceX.
Yeah. She's between you and I, Nizreen. She's right between you and I.
Okay, cool. I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
I'll be up there tomorrow. I have a trailer I have to bring up for the Polaris show.
Should come see me.
I should. We need to connect.
I wish I knew that you were there because I just flew home yesterday from Dallas.
Oh, no
I've been
way.
out there since
So
Sunday.
you missed the nice weather. Today it's beautiful. It's like 80 degrees outside today and sunny.
I got there Sunday and it was kind of just like Atlanta. It was fine. And then we heard that Tuesday it was going to be like 93. I never went outside, so I didn't get to see it. I walk out Wednesday morning and it's like 30.
It was cold. It was cold Wednesday, Thursday. It was freezing. I'm like, where did this come from? But it's warm today.
I did not bring any long sleeves to Texas with me. I was dying for the last 2 days there.
Yeah.
And it was windy too, like really, really windy.
Super windy.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect.
Oh, look,
God.
we got another lady on the show. I mean, Jeff.
Hey, you know what?
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, you know what? I had to jump on and just thank all the women out there who have done such an excellent job in the industry, whether you're a truck driver, administrator, logistics professional, whatever. I got your back. Just wanted to come on and say a quick thank you. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Aw.
Absolutely.
Jeff,
Thank you.
I'll say, so I don't, guys, I don't know if there were any other women on the day that I think it was a Freestyle Friday. I hopped on and Jeff was talking about the podcast and like supporting women and women in trucking. And I made a point to, I appreciate that you guys said that. And also made a point to say, like, also don't just put us in positions of leadership, actually like put us in positions of leadership and listen when we're talking.
Listen.
That's right, man. You have to listen with intent. I've been in the industry for 44 years, and that's a big missing point for any kind of operations. You know, even when you go back to the Equal Pay Act of 1963, there's still a disparity as far as, pay between men and women. And it's shortening up. Of course, if you're a woman-owned business, you don't have to worry about that. The men do, right? So no, seriously, and so with my podcast, Empowering Women into Logistics, we're talking about this thing because I want to try to help push the narrative and help women to get in the higher C-level positions and get more guys involved. We really need that. I've hired a lot of really good women, worked for really, really good women over the decades. And I'll tell you what, they're missing out. Guys, you're missing out, man. They're more organized. They're more centric on the customer service side. They're just totally organized, and they're going to add a lot of benefits to your operation. I could tell you that firsthand.
Already are.
I love that y'all said that about not just hire women, but actually listen. I recently was at an event listening to someone speak, and they said that people 99% of the time they listen waiting to respond.
Yep.
Right? That's all that's in their head is this response. So they're not actually listening to anything being said because they're waiting for this one thing that was said in there so they can respond to it instead of listening to actually absorb and to think and to wait for the other responses around that actually create the conversation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. And what a lot of upper management failed to do is to bring in the people who work in the trenches, the women, the men, into these big meetings, because look, you guys are in the the trenches day in and day out. Who knows it better than anybody else? All the people that work for me knew more than I did because they were doing it. They were hands-on. Truck drivers, it doesn't matter if you're a truck driver, a logistics manager, a warehouse operations manager, a forklift driver. It doesn't matter whether you're a man or woman. If you got the knowledge, that's what they should be hiring. It's not about race or religion or political affiliation. Has nothing to do with that. It's whether or not you are in a position to work that position that you were hired for. It has nothing to do with any of the affirmations that I've just mentioned. I mean, it's terrible.
Jeff, hey, we need you to text Christy. Ask her where she's at.
Yeah, sure. Let me. I'll do that right now.
She never answered me today. I know she's going to be here. I need to.
But she doesn't like you. I'm just
That's
kidding.
fine. I mean, I got a face only a mother could love.
So I will interject and say that, I'm kind of in a unique position as far as my logistics experience goes, because I work for a manufacturer and I ship the product that we make. I am one of two managers at our entire location, aside from our plant manager. And he and I had our first one-on-one session last week. And I told him, I said, I want to be included in manager conversations. If it is a conversation with our production about the way that things are going, if we need to increase or decrease employee headcount, everything has a trickle-down effect to what I do and whether I'm able to meet my goals as far as what we're expected to ship out every day, every week, every month. And the guy looked at me like I was batshit crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, do you not understand? I am the voice for my company, my plant's location. We have 6 locations coast to coast. And I am the voice for our company as far as what our network of dealers is concerned. I am the one that they are calling when they are having trouble with their trailers. I am the one that they are reaching out to confirm sales orders. I am the one that they are in contact with. And so one bad rapport, one bad conversation can make or break that dealer relationship.
Yeah.
And it's not just me, it's everybody that is in logistics within my company, right? Everybody that's shipping out these trailers. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Leadership doesn't mean that. I think people get confused with leadership and they hear that word and they think that means that you manage people, right?
Yeah.
If you're a leader, you're like the customer service manager, or you're the VP, or you're the CEO. Like, these leadership roles are like over these people. But there's all these other things that happen in business where you need leadership over data, and you need leadership over processes, and you need leadership over the interaction with customers, right? There's other levels in there that just kind of get overlooked. Yep. And they are generally the places where women are.
Yep. Yeah. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
Hey, she's going to jump on. Cool. Very soon.
You're the man. You're the man, brother. You're the man. There you go. Hey, so if we can, if you are willing to, I really would love to go around go around the room and y'all introduce yourself. Like, you have a little bit, but we know all of you, but we want our audience to know you. And so we'll start. We usually start at the top. We'll start at the bottom and work our way up. Kelly, just tell everybody a little bit about you and who you are.
Oh, well, I'm Kelly, and I'm a hillbilly from Arkansas that messed up my life tremendously and decided to turn it around. And I didn't really have anywhere to turn to, and I didn't know anything about social media. So I said, I'll just take it to the top where the real people are, the winners. I'm going to LinkedIn. So I hopped on LinkedIn and just started being a troll and been a nice troll and bully. I'm the bully's bully. I shut them down and set them straight, and people seem to like it. So yet that's here I am. What I do for a living is babysit grown men in a construction and landscaping company.
Nice.
That is owned by not husband of 23 years, meaning we've been together that long, but he's not my husband.
Preach, girl.
He may as well be.
So pretty much I'm the boss, and they all know it, and we get stuff done.
Kelly, you're awesome. Like we all talk about, everyone talks about, like, when I mention your name, they're like, is your last name, is it pronounced Kellums?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone, they're like, I'm like, oh, Kelly. And they're like, who? Kelly Kellums? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, do you know where the hell she came from and how she got on the logistics side of LinkedIn? And I'm like, no, I don't think any of us do. But
you know what, Kelly, you are spot on with what you said, because you know where I met her? One day, just some random post that I make just takes, like, goes off the cliff, left out of nowhere, like all this chaos comes out, and all of a sudden here's Kelly Kellums out of nowhere, like telling one person, like, you sit down, you be quiet, you leave her alone, like you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, I found my new best friend.
Yes, girl. But no, actually, it's funny because when I started out, I didn't know anything about, like I said, social media, especially LinkedIn, because that's more corporate, not as personal, But I said, we're going 100 all in. And one of the very first people that chimed in on anything I had to say was Jason Rabine. Yep. That is my big homie. I will pull up on anybody for him. I can promise you that.
I think everybody loves him.
Oh,
He told me to quit crying like a bitch, and I did. That was the night I decided, you know what? This dude I don't even know is right. I'm sitting here whining like a bitch when I could be fixing my problems. And there it goes. And here we are a year later.
Jason is fucking amazing. And knowing him and hearing his voice, I could hear him in my head saying, quit being a bitch.
Yeah, Jason doesn't hold he doesn't hold back. He tells it how it is.
Yeah. And he's real. That's what I like about him. He will shoot you straight.
Y'all know
100%.
The people that are the closest to you are the people that are like that. Like in my house anyway. Like that.
Hey, Hunter, real quick. Christy's trying to get in and just says, keeps on saying, I'll join when someone lets me in. Let her in. Let's go.
No,
dude.
I know what that is. That's why I couldn't get in. She's on her calendar trying to go through Google instead of that.
She's doing Google Meets. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna tell her to go on LinkedIn. I just sent her another message. I just sent her a message through the LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, there you go. I'll tell her.
Claudia, pretty much everybody knows who you are, Claudia the Connector. But for some of the ladies on here and some of the new people watching, they may not. Go ahead and give us the dealio on the fantastic Claudia.
All right. Hey, thanks. My name is Claudia. So lovely to meet the cast of crew that I haven't already met or virtually met here. I got into transportation a couple of years ago of a whole 2 years I've been in this industry working claims. I work at a transportation company that we have a brokerage as well as an asset side. So I have seen both sides of that and have eyes on both sides. and try to learn a little bit more every single day, and just out here fighting the fraud and doing the things, trying to speak the gospel and do the good things.
Hell yeah. If y'all are not connected with Claudia, anybody on this screen or anyone watching, if you're on LinkedIn and you are not connected with Claudia, you really need to, especially like if you want to connect with someone. We don't know how Claudia does it, but I'm telling you, if we wanted to get in touch with the head of the CIA, I bet you Claudia would find a way.
Big time. That is 100% facts.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
Claudia,
it's a woman thing.
Can Claudia get you self-unload trailers? Because that's what I need.
Nisreen, go ahead and tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So my name is Nisreen Masri, and I own 2 different companies. The guys on the show met me through Movers Dispatch Board, but I also own a moving company that I've owned for 21 years, based in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas. And I started another company about almost 2 years ago. It took me about a year to develop a software platform. It's actually a load board, but we specialize in household. So I launched that last year in February. So I've been on the market for a year now. My background is strictly in transportation. The majority of my adult life has been in trucking. Prior to the moving company and the software, I worked for a third-party logistics company also in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for a few years. So started my entrepreneurship when I was super young. I was in my early 20s. I think I started my company. I was 22 or 23, somewhere around there. So I was pretty young. I can't count that far anymore, but I'm so old now. But I've been in business for quite a bit. And the guys asked me to be on the show. They came across me on LinkedIn, and I said, absolutely. So the majority of my experience is in household goods, but it's still in trucking. And I've dealt with all kinds of situations in the trucking industry, specifically more so on household goods. But, and now I'm on the software side. So.
But hey, blah, blah, blah. Nisreen, if you could, I tell everyone why you opened your company, because it is the whole reason like we have you guys or you gals on the show. And I love your little short snippet that you told
the story I told you over the phone.
Yes.
Okay, so the third-party logistics company that I worked for, I was 19. I was 19 or 20 when I started working for them, and I thought I was pretty cute back then, but pre-kids, pre-wrinkles and lines. But I didn't fit like the demographic of their sales girls. So their sales girls all had blonde hair and big boobs, and I didn't have any of that. So I wanted to work in sales. They wouldn't give me the opportunity. And I can sell anything. Like, I don't care. I can sell sand on the beach. I can sell, you give me something to sell, I'm going to sell it. So I, applied for this position, and they're like, well, we can't hire you for sales, but if you want to do customer service, fine. So they gave me a lame ass customer service job, which I'm like 3 months in, I'm like, this is like, for not to be mean to anybody that does customer service, but this is like killing my brain cells right now. I can't do this. So I kind of moved around from different department to department. And they moved me into international shipping. They moved me into accounting. I mean, I made it all the way to accounting from customer service, all within just like a couple of years. And then finally I said, hey, look, I'm going to start my own company. I can work for you guys, but it only have to be part-time. And they said, okay, fine. We don't want to lose you. Okay. So I worked for them part-time until I had enough clients built for my moving company. And then I said, goodbye, I'm gone. But they didn't give me a chance to do a sales job. And I was like, really? Because I didn't have blonde hair. All the girls look the same. And it's Dallas. So, that's like the look. So yeah. That was our story. That was our He died laughing when I told him. I said, it was the first time we met. And I said, hey, I didn't have the look. I didn't have blonde hair and big boobs. So I didn't hire him for the job.
It was. And I remember when you told me that. I remember that exact moment, because I was pumping gas in my car, and you were telling me that, and I was sitting there cracking up laughing. And this guy turned around and like leaned around the pump, and was like, "The fuck is so funny." I had Ms. Reed like on my Bluetooth in my car with my door open. So it was.
I keep it real. I've kept it real in business my whole entire life. My whole career has been all on building relationships and friendships with people, whether it be clients or people I work with. But I keep it real, and I am in the trucking industry, so I have a potty mouth, and I'll say like I just won't really censor things. I'll just say it how I see it. If I see something that I don't like, I always tell my employees, you never have to worry about what I'm thinking because I'm going to tell you. If you're doing a bad job, I'm going to tell you. If you're doing a great job, I'm going to tell you. Like, you never have to second guess me because it's coming out of my mouth. Like, I'm going to tell you. So never wonder.
If my mouth doesn't say it, my face will.
Oh,
You know, Ms. Rain, I just came from 5 days in Dallas, and I was at a major event there, and I cannot tell you how many times I said this in the last 5 days. People do not do business with businesses. They do business with people. And if you keep it real and you show that you care and you understand and you have empathy to a person and you listen, then they will do business with you. And it's not the company name. It really isn't. It's the individuals there.
Especially in trucking. So here's what I tell, I do a lot of training for my sales team and stuff. And I tell them, I said, okay, it doesn't really matter who transports your stuff. Right? It doesn't matter if it's this guy or whoever, this lady or this lady. It doesn't matter who transports it because it's going to get there. It's going to get there from point A to point B. It really doesn't matter. You're building relationships with people. So if they don't trust you and they don't like you and they don't believe in you, if you're not a likable person, people aren't going to buy from you. I don't buy stuff from people I don't like. If I walk in a store and someone's rude to me, because I don't dress up to go to the mall or go to somewhere fancy. I just do my thing. But if I don't get treated right, believe me, I won't spend $1 there. Mm-hmm. But if they treat me right, then I'm going to treat them right and spend my money there. So
it's a good swap.
Yeah, absolutely.
1,000.
It's all about relationships.
Monica, drop the story, drop the game. Tell us who you are.
And I don't really know right now after Dallas. I'm kind of confused. In Dallas, I had people asking who I was because, I spend a lot of time on LinkedIn and apparently I have a lot of followers. So people kept saying, who are you? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like Monica from Winston, Georgia. But, I went away to college because that's what you did back in the day where I came from. And I had about every major there was until I had a professor say, if you want to travel to funky places for free, you should be an archeologist. So I was going to be like the female version of Indiana Jones, and I was going to find the lost ark. I was going to find buried gold in everybody's yard. So I got a degree and I came home. Of course, I couldn't find a job because you don't find a job with that. And somebody called me up one day and said, we need a junior high science teacher. And I said, well, I'm not a teacher. And they said, well, no, it's okay. We just need a teacher. Well, they did. It was 4 days before school was starting and they needed to have an adult in the classroom. Right. So they basically were hiring me to be a babysitter. But I went and I did it and I loved it. My mom was a professor, so she helped me. I absolutely loved it. I made a list. I had no idea what I was doing. I made a list, got a piece of notebook paper, drew a line down the middle, put everything I liked about my teachers as a kid, everything I didn't like. I kept it in my desk drawer for 6 years. Every time I wondered if I was, not doing something right or didn't think things were going the right way, I'd pull that paper out and say, oh, I'm on the wrong side of there. So after about 6 years of schools closing and downsizing, my husband said you should change jobs. And I was sitting at one of pretty much 2 intersections in Seville, Ohio, and saw a Panther truck go by, and that Panther Expedite was based there. And I thought, they got a lot of trucks lately. They must be doing good. And I called them up and said, I need a job. And they said, well, we got a job fair today. Come on in. And so I went home. My husband came in and I said, I got a job. And he goes, oh, what are they going to pay you? And I'm like, I didn't ask. I don't know. I'm going to be a truck dispatcher. So, I had gone and gotten gone to get my master's in education while I was teaching, and I $10 an hour dispatching trucks, but it was great. I love the drivers. That kind of interaction is real. You're talking to people out on the road at places, good or bad, right? They're delayed. They're having issues. They need your help. They're just calling to tell you that they're done, what have you. And, it's like 30 days of this and 90 days of this, and Panther is legit. Yeah. Well, they got bought out, but, Yeah, it was, I loved it. I got promoted really, really fast, but in getting promoted really fast, back to what we talked about earlier with women, I was in dispatch and I was in customer service and I was in all these areas of things where I never actually had any like authority, but I learned every single department of the business. So moving on through life, things happened. I worked for a 3PL. I resold for UPS. I worked for a truckload brokerage, and then I fell into Seawide here when they were starting the company, and they needed somebody to help. I was one of the first people in, and because I've worked in all these different aspects, I was able to come in. And in the beginning with our GM, he went out. We started in Hawaii. He went out to California, and he's an executive, so he's out on the dock loading ocean containers, and I'm quoting customers, booking shipments, tracking shipments, billing customers, paying the vendors, handling every single aspect. And people would say, we started 9 years ago. They'd say, well, how did you do all those different things? And I said, because that's where they always moved me around in the beginning, right? I didn't know enough to be in charge of anything, so they just bounced me around. But it gave me a really good understanding to make me able to do, whatever it is I need to do now. So I appreciate it. I think that, sometimes you talk about education. Not everybody needs to go to college. Education is, only part of the professional world. Sometimes experiences means a lot more. So my experience has definitely gotten me to where I am.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Monica. 100. I think we need to focus more on trade schools.
Yes.
Because they're cheaper, they're more realistic. I went to medical assisting school, and I can promise you, I hate to put it this way, but it is what it is. I'm a generic nurse. The only thing I cannot do is the IV pole. I can take blood. I can do regular phlebotomy, give medicine, assist with surgery, all of that. The only thing between a medical assistant and a licensed nurse is I can't do IVs, and I ride off of the doctor's license instead of my own. That's the only difference.
But that's a career that will never go away, right? So you get the training for it, and it is a career. I have a 23-year-old learning a trade. School's not his thing. He hates it, right? He struggled all the way through school, and I know that, so I don't care. I'm happy he's learning a trade, and we're right now working to help him to try to get in to be a lineman, and he'll have a career and a good career.
That's a good career, yes.
My 19-year-old is kind of trying to figure it out. My 16-year-old, she's like, I'm going to be a surgeon, and I'm like, good for you. You're going to school for a long time, and she wants to. So everybody's different.
We need to stop like allowing people to stigmatize trade school as it's like lower class or something.
Yeah.
Do you know how much welders make?
Welding. Oh yeah, what?
I got a story about a welder. I'll wait.
Like $40-something an hour or better.
Yeah.
Depending on the job.
Yeah. People kind of like, it's the stigma, right? Like it's like in logistics, I hate the word trucker. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I just do not like that word. In my mind, it has a negative connotation, and people sneer at it. Like truck drivers are like dirty and old and stupid, and they're not. Like I
go to the truck stop to eat, and people are like, gross. And I'm like, how the hell do you think everybody shipping your materials is surviving? It's not gross. What is wrong with you?
But everyone, hold on a second. Hey, Claudia, are you able to move the mic closer to you? Like we keep seeing you talk, and I can barely hear you, and I think that's why. Like you keep getting run over is because no one can hear that you're trying to chime in. So I don't want you to think that people are trying to run you over.
Tell her take that laptop and put it on her lap.
Like swallowing her. There you
What's up, Bo? What you need to tell us?
Claudia got a lot to say.
Claudia does have a lot to say.
I always have a lot to say.
I don't think that Kelly's from the South. I'm just.
She said she's from Arkansas. I don't know. I'm not convinced yet.
I'm trailer hood. You wouldn't understand.
Trailer hood.
Listen, wait until you meet. Wait till you
Look
meet
at
me.
Steven's comment in there. Steven just said that his kid's working to be a diesel mechanic. There you
Yep.
go.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
he-
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, we met him last
Absolutely.
night.
There you go.
Yeah, he's going. Yeah, Rob gave him some good advice, but I mean that's smart though. I mean, I went to college for logistics, and I mean school is a great experience, but you know it still stands. 90% of what you learn in college, like it goes out the door for any job you
Yeah.
have. You only take about 10% of that with you, and the 10% I
Yeah.
took was how to get things done on the last minute because I hated homework and making relationships. But
Yeah.
like I truly wish I would have gone to trade school. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I have a
You know
lot
what?
of buddies that did that, and I even have buddies I went to school with that ended up, you know, they're going into the unions for pipe fitting or welding or whatever it may be, and they're making a killing. It gives you a lot of free time too. You work your ass off for a few months out of the year, but shit, like I'd like
We've
to have a
got
fat bank
one of
account and
my
be able to cut down to
Yeah.
Mexico whenever I wanted to.
right.
Hold on,
One of
before-
my
There you go.
kids One of
Oh,
my
there you go.
kids has a friend right here, and his dad is a plumber, right? He owns his own plumbing company. And he was
Yeah.
here one day and I was talking to him. And I mean, I hire local people. So I would rather hire, even if you're commercial or something, I'd rather hire you on the side locally to work for me
Right.
than, you know, to go to some unknown person. But he was here and he said, well, I learned the trade, you know, I worked my ass off working for other people, not making money. He goes, now I own my own company. I decide when I work. If I don't want to work today, I don't go to work. If I don't need another job or I'm not hard up for money, he's like, I decide I want to go to the beach. I don't work. I mean, the trades will get you into being
Yeah.
able to
Yeah.
set your own schedule and do your own thing.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
husband is actually a mason. He's a master brick mason.
Oh wow.
And you guys, I mean, he does that as a side hustle now, you know, or whatever. But when he was working full time in masonry, I don't really know the numbers because we're not married, you know, but whatever. But I know we weren't hurting for anything, you know, like he held it. I mean, we're still not, we're okay, but he was holding it down. Definitely. I knew he made good money.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah,
I
went
mean,
to school to become a proctologist and ended up in logistics, and it's the same thing. I still do solutions for pain in the ass kind of thing. So it's like, you know,
That's great. Dealing with people who
shut
have
down, there's something smart ass coming.
Yeah. Well, hey, before we
I
get
bet.
fully off the deep end, Allie, we got to get your story, and then Christy, so
Christy.
glad to have you here. I
Before,
guess we need to give a solution so people know not to hop on Google Google Meet, but
before
Sorry.
oh, it's okay.
before we
Christy, I did it too. It's okay.
before we get to Allie, I need to bring Steve's comment back up. Steve, make sure you tell my little biggest fan that I said hello. Okay. And I haven't ordered his shirt yet. I forgot because I was dealing with the kitty today, but I'm gonna order his shirt when we get off the show.
That's awesome.
His son like really made me blush, and his kid, I don't know why, but his son apparently every time Steven is like in a meeting or something, his son comes in and he's like, Dad, is that Pedro Potato? No, his son is my biggest little fan. So,
That's awesome.
That's great.
but traditional school isn't for everyone to include. That is, hey, I mean that's my wife, and absolutely true. I mean, I agree with Hunter and everyone else. I went to school and thought, you know, oh, I'm gonna get this logistics degree because that's what everyone told me I needed to get out of the truck and get into the office where I thought I was going to make, you know, $250,000 a year. And I got that degree, and then they wanted experience. And now I've seen so many job postings that have changed from, you know, instead of a 2-year or 4-year degree, you know, they'd rather you have 3, 4, 5 years hands-on experience in that role. And I talked to a person that does hiring, does recruiting for jobs in logistics. And we talked about that. And I said, why is that? He said, you want to know why? The number one reason is because people who go to school and have degrees and come straight out of college into these fields, they don't know anything. He said, and what they do know causes them to have bad habits. And then you spend 6 months telling them, dude, whatever that guy that you paid $60,000 to get your degree from, they're fucking wrong. Like, that's not the way this stuff goes. And to the plumber thing that you said, Monica, I have a friend, he was a plumber in the Navy, and now he's, I don't know what the highest level is, but he's like the highest level plumber you can get. and he charges like $125 an hour. And I was like, dude, that's a lot. And he said, yeah, but so am I, and I'm worth every single penny.
Worth
There
it.
you
And
go.
I'm like, dude,
Your
like,
word.
dude, that is absolutely,
Especially.
yeah. Allie,
So
tell us who
I
you
don't
You know,
are.
the other thing that happens with people that go to college is that when you come out of college, you owe money, right? Most people owe money and they have no experience at what they came out of school for. So, you know, I fell into teaching, but someone that had actually gone and gotten a teaching degree and had student debt. The first year that I taught junior high school science, I made $17,000 for the entire school year. And they pay you over 12 months. $17,000, and I'm old, even back then was nothing. So if you, and I didn't have the debt. The people that come out with the debt, they have, and I don't think people say it's the sense of entitlement, but I think for people that get a degree, it's not an entitlement, it's an understanding of, holy shit, I just graduated school and I am broke and I am in debt. And now I don't only need a job, but I need a job that pays for my car and my house and my bills and this massive debt that lingers over my head. So, you know, it isn't for everyone. Obviously, you know, you don't want a doctor that doesn't have a degree. So some things you do need
True.
school, but you don't need to go to a 4-year college if you want to be a welder. You need to go to a 2-year trade school, right? There's
I
a
was-
huge difference. And yeah.
I was smart. I was smart in that aspect, and I knew I wanted to go to college. And I said, you know how I pay for college? I'm gonna go put my life on the line for a country and make $20,000 a year, and they'll pay for my school. And that's what I did.
thank you for your service.
No.
Yeah, you know,
Thank
so, I
you.
mean, when you go to school,
Claudia
Oh, yeah.
knows that one too. She knows what I mean.
All right, hold on. Before we get off the rails,
Allie.
we gotta get to our 2 other intros, and then we
I'll
can go
leave
off
this.
the rockers for Freestyle Friday and Ladies Night Edition.
Listen, I'm all good with not doing an intro. But I've been in logistics in some facet my entire life. I grew up in this industry. My dad is an owner operator, so I grew up knowing, you know, how to try to struggle for backhauls, how to do IFTA, how to file taxes, how to do all of that on the back end, the administrative end. I don't have some fancy degree like you guys have. I didn't go to school for this. It just kind of fell into my lap. When the company that I was working for doing cargo claims, when they were in business almost 100 years, and when the company went out of business, one of the other manufacturers in the area was like, hey, we've seen your resume. We think that you would be a really great fit for our company. What do you think? And I went over and I was making $40,000 a year starting out, not knowing a single thing about shipping from the manufacturer perspective. Got on board with them, started doing that, and I fell in love with it. I fell in love with these drivers. You know, they have families and wives and kids, and they have hobbies that they enjoy doing. And I really took everything personally. And it was really hard for me when the recession hit a couple years ago. You know, I would come home from work in tears because I didn't have the loads available to keep my drivers fed. You know, I wasn't shipping the product needed for these guys to be able to feed their children, you know, for them to feed their family. And so for me, that really hit home because I've been on both ends of that. I've been the trucking family that was struggling to pay bills and trying to figure out, okay, well, do we buy groceries or do we pay the light bill this week? What do we do?
Yeah.
And as a shipper, that was really, really hard for me, And you know, there were days, like I said, where I would come home in tears, you know, just talking to these guys and hearing their struggles. And throughout that course, you know, I went from working from a trailer manufacturer to then working actually for one of our dealers. Learned a different side of the trailer industry, right? Learning what dealers find acceptable, what they don't find acceptable, as far as, you know, manufacturing processes go. And I was able to actually bring that knowledge into my current role. And I don't know if my boss is still on. He actually logged in earlier. I don't know if he's still on or not. But when I interviewed for my position, I said, look, not only am I bringing the knowledge of the industry and how to ship trailers specifically, because it is a very niche industry, right? It's not something that you move every day. Not only am I bringing the knowledge, I'm bringing the dealer perspective as far as, you know, what is and what is not acceptable as far as the manufacturing process goes. And I'm bringing these drivers with me when I come. So I think that gives me a leg to stand on to negotiate my salary, right? Like that's very important for me because I know my worth. I need you to recognize my worth. And he was like, no, you're absolutely correct. And so it gave us a jumping off point to be able to negotiate my salary. And I went well above, what the starting salary for my position is, well above. Like I said, I've been doing this for 3 years, almost 4 years now.
And it's important to know. It's important to know your worth. It's important to know.
Yes.
It's important to, like, someone asked me recently, like, are you open for opportunity? And I said, I'm never necessarily looking for a job, but I'm always open to hearing about and talking about jobs that are out there. And I pay attention, right? Yep. I look at jobs in the industry and I know what people are being paid, or at least what they're posting. So you need to always be aware of at least some range that of, that what you're doing goes for. And if you're looking to move onward, upward, sideways, lateral, whatever it is, you need to pay attention to that, because there's nothing worse than not paying attention to it, getting into it, and then realizing
I'm being vastly underpaid.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Yeah,
Before we finally get to Christy, we appreciate you being amazingly patient, but we know that you deal with Jeff every day, so we know your patience level is very high. What I want to say something to Allie. First, Allie, I have been cracking up in my mind ever since I noticed that your thing says chaos coordinator and shit show survivor.
Oh yeah,
you need to put that as your fucking job title on LinkedIn. The second thing, Allie shares some really good stories with me, and we have a text message going that, man, is just something else. But when we talked the other day, she shared something to me that I laughed so hard almost fell out of my chair. Tell him the taking a shit story.
Oh my God.
Oh, I gotta hear this.
No, this one's good.
Maybe I need a drink. Okay, so like I said, I don't know if my boss is still on this call or not, or on this live stream. So I'm just going to put it out there. Every week we have a company-wide meeting that includes the COO of our company, right? And again, we have 6 different locations. Currently working on 8 because we just purchased another brand and we're in the process of integration. So with that said, every single week we go through plant by plant and we discuss shortcomings, production obstacles, material shortages, anything that would affect, being able to meet revenue targets for the upcoming week, right? And I'm in this meeting and I was muted up until the point where they got to Texas. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I hear, right? Well, mind you, I share a wall with bathrooms for our cut shop. These guys they're men, right? They work in manufacturing. So they're not very couth and they don't have a whole lot of manners. And I hear that beating on the wall. And then I hear somebody go, I'm taking a fucking shit. To the point where the COO of our company, his head popped up and he looked around to see who was highlighted in the meeting. And I was mortified. And one of the guys in Florida, bless his heart, he had logged in earlier. I think he's gone too. But he sent me a message and he was like, you know, you're not muted, right? No, I know. So I had to go put signs up on our bathrooms outside of the other side of my wall that said, gentlemen, anything that you do or say in this bathroom is subject to be distributed to the entire company. Please be mindful of who you share a wall with.
Wow. Or everybody if you're live when it happens, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I was mortified. I was like, y'all, I understand. Everybody poops. I get it. We're all human. I understand the concept. I don't need to know about it.
This is the most interesting conversation that I've ever participated in. So please continue.
But I called Rob and I was like, you guys, you have to hear what happened to me today because I was mortified.
Shit was so funny.
That's
It
classic.
was so hilarious when you told that. I
Oh
literally
my God.
almost fall out of my fucking chair. That was so funny. Christy, thank you for joining
I don't know,
us.
Christy, if you can follow that one. Whew.
Yeah, I don't know that I
Good
can.
luck. Good luck.
I know, right? Well, sorry I was late. It was a crazy day for me, but thank you for having me, and it's great to meet you all because I don't know that I've met all of you except Jeff. So, of course, but anyways, Christy Knischel, CEO of Knischel Logistics. I started my career when I was 19. Kind of an interesting story. I was running a couple pizza shops and decided to go to college, ended up dropping out of college. And as I continued to run this pizza shop, I decided I wanted to buy the pizza shop, making $40,000 a year. Thought that was great. So, anyways, talked to my dad about it. My dad convinced me to come work for him. So I actually started my career when I was 19. I'm in my 26th year. And we are a third-party logistics provider. The majority of what we do, though, is intermodal shipping. We do truckload and LTL as well, have an agency model, et cetera. But yeah, it was definitely a really tough journey, I think, starting at that young age. And I think, Monica, you mentioned about making like $17,000 a year or whatever. My dad paid me $18,000 a year, worked like 70 plus hours a week. It was insanity. My dad, it was interesting too, because my dad, it was like my brother, my sister, we all worked together. And it was almost like we were interviewing for our positions and not really knowing, because I was so young. Like it was a job. I'm a hard worker. I worked 2 and 3 jobs always. And eventually my dad promoted me to president in 2007. Even though he did that, it was like I still didn't have the authority, though. I had to actually talk to other men in the company to get shit done. And it was very frustrating because I didn't have the college education because I dropped out, and because I didn't have the experience. So it was a very frustrating journey. I mean, I will say, like, I gave my dad my resignation at one point. And then he kind of calmed down a little bit. He separated off from Cornerstone Systems. Actually, my dad was an agent for them initially, if you're familiar with them out of Memphis. That's where we got our start. And then Knischel was founded in 2003. So when that happened, Cornerstone actually asked me to or they were going to give me my own agency because they knew I had such issues with my dad. But I just told him I had to figure this out. If it didn't work, I would come back. But obviously it worked out. And here I am today, but it was a very long journey, 26 years of craziness in the family. And I will say, it's a love-hate relationship with the family. And my sister ended up getting bought out of the company because she wanted to work with me or have my position, I guess. It's funny because 5 years ago, she said to me, I wish Dad would let us fight for this position. I said, well, clearly he was watching how we were all doing and just put me in that particular role. And I just did whatever I had to do. So, but my background again, too, it's like intermodal operations, customer service, finance, HR. I built trucks. I did pricing. I did sales. So I did all of it to get to where I am today. And I think it makes me better at what I do. That's for sure.
So my question, one of my questions is you as a CEO, did you fire your dad?
Yeah. So interesting enough,
Hey, Dad.
let's just say this. My dad had a third wife. That's one of those crazy women. And I was, I guess, smart enough to figure out how to get the percentages off of him. He gifted each of us kids 25% of the business, and he kept 25%. But eventually, I knew I had to get that off him, and I wanted to become woman-owned so that we could maybe have another angle to try to get business. And I convinced him to get that. Once I got to 51%, I cut my sister off from being paid when she wasn't working for us anymore. She still had a car, bought out the car, said, you're not getting another one. My dad was just getting his pay, but he wanted a loan from the company. I told him no. It got to the point where my dad threatened to sue me at one point because he wouldn't, I wouldn't do what he wanted me to do, but it was not good for business. So at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, he still got paid, but he wasn't working with the company, probably since I would say 2010, 2011.
Man, hey, if you go to work for Christy, hide your car.
Yeah.
I'm not going to work.
No.
You gotta run a lean business. I mean, this is the other thing I'll say. My dad also had went in on 3 condos in Ocean City, Maryland, for whatever reason. Why would you do that in 3 of them in Ocean City? He went in with another carrier in Baltimore. But once I got that control, we sold one off. I sent my husband down to fix the other one off, or fix it up, and then sold that one off. And then the other guy that was a partner with him on the other one that they had ultimately sold that as well. But like, yeah, when I got that 51%, it was business. It was go time. Like, I need to make changes because my dad, I mean, he took all the money out of the company. He would be like, hey, give me a check for $35,000 for a Harley. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is insanity. So yeah, it was definitely crazy, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm thankful for the journey that I did have. I think it made me the leader I am today.
Yeah.
You know, money and family, always a hard thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a nightmare.
and when you
It sounds
look
good
at-
and it never
No.
ends well.
It's the
But when you
devil
look at
wrapped in glitter.
Yeah,
It
just
is.
When you
imagine
look
sitting
at
at the table at Thanksgiving and you had a huge argument to go, can you pass the potatoes? I don't think it's going to be passed. It might be thrown.
No. Thanksgiving and Christmas gets canceled. You don't even go. Like,
Yeah,
it gets
I
that bad.
I
True.
stopped going, and then I
Yeah.
rules. No one talk about business because I was tired of like fucking hearing it. Like, we're here to have
Yep.
family time, not talk about the business, you know?
There you go. That's
So
good.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. I can't really go into too much details about it, but I understand your frustration.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
tough.
So-
never again. Never again.
But it makes you stronger. It makes
I
you
work with mine
Yeah.
on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. No,
Yeah,
I
she
couldn't.
And I'll say
But-
that today we bought my sister out years ago. She has, I think, 4 more years of payments. But like, even like an example, this past year, she's like, "Can I get my pay sooner?" And I'm like, "No, like you can't." Like, could we? Yes. But my thing is like she was living off it for years. She didn't even have a job, and I'm like, you can't continue to. And it wasn't much money. I mean, honestly, it was like a
Right.
salary. Like
But
just
She's just entitled. She thinks she's entitled to it. That's
I
just
don't
that
even- I don't
entitlement
even think-
mentality.
I don't even think that it's entitlement though. It's that idea of family, right? Like, and we don't have
Right.
enough idea of family now. But
no.
if you need something, you go to your family, and if your family's involved, it's like, hey sis, hey dad, can you do this one day early? Can you give me a little extra? Because that's like the mentality you have, is that your family's supposed to help you. But when it's business, it is different. Business is business. And I've even told my current boss one day on the phone, I said, I love my company. I truly do. I've been there since the beginning of it, right? I helped found this company and I truly love it. It's not just my paycheck, but there is no job in this world, family or not, that will be as, what's the word, devoted and loyal to you as you're going to be to it. There is
Right.
always something that can come along, even if it's family, like you just explained, Christy, that will cancel it all out, because business is business. And at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for your business.
And I'll tell you, this is another hard thing I had to deal with. She left the company at one point, and I knew actually she was like always sick and stuff. And I said, why don't you just work from home? I'll cut your salary. You can work on charity stuff, whatever. Ultimately, she decided to stop doing that. And then she opened up her own like clothing store, like boutique, whatever. I want to say like 2 years later, when that didn't go so well, she wanted to come back. Well, she wasn't right for the position she was in finance. She pissed off carriers, customers, people in the company. So I didn't bring her back. That was another big ordeal between me and my dad as well. He's like, it's family. I'm like, but she's not the right person. Like, it's so hard to make the right decisions, I think, in a family business. And they just don't want to do it because it's easier. Where I was just, no, because I knew for us to grow the business, you can't have people just in the company because they're family. They have to be doing the job and the right person for the job. And I mean, that was another battle I had. I will say maybe 2 years ago when my dad got sick, my sister finally, like, I think understood why. I said, listen, we would not have a good relationship if you still worked in this company, because we didn't talk for years. I mean, she even tried to sabotage me with my dad, honestly, for me to even like lose my job. Like, it's I could have a
It
whole
gets crazy.
Yes.
It can turn into a soap opera really quickly. And
Yes.
it's like shit that people are like, what? You know, like you wouldn't even understand unless you go through it. It's horrid. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
You
So
know,
speaking
running
of that,
a business,
speaking of
running a
that,
business is like you have to be a professional psychologist, a master
Yeah.
of multiple personalities, because you never know what the hell's going to come up like the next day, and you can't treat everybody as an equal. There's no way in hell. In logistics, you're getting broadsided every single day,
And you never know who's trying to manipulate you.
That's just it. You know, it's just like
because you have the power.
chameleon skin. Change your colors every single day.
Yep.
The person that comes up, it's unbelievable. Truly.
There is our university has a program that's under the like small business something of the state, and it's the Family Enterprise Center. And Christy, it's designed for places, companies like yours, right? Because here's the deal: you're the boss, right? So who is your peer to go to when you're talking about this is happening and it's with my family, but people are looking to me for leadership, but and I have answers, but I like to talk to somebody who's also been through this. And it's literally designed for companies. It doesn't matter the size of the company, whether it's a small company or a large one. When it's family owned and family run, and I work for a family run business. I get it. Like I see that you can see family dynamics crossing from home to here to wherever. And I mean, there's some definitely benefits to being involved in a family run business too, right? When you're small and you have a very small position of leader, a small, what am I trying to say? Chain of command to make leaders make changes happen. I mean, I had a meeting just 2 hours ago with my boss and my manager, my ops manager, and my ops manager and I had an agreement that there were two things that needed to change. And my boss looked at us and said, okay, let's make that happen today. You can't make that happen in a big corporate understanding, but finding others in your community or that you work with and are around that have that same thing. So you can go to another boss, another CEO that's family run and talk to them about that same issue that you're facing. And I think that's one of the things that we try to that we're all kind of try to circle back to when it comes to women in leadership and women in logistics, is that like we seek each other out, not because we're like, oh, we want girl power, because we want to be able to speak to somebody who understands exactly what I'm going through.
Yes.
And can have, and whether that's the CEO of a family run business, or that's another woman who's like, damn it, I have told you 4 fucking times this is what the fuck we need to do, and ain't nobody damn listen to me until someone with a dick comes along and tells you that that's what needs to happen. Fucking
Yeah.
do it now. I am telling you that this is what needs to
Can I
happen.
get a
Well, listen, speaking of that,
Real.
we have 60 employees and 70% of my staff is women, and almost all my leaders are women. So
Yeah.
done a good job there for sure. But you are right though. Like that's why like when I was younger, when I won my first award and I spoke at the TIA talking about my story, so many people came up to me and is like, I have that same story. I have the same issues. And it kind of just started that community of being able to reach out. And that's why I think it's important, because so many people I think feel alone, that they're in the same situation, you know. And I think when you can talk about it, it makes it so much easier to kind of get through it. Because another person, like for example, Lindsay Graves, CEO of Sunset Transportation, reached out to me and said, how'd you get your father out of the business? Well, how I got him completely out of the business was I had to hire an older consultant that had to talk to my dad that was his age to basically say, look at what you built, and now you need to like pass this on and all that.
Let go.
Whatever.
Let go.
Yeah.
To let it go.
Let go.
Like he wasn't going to do it because I asked him to, but I knew a way to figure it out. But it also helped her too, like from my experience, being able to talk to other people about it. So,
And that's and I think that's the thing, like, you know, our friend Pedro Potato was like, hey, you know, connect with Claudia if you want. Like, my whole thing isn't about like elevating what I do or my voice. Look, I've been in logistics for 2 years, and I can't tell you how many times during my first year I had people within my for 10 years. Blah. I know I'm the new kid on the block, but still, like, I can read, and this is what I'm saying. But I digress. The point is, like, my thing about connecting people is it's not about like Claudia is a great connector. It's about like, hey, Christy can help you in this situation. So like, yeah, you two are vibing about a thing, and we need to get you guys together because you can help each other. I know fuck all about it, whatever it is, but like this is I know you from this platform, and I know you from over here, and both of you can help move move both of your careers forward, or to another way, or whatever that is. And that's what it's about, and helping each other in that way, and I'm all for that. So I love it, and I love being part of a community like this and network, and it's a really cool thing that, I mean, the guys from Hunter and Robert have certainly given us an opportunity to be able to reach out to those other people, and that's what we want to capitalize on and help other folks in the business, like mind your business better, right? Protect yourself, manage your risk, file those claims appropriately, whatever it is. Like, look out to make sure you're not getting double brokered. How can we help? That's what we want to do.
Right on. That's what it's all about.
Claudia, I am so glad you said that, because I'll tell you that all of what you just said is like what makes you like you, and because you listen to people, like everybody, like, I mean, even off in the distance away from your conversation, you hear someone say, hey, I'm trying to buy 4 brand new tires for my freaking Mercedes, and Claudia's like, I know a guy. And like, I love it, 'cause Claudia, like, that's what Claudia does, is like she wants to connect people, because she knows, hey, everyone has to learn, and everyone needs somebody else that is stronger than them to help them at a certain time. And like, a lot of people don't do that. You tell a lot of people, hey, can you find something for me or someone for me? And they don't do it. And like, Claudia, that's your superpower. Like, I'm for real. I mean, it really is. We have DMs in our LinkedIn that Claudia is just like randomly sending us, hey, here's Rob and Hunter, go on their show.
We're
Hey,
the ear that Robbie that Claudia can chew on at any time. And
Yeah.
normally I'm bored during the day, so I'll just play into it. It's like, what's going on?
Do you know? So my company, the company that I work for, has been around for 20 years, and not once have they ever used a bill of lading. I sent that information over to my boss whenever I started, like, hey, this is the one that I created for my last company. This is the information that we provided for that bill of lading for DOT purposes, right? Nah, fuck it. We don't need that. You're good. Until we got fined from DOT for not having a bill of lading for our company fleet drivers.
I gotta tell you guys a funny story here. So when we started Seawide, and Phil and I were there, he went out to California. He was loading the dock. He's a guy that wears a suit normally, whatever. Anyways, he has a shipment in the system, and he texted me, and he was having trouble. And I was in the middle of something pretty big, and really couldn't help. But I get a text message that says, I just sent the bill of lading. He's like, look at what I sent. He couldn't figure out the system. So he took his camera and he took a picture in the operating system of the screen, and he sent it and said, here's your bill of lading. And I was like, no, that's not a bill of lading. That doesn't work. You can't send that. And he goes, well, I sent him something, and it had all the data. But he tried. We got it figured out. But I always thought it was funny that you try, and when you can't figure something out, you make the best of it, right? And yep, and he did. He tried. I give him credit for it, but yep. You got it. Sometimes you need the person, the little person, the CSR there that knows how to do that, right?
Yeah, sure. And that's like Allie, like you had that experience to say, like, this is what we should be doing. Yep. But it's not listened to until shit hits the fan. Like, I'm not going to tell you the number of experiences I've had like that. And I don't even know, like, sometimes it's like, I don't even really know, but I feel like this is probably a good idea. Or like, maybe we should do this. And then something blows up, and later on they're like, we should do this. Yeah, I've been said that, but okay, it's fine.
Wish I would have said that. That's my favorite.
Girl. Popcorn, watching it.
Wish I would have said
when
that.
It's time to clean it up, because I'm gonna have to clean it up too.
That's it.
Yeah,
and that's exactly it.
Mm-hmm. Those jokers I work with, sometimes the crazy crap they try, I literally walk away because I'm afraid I'm going to see one of them die or something. I'm just like, you know what? You're stupid. I'm telling you that you're going to mess up, and when you do, I'm not helping. And I go to my car and sit.
OSHA requirement. What is OSHA? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, OSHA who?
OSHA who?
It's just
Hi,
rules to break.
Tony.
Jesus,
I mean,
they're out there.
men need to listen. Y'all just need to listen. Go to the doctor. Quit bitching so much, and like
Go to the
quit doing
doctor.
stupid shit. Like, and the world would be better.
I eat an apple every day, so I don't have to do that. Okay.
Okay, well, I can sleep well tonight knowing that you are fine.
Hey, hold on, guys. My boss is here. Poke your head in and say,
Bring him
say
in.
hello. There he is.
What's up,
Yeah.
Mr. Boss?
It's mostly gals. Oh, hold on.
Good luck on fighting all the double brokers and bad carriers.
She deserves
Can
that
you hear
chair in her office.
He said good luck because I've got my earbuds in. He said good luck on fighting all the fraud and the double brokers and all the things. So
Hey, join the Freight Fraud Fighters Club.
are you going, boss? All right. Okay, thanks.
Oh, there we go.
He's like,
There you go,
everybody's
Christy.
leaving. He's like, I'm gonna leave the lights on for
Christy
you.
was ghosting us.
What'd you do? Go roll your hair?
Oh my God.
It's her first time. Give her a break, okay?
It is, right?
It's my first time too.
I just got back from a business trip this week and went straight to university today all day, and it's just been one of those days.
I understand.
Hey, how did that go, Christy?
Which one? The one
That
at Carnegie?
university, right? You were like a keynote, right? Or did you have
Oh
to
yeah,
do it?
I was the keynote at Carnegie Mellon last Saturday, but I was at Robert Morris University today. They have a logistics certificate program, so like
Right.
trying to talk about that and why they should get into logistics, but it's their sales and marketing, which I think is like those are the people you want to target.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Christy, you and I have been a connection for like a really, really long time. And I'm curious because I see that you get involved in a lot of things that are tied to women
Yes.
in logistics. And I'm curious how that happens. I'm on LinkedIn a lot. I have a lot of followers here. I don't see a lot of the things until they're actually posted, right? Where they talk about women being in groups or women nominated for things, or there's roundtables, or how is it that you get involved in those things?
I mean, a lot of it too is, honestly, being in the industry for a long time, like putting myself out there, and I have a marketing team behind me that's helping me with a lot of this stuff. But again, like,
I think she froze. Oh yeah.
yeah, am I good?
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah. All right. So, but no, that part of it is the marketing, but part of it I think is just like a lot of the circles that I've been in and trying to, because I am like out there trying to help women. Like that is my mission, because I didn't have the help when I was younger growing up in the industry.
Facts.
So I always get asked to speak and all that when I was younger. And I feel like I was one of those first women out there speaking in the industry when a lot of women were not in the industry at the time, especially on the intermodal side. But I will say, like, meeting some women, for example, Nicole Glenn reached out to me and asked me how I grew my business. And that's how we started that Ladies Leadership Coalition podcast, because she was like, we got to help more women. Like, she couldn't believe I gave her my time. And I was just like, I have no problem giving my time, because if I help you, like, we can help each other at the end of the day. Like, I don't need everything. Doesn't matter.
Be part of that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, and honestly, I felt like, I think a lot of women tend to like not want to reach out and ask questions. So like that was a
Why
great
is that?
We don't want to ask for help.
Yeah. And then the other thing is I mentor. So I've been asked to mentor here in Pittsburgh at their Mentoring Monday. And then again, the other thing too is just like other women that, reach out to me, want to talk, I tell them I mentor. So there's a lot of women I work with that I give them a list of all the awards I won. And I'm like, here you go. These are things you can start doing to get yourself out there, get yourself known. And it's interesting because like Nicole Glenn, I keep bringing her up, but like she's kind of followed in those footsteps of winning some of those big awards that I've won just by doing that, but researching too. Google is your best friend. Looking up some of this stuff, but I've definitely been around a long time, and that's part of it. But I can certainly help you with that, Monica, for sure. Because
it's just funny because I run in circles with women that are very involved in these things and in organizations. I was at SMC3 in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and Ellen Boy was there, Women in Trucking, speaking. I mean, I ate lunch with her. I just never seem to find the opportunities to be one of the women to actually get involved. And that's kind of my goal, is to get involved. So any help you can give me, I will take for sure.
Yeah, no, let's
I'm in on that too.
Yeah, no, we can certainly set up a chat and talk about it, because I think that's part of it. I met Ellen a long time ago when I won my first award, the Distinguished Woman in Logistics, because it was an award given between Women in Trucking and the TIA. And that was part of it. Another part of it too is like I actually joined the intermodal committee at the TIA, and then eventually I got on the board of the TIA. And then you just start to meet more people. And again, a lot of it is the networking, like what you ladies are doing too. And but yeah, let's talk, and I can help with all of that. Because there's a lot of stuff out there. Like I said, I have that other podcast. I'm doing a podcast with Jeff that just started as well, trying to empower women into logistics. And
Yay!
Yeah, go ahead and give a plug on that there. I know
that's my goal, is to have a podcast.
Yeah, I'll let Jeff.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna run the Lizard Lounge. Didn't you know?
There you go.
I don't want my own
Training
podcast.
starts
I just
tomorrow.
want to be a part of somebody else's.
Send the contract.
Yeah.
Kelly, I think we need to work
Hey, we
on
could
your
maybe work
title.
something out. We could work something
I'm
out.
serious. We'll talk.
Let me just.
She's
chime in
super
for 1
entertaining.
second.
I think she should have a podcast. Kelly, I vote for a podcast for you.
There you go.
Hell yeah, just the name alone deserves
Yes,
a podcast.
absolutely.
Tell them.
Yeah.
Let me just chime in for a second here, to get back to the empowerment of women into logistics. There's a big, huge problem out there. And the problem is men. Men are not out there supporting the women to help them to level up. So, I mean, I've been in the business for over 40 years. And I said that earlier, where I've hired a lot of women out there that leveled up, that were promoted, that I did everything I possibly can. And I wanted to move it forward and kind of help push that unit forward, because there's still a huge disparity between men and women, especially with pay. Unless you're a woman-owned business, you really don't have to worry about that. And men do. Just kidding. But that's why we're doing this. And we want to keep on doing it, not just to do it for a couple weeks, but we're going to push the narrative for probably several months, because the ultimate goal is to get men like Pedro and Hunter to get involved in what they're doing right now, and get the word out there, get that narrative out there, get that support to help out equaling the field. So it's not a new thing. It's been going on for 60 years, since 1960.
Yeah.
Hey,
So-
Jeff, I think this is a great time to bring up.
So my add to that is I recently experienced that last week. I woke up Friday morning to someone who had advised me of a chat that was literally mentioning me personally for the software side for the load board, and that they shouldn't work with me. This was not only because I was a female, but also because of my ethnicity, which I never really would have
That's
thought
bullshit.
was
That's
discriminated
bullshit.
against. I grew up in Texas, Lebanese, but it was re-mentioned, and I think I mentioned it to you guys on the podcast the last time I was on, but it happened again, and it was, they were specific about not working with me because I was a woman and started into the software, and that I should, and because of being Lebanese or having a Lebanese
What?
and I thought, are you serious
Yes,
right now? This is really happening.
It has nothing to do with
I
it.
laughed about it because for me, I think when people start talking negative about you or start discriminating for whatever reason, you're doing something right. They're obviously hating on me.
Absolutely.
Or
They're
hating on
jealous.
me.
Absolutely.
So I actually laughed about it, and I thought it was really funny. It didn't make me cry. I wasn't upset about it. I thought, well, hey, I have some haters. Like, this is great. And I
Hey, bitches.
Hey, if you don't have haters, then you're not doing a good job.
Right.
Hashtag.
Exactly. And you know what?
Hashtag.
Don't go through life, following FOPO, with that fear of other people's opinion. Who gives a shit? Be you and do you. That's
I
Hey,
thought,
right.
you know what? That's fine. You can hate on me. I think even in one of the messages, They called me a terrorist, and I was like, "Wow, this is so funny."
What?
I told my
Right
kids,
now-
"I got called a terrorist this morning." I'm like,
That's
you want to hate on me for being Lebanese? That's fine. But
That's crazy.
are you serious right now?
Listen,
Are you an extreme one? Oh my God.
It happens. Yeah.
Who are
the
these
rea-
people? Seriously,
reality-
you need to call them out. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
they're ignorant.
Listen,
Or they're
the
totally
reality for women,
It happens. It happened to me. So
the reality for women is
sorry.
this. Okay, I've been told, you have this whole idea of the resting bitch face, right? But the reality for women is that confidence is mistaken for really two things. Either you're a bitch, right? Or
Mhm.
they're intimidated by you.
Yep.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
all it comes
Yeah.
down to. You cannot be a confident woman unless you work with the right people that appreciate it, because it only comes down to those two things otherwise.
So I
men
told you
are in
guys.
fear of women and they feel threatened. That's another
Yes.
thing too.
That's exactly what it is. I work, I told you guys in between working for my manufacturers, I went to work for one of my dealers. And the reason I left that dealer, they have two locations, one in Texas, one in Arizona. And the reason I left that dealer was because the other women that worked for them were intimidated by me. 2 weeks after I started, I got called into the manager's office and told, Allie, you kind of need to tone it down a little bit. You're a little too assertive. And it's really starting to affect some other people. And I said, well, instead of me toning it down, why don't you expect more out of your employees?
Ooh.
Period.
Yeah.
Well, just
Yeah.
let it fuel
There you go.
because my dad not like putting me in that position, for example, and there were customers that wouldn't work with me because I was a woman as well, like back then, 20 some years ago.
Mhm.
But so it's kind of interesting, but it fueled me to do even more and just prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
I've noticed that there's really no gray area with that with me with other women, because I am so just bold and out there and strong and confident and all that. It's just like you love me or you hate me. There's no in between. It's either I hate that bitch or ooh, I love her. There's no in between.
Yep.
And I take it for what it is. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but not everybody drinks tea. If you know, you know.
Hey, Miss Reed, we are going to get you some fucking haters. Hashtag boycott Nizreen. That is the new hashtag boycott Nizreen.
Where's the document, man? I'll be the first one to sign it.
All right, well, hey, I gotta go. I'm sorry. I love you guys. Thank you so much. This was so much fun. Like, my first podcast went off great, so I'm so happy. And thanks, you guys. And Hunter, holler at me, and I'll send you my email. You can send that contract over. And talk to Bannon and all that. We'll get it figured out.
I got you. The hours are long, but the pay's stuck.
See you on the street.
Bye, Kelly. Nice to meet you.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
Bye. Nice to meet y'all.
Hey, I want to hop on to like what Monica was
I love
talking
her.
about with-
She's funny. She's good. She's great.
She's fun.
Because
you
she's in the
gotta love a person that speaks their mind, man. You have to.
But her
You know,
face, her face is
told-
sick right now.
I told y'all that I met her off of a post, right? Like, I didn't even know I don't even really think I knew she was following me or connected or what have you. But, she's exactly right about, saying she's like the bully of bullies, right? I made 2 posts online. I thought life was grand. I was doing my LinkedIn thing, and I do post the good and the bad, right? I will get up, and if I have a fantastic cup of coffee, if you don't pay attention to me or see them that early, but I'll tag the coffee company. I like to take a picture of my coffee cup to have some like words of wisdom, but I tag companies when I have something good, sometimes when it's bad, but I try to be professional. I try to, keep this stuff to a level that makes sense. And one day I had a post about a good experience followed immediately by almost an exact post of another company doing the same thing that I had a great experience at. And I got roasted for the bad one, right? And Kelly jumped in, and she was in there defending me and saying, she follows me and she sees my stuff and she understands me. And, it doesn't matter. You have to be really careful out here because people are just like out to turn anything into a negative. And
Yeah.
she is like the stormtrooper of like protecting people out there. I tell you, I love her for that.
I want to bounce off that and say like kind of the same for Kelly. So, you know, she's obviously not in our industry, but like everyone she interacts with on LinkedIn is from logistics. And I've seen her comment and like people will go look at her profile and they'll go and start trying to talk shit to Kelly. And like, and Kelly's got her own little army behind her. It's like, you know, hey, no, I mean, absolutely not. You are not going to talk to her like this. You know, like she is a part of this little clique of our group, and she's respectful, polite, she's uplifting and engaging and positive, and you're not going to talk shit to her just because she's not in logistics and you don't think she knows what she's talking about. So I agree. Kelly is she's freaking amazing.
I remember when she, you know, like back in the early days of the show, she was always popping in, and she's been one of our biggest supporters for the longest time, and it's just been the wildest thing to see. But she is a badass out there. She's not in this industry, but I remember she was calling out this company that was obviously out there trying to scam people in this industry, and she ended up getting thrown in LinkedIn jail somehow. But she reached out to me and a few other people, and she was like, "Do you see what I'm posted?" And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I can see what you're saying, but what's going on? And she told me, and she's been out for a while, but she's come back stronger than ever. Like, but that's the beautiful thing about it. Like, you know, not just in logistics, but like a woman's drive. Like, y'all do not give up, and I love that.
Hey,
she is a
Hunter, I didn't know there was a
like,
LinkedIn jail. That's so funny.
I didn't either.
I didn't either.
Someone tell Catherine.
What do you do to
she
get in
is
jail?
not
Get in there.
just
I'm
a
gonna
mom.
try.
She's not just a
Yes.
mom. That's
You
why
are
I
not
love
just
her.
Just a mom.
No such
that is
thing.
not just- there is no such thing.
No such thing.
Oh, my
No.
word.
Listen,
Hey,
I am
Rob. I know you got to get Catherine on here. You got to get the cat in the lounge. I've been
Yes.
preaching this to her since it's been going on. She
No,
refuses. All right,
No.
y'all
What's
tell
your-
her.
Hunter,
I'm
you,
just
Hunter,
telling
you
you
were
right
Come on,
now.
Pedro. Let's go.
Like,
I have
just
4
tell her
kids.
we love her,
Get
and
those
you are not
points.
just a mom.
So
My word.
I'll say I will say this about my wife, and please don't anyone take this as me being some sexist fucking guy, because I'm telling you, I am the biggest feminist out there. I swear to you, my wife will tell me, please bring up the word equality to me when it comes to, I'm all about it. Like I have had the privilege of being around some badass chicks in my life. And my wife, she was put on this planet to be a nurturer, a mother, and a wife. And I'll tell you, she is the best at them. We have been together since high school, and she has carried me through when we were a teenager, you know, and here's me emptying myself online, but you know, she carried me through a drug addiction when I was younger, you know, and she could have left me, but she helped me get through that. You know, when I was in the military, I didn't have to worry about anything. I had my wife at home that I knew was taking care of my boys. And you know, we have 3 sons, and they are all amazing. And it isn't because I'm their fucking father; it's because she's their mother. And I mean, she is. I can't say enough amazing things about my wife. Like I can't. She is my rock. She's my everything. And you know, I mean, there's times when I wanted to give up on myself, and you know, she has been the one to say no. You know, keep going. You just need to get through that next door. And I mean, I don't know. She's just everything. We've been through a lot. We've been together 20. What's our son? 21, 22, 23 years. 23 years. See, hey, well, once you get past like 10, like I don't know, we're something.
Listen, I am right down the road from you guys. Tell her that she can come and fucking sit on my couch and we can hang out and watch TV, but she is never just a mom. She is a supporter. She is a nurturer. She is the backbone of your family.
Oh, she is
not just a mom.
Yeah, Cat rocks. She's given us so many great ideas for this show, and she thinks I hate her, and she's been our biggest hater from day one. But like, dude, she really is like our first like production person on this show. I don't know, she rocks. But yeah, you're more than just a mom, Cat.
It is your job to be a hater though, because your critics, right? You can take the things that they critique, right, and make improvement.
Yeah.
whether you think that they're wrong or not, you can take their negativity and say, okay, well, you know what? Maybe I do need to change the way that I approach this matter. Maybe I do need to change the way that I do this.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's something that you think that, you know, hey, I've got the market cornered on this. I'm amazing. I know what I'm doing. Whatever it is, right? You can always improve perfection.
Yeah.
Period.
Always.
But you should always be paying attention, even if you don't act on what it is you hear and see around you. I mean, sometimes it is to improve it, but sometimes you just, you know, take it as a grain of salt, something but you have to be paying attention.
And I'll tell you too, my husband's a stay-at-home dad. And
yes.
Mine wishes he was. He's one of my welders.
It's a whole nother challenge in itself, I'll say. But no, I mean, I honestly give mad respect to anyone who stays home, because honestly, I was meant, I think, to have a career and all that. And I feel like it's hard for me to be the mom, right? Like
I can't do the stay-at-home mom thing. I can't do it.
It's tough, but it's a full-time, it's more than a full-time job. And then he's got to deal with my shit, right? The business and the traveling and all the craziness I bring to the table too. So.
Well, I get to do it all. I'm a single mom. So I've got like, I'm at home and at work. I'm the whole package. With a cleaning lady, though, at least.
Nisreen's in the golden area, though, just like I am. Like, our kids are almost gone. You know, almost.
So let me tell you, kids almost out the door. I'm ready to have fun.
Our youngest
when you think your kids are almost gone, be really, really careful, because I have a 23, 19, 16-year-old and a 6-year-old. So sometimes you start thinking they're going to go away, and then something else happens.
Oh no! Don't say that.
so ours range in age from 8 to 2. My oldest is 8. My youngest is 2.
I'll tell you what. I've been in the business for 44 years, and my girlfriend was my wife, and I've been in it since 1980. And the only reason, and I swear to God on this, the only reason that we're still together after 44 years is that I didn't see her for 30 of them.
Hey, I
was on the road traveling. When you're in logistics,
that's great.
I mean, you are gone. Yep. You were absolutely gone. So she was a sounding board, because let me tell you something, in logistics, you're always looking to vent.
Yeah,
Jess, I want to say something. I want to say something about your wife, who I've never met, but after I heard this story today, I want to fucking meet your wife. You know what I'm about to say, huh, Hunter?
Oh, yeah. Well, Stephen was telling us yesterday.
Yes, Stephen was telling us, like, Stephen Tilamo, he was telling us that, like, he went to the Broker Carrier Summit and he was outside, and your wife had walked up to him, was just talking to him. And she was like, who, you know, talking to him or whatever. She's like, oh, well, Jeff Dickinson's my husband. And like she dragged him in there, and Jeff was in the middle of conversation, and only a wife could do this. And she was like, hey, shut up. I want you to meet my new friend, Steven.
That's her. I mean,
listen, my husband goes with me to events sometimes, and he's got a mohawk and all tattooed up and stuff. And it's just funny because, yes, it's hilarious. So
yeah, no, she just goes up to anybody and will make friends with her. She lived in 7 different countries. She was born in a military family. My father-in-law was a major general. He was appointed by Ronald Reagan. I've been to the Pentagon and everything. Don't ask me how I married a general's daughter. I have no idea. I'm not that kind of guy, but you know, no, seriously. So
I got some drunk horse.
Right at home. No, I'm saying she can make you feel right at home, like you've known her for years. It's unbelievable. Seriously.
Yeah, all of Jeff's horses are in AA.
No, I told him.
If you didn't watch the show with Ingrid, which, man, I wish we could have got Ingrid on the show, man.
Jeff, give her a call. She'll respond to you.
Want me to give her a call?
Yeah, give her a call. We got to have Ingrid in here.
When Ingrid Brown was on the show, Jeff was telling us about when he used to do equine transportation, and the horses were getting like dehydrated, and he called a vet friend of his, and the vet friend said, hey, man, pull over to a liquor store, buy just cheap watery beer, and give it to your fucking horses. And so like now we talk about how all of Jeff's animals are in AA because he gets to talk.
It worked because you got the barley, you got the hops, and they were doing cases at a time, you know. And
You
the
have
guys
all
were
the grain
looking
that
like,
we need.
"Oh,
Putting them back.
shit, dumping a case into a bucket and they're drinking the shit out of it," you know. And it was pretty funny. But
Jeff,
you do a pinch chest on them. What's that?
I have this picture in my head, Jeff, that I think would make like the perfect meme, and it's Jeff and his horses drunk. Like with just Jeff and his horses and just like beer cans, like scattered.
Sitting around a campfire telling stories.
Hey,
Hey, cheers to my horses.
Fun fact, you know, I told you guys that my boss was on here earlier. I had a couple of my guys from work that kind of popped in and kind of saw what was going on and what we were doing tonight. And Jeff looks like one of my salesmen for work, which is funny because the brand that he sells are livestock trailers.
Hey, wait a second. He don't have this. I'll tell you that.
No,
right
yes,
now,
he does.
man.
He absolutely
Hey, hold
does.
on. Hey, I invited my mom in here. She wanted to join the party. Classic.
You don't look nothing like your mom. She's pretty.
I know. Yeah.
I all day long I cut him and I
Hold on. Hey, Mom, you're cutting out a little
You're
bit.
cutting out, Mom.
Is your mom at home?
Talk slower.
I think she is.
Oh, with that shitty internet y'all have? No, like,
Yeah. Hey, Mom, switch over to your cell service. It'll do better.
That's terrible when she has to switch to cell service from Wi-Fi to make it work.
I say that because Hunter when he tries to do the show from his mom's house, it like glitches continuously, and he's like, "Man, some
I don't know what I
crappiest
did.
internet."
Hold on. You know what I did?
There you go.
There you go.
I stuck one of those things on there so I don't get all the radiation on my phone.
Oh God.
Oh no,
Mom's
that's
Oh,
great.
shit, that was
I was
fun.
just switching
Frozen
over.
again.
Hunter,
Oh,
kick her out and tell her to switch to self harvest.
we have so many embarrassing questions that we want to ask. No,
Anyway,
People are inquiring,
Hey,
I
Mom.
know.
Now we can hear you.
than anything, but anyway, I'll get on a laptop next time. So
Well, thanks for hopping in, Mom. Happy
It was so
Women's
lovely
History
to
Month.
meet you.
Thanks for putting up with my shit for all these years.
I love you.
Facts.
Bye.
Proud mama.
That's awesome.
That is the cutest thing ever.
It is.
I can't wait to meet your mom, dude.
Oh, dude, she's the best.
Yeah.
She's such a huge supporter
For
of the
sure.
show, and like, I don't know, it's cool,
So,
man. It's cool.
Where are you?
What state are you in?
I'm in Tennessee.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I live here in Nashville.
Oh, that's nice. I was
Hey,
So-
Hunter, do you ever go to NATA, like NATDA?
No.
It's too
So
expensive.
NATA,
to join that
NATA
shit.
is specific to it's the Trailer Dealers Association. It's really kind of specific to my industry. But if you guys don't go, it's in August of every year. You need to.
Oh,
I'm looking it up now. This looks sick.
I was so gonna go until I looked up and saw that they want me to pay them $2,000
Prices,
to
yeah.
be part of their association, and then
Yeah.
I got to pay another $3,000 to go to the damn convention. I was like, yeah, no, thank you.
Oh, we can just get the media passes, man. We can get the media
That's
pass.
it.
We'll look
I
into
got-
it.
I have mine.
Get the
Just-
media pass.
just-
I'm going to go this year, irrespective. So my company doesn't pay for NATA for logistics. They do for sales, right? Because they're trying to get new dealers, and it's a travesty because shippers go to NATA, carriers go to NATA, and so it's a great opportunity to negotiate pricing, to negotiate contracts with all of these carriers. They don't do it. So this year I'm going on my own.
So you know what you do if you like for that expense, you do the poor man's version. Get a hotel somewhere nearby, Uber to where it
$69.
is they're hanging out that night, and meet them all in the bar.
Yeah.
maybe you buy a few drinks.
Listen, that's
No,
the
Allie,
fun.
Sounds like fun. I want to go.
I don't have to buy drinks. I can promise you if I
Yeah,
have drinks for free.
Well, my dad used to tell me I had to stay up till 2 a.m. because business is done in the bar, and that's what I did for like 20 years.
Absolutely.
So it is. So when I was in Dallas for the last 5 days, I was down there
wish
for
I would have
RILA.
known you were here, man. That would have been so fun.
I know. So I was there for RILA, largest retail convention in the country, right? And I was there on Sunday. It was on Monday and Tuesday. I stayed until yesterday. I am not a huge drinker. I was there when that bar closed every single night because you're right.
Now.
Business happens then because people do
Yeah.
business with people. There was a lot of people that, they had too much, whatever, but I was there for the ones that didn't. And there was a lot of people there that came from in town for other businesses, and all they did was hang out there at the bar. And, and that's fine. I respect that, that's actually creative and makes me like them more, that they actually, thought and planned to do that. But, that is the time that stuff happens for sure.
That is so true. And when we went to this furniture convention last year, my boss and I, like everyone at the end of the day, they had an open bar at the convention. It was from like 2:30 to 5 or whatever. And man, everyone just sat around there and got like toasty. And then after that, everyone left, went to the hotel, showered or whatever, and then you spent the rest of the night out in bar. Like I've got pictures of us bar hopping with the lady who runs the convention. Like she was like, "You got to come hang out with us." And we went like 3 or 4 different places. Man, I don't even remember. But,
that's how it is in NATA. That's how it is in Nashville. Like you literally go down Broadway, which is the street in Nashville with all of these country bars. You bar hop. You'll have some, of course, some corporate sponsored events like from Dexter Axles and things like that, as far as the manufacturer goes. But you are networking with all of these people who are drunk in a bar.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's what happened way back in the day. I mean, I'm going back 40 years, but it was either at a bar or on a golf course where some of the largest freaking deals were made. And back then it wasn't uncommon to have liquid lunches with your rep. And you always went out, and it was pretty funny. And a lot of big deals happened with that.
Even before people start drinking, I was at this event and I had tons of customers that were there, and maybe didn't know the individuals that were there representing, but got to meet them and say, hey, your company's doing business. I was there ready, game to pay for dinner for anybody, to pay for drinks, whatever it was. That's what I'm there for. I am not kidding you. In 5 days, I had 4 filet mignons, 2 other gourmet dinners. I did not pay for a single meal or drink, even though I was there to do that. Like, it's crazy. People come and, that's their game. They want to do it. And even though you're there to do it, and that's like a woman thing too. Because I had to argue with people. I'm like, I invited you for these drinks. Why aren't you letting me pay for them? And they're like, well, you're a woman. And I'm like,
oh, stop. That's okay. I love that. I'm not complaining about that.
I'm not going to argue. But I'm like,
hey, Monica, you were a Southern lady, and you were in Texas. And that's the way we do shit.
I have to do that. Yeah.
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
Ladies don't pay for shit in Texas.
I know.
Wait a minute, Rob. Who
I know. I tried to pay. You lied. I'm trying to pay, Allie.
You got your pants down around your ankles. You got caught.
Got me. Dude, no. Hey, Allie and I, so I was super fortunate enough that Allie lives really close to me. So I went and hung out with her and her boyfriend, Charles. And we were chilling at this Mexican restaurant, and we were just hanging out
there for like 4 hours. I swear.
Yes, we were there for like 4 hours, man. And the whole time I'm sitting here like, this lady has never asked how we're splitting the bill. And so I told Allie, I was like, hey, just let me know. I'll Zelle you. I'll PayPal you. Like, I was planning on paying for everything. I go to the bathroom. I come out, and Allie's like, are you ready to go? And I'm like, well, where's the check? And she's like, already paid for it. And so Allie, get off the show. Get off the show.
You guys, and I know most of you are connected with me on LinkedIn. If you're not, make sure you are. But go back and check out later tonight or tomorrow one of my posts from today. So I invited one of my customers to lunch because they're based in Dallas. He brought the owner, right? I expected to pay because I've invited you. I get there. I was a smidge late because, had to get ready, whatever, got lost. But anyways, I get there and, they're drinking Cokes and I'm like, all right, I'll get a lemonade, whatever. We have a great time. And then my friend Ed, he takes our picture and he posts it on LinkedIn and creates this meme out of it, right? So it's like what you're actually thinking when you're there or what we talked about. So he's like, I accidentally ate all the queso. And then he puts Monica has a misspelled tattoo. Thank you. And then he puts the owner of his company. All I could think about was that I wanted to order a beer. And I'm like, me too. Right. But funny as hell. Check it out on my post from today. You guys will die when you see it.
That's funny shit. We drank I don't know, probably a 12-pack between the three of us. And we sat there for hours. And the waitress doesn't speak English. So I was like, you know what? I got this. Like, I'm good. I will cover this 100% because I'm a strong, independent woman. And I don't need you to pay for me.
But see, I'm different on that. I'm all about, yes, you can be independent, but I think that chivalry needs to still happen. And I think that there are times when men still need to step up. So for me, I want a man to open the door. I want a man to pay for a meal. Otherwise, I'll just date myself.
It's not about being
sometimes that's better.
I make my own money.
I can buy my own flowers.
I want a man to respect me and respect my company. So yes, I have my own money and I don't need you to pay my bills and, feed my children or make my car note or pay my electric. I don't need all that. I got it.
Hey.
But
you guys see this?
I need you to treat me like a lady and you need to be a man. And we're losing that. There are so many guys out there that if a man asks me to split a bill, it's goodbye for me because
it was wrong.
I will take myself on a date at that point. So,
I agree with that outside of business. I think though, like
facts.
When I was in Dallas and I went up to, and I came up to the bar with somebody, said, let's go get drinks. And I came up and I placed the order for me and a man. I feel like I wanted to pay that bill and I feel like I should pay that bill because despite it being nice that a man does it because I'm a woman, a lot of times it comes with an idea that there's something else there when it's business, right? And I like in business when I pay for it and here I got you a drink and here's the deal. There's nothing coming with that. I did that because this is business.
If I invite you to dinner, it is on me to pay for your dinner, your drinks, the whole 9 yards. Now I will tell you, you guys saw my boyfriend leave a minute ago. That man opens doors for me. Does not let me touch my own door. No, it doesn't matter if it's my own car he drives, right? Will not let me open my own door. Will not let me pay for dinner when we are out in public together. Will not. He is absolutely 100% like I am the man. It is my responsibility. Now, from a professional standpoint, absolutely not. If I take him to lunch when we are at work and it is a business lunch, 100% on me. If I take Rob to lunch because we are having a business meeting because he is a broker and I am a shipper and we discuss contracts, 100% my responsibility.
I agree. Your company's paying for it. I mean, it's a company situation. I can see that completely. But if a man's going to offer to pay, whether it's business or not, I will accept it. But that doesn't mean that you're obligated to do anything else.
This Reen is just smart because I'm the same way. Let me tell you something. If you tell me you're going to pay something for me, I'm not going to fucking argue. Not at all. Like,
I did not give you a choice.
That's the problem.
Double cognac,
As a woman in business, when I say, hey, I want to take you to lunch, just let me take you to lunch. Right. Do not say, don't try to do the chivalrous thing.
Right.
Don't try to be nice. Don't try to say I'm in your way. Just take it, you know. And the best way to stump a man ever, not in business, but personally, is my husband does open doors, but they forget. They don't do it all the time. And you walking up to a car, just stop and stand there and wait. They'll get in the car, they'll shut their door, they'll sit there for a minute and realize they need to get out and go open your door.
So, hey, let me tell you how like crazy I am as a fucking husband, and I really am a crazy husband. Like if you look at my wife sideways, I may very well go to jail. But here, it's so weird. Someone told me a long time ago that, like, you know, a woman should never walk on the right side of a man or closest to the street. You know, not trying to say anything, but back in the day, there was a meaning to that. So me, like my wife, she still doesn't. She knows I hate it. But we get out of the car and she always gets to my right side and we'll be walking and I grab her by her arm and pull her over. I've had people like look at me so weird. I'm like, for one, I don't want my wife walking where someone could hit her, you know, and all that stuff. But
That's what it is.
Dude, it's little,
it's the little things. It's the little things.
Charles will do that shit for me. If I get out and I start walking on his right side, he will move me to the left. And I'm like, don't touch me. I'm good. I don't need you.
We got from Six Flags over in Arlington on my birthday because it was so packed and people kept bumping into us and people were touching my wife, like not, you know, in that way, but bumping into this one guy bumped into her and I lost my shit. Like in the middle of right by the Texas Giant, which was the wooden roller coaster, and like was just like, "Are you fucking kidding? Did you seriously touch my wife?" Like I lost my mind.
Did she like calm down?
Yeah, yes, but you know, I don't know. She would have, even if she wanted me to, like if I don't know, she did. I ended up having to go sit at security and calm down. I'm serious as shit. Like security said, you need to just come with us and calm down. And that is exactly what happened. But then we left there and I went and drank a bar out of Shiner Bock.
I love me some Shiner. So I just put this in our chat. My birthday is in 3 weeks, by the way.
Happy birthday.
When's your birthday, Allie? Oh, when's your birthday?
March 23rd.
My wife's is March 18th.
Listen, I feel like you and I and she and her need to get together and like.
My wife, she said Pisces power.
No, I'm an Aries.
Oh, she's an Aries. She said, well, fuck off.
You know, it's funny. I'm watching and listening to you guys and I'm seeing like, well, you saw my son manage to come in, but I like literally told my family, if you open the door over there, like death is coming. Do not come in this room. And I think it's so funny y'all have everybody coming in because they're like all upstairs scared to death of me right now.
My boyfriend is about to come through the door with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old at some point, and my whole night is gonna go to shit.
Don't talk about my buddy like that.
This is why I stayed at work. I can't get
to. I thought you were throwing them across the floor there for a second. You're like,
listen, that's why I'm drinking. That's why I'm drinking now, so that when the kids get here, they don't see stepmom drinking. So,
Claudia, what are you eating over there, girl?
No, I'm hungry.
What is that?
What did I get?
She's holding out on us.
It's
Domino's. You got Domino's.
Domino's.
Meanwhile, I'm eating a protein bar.
The chicken nuggets that have the shit on it and like melted or whatever.
I'll trade you Domino's for the rest of my protein bar.
Yeah, I'll take a Domino's pizza with some shit on it. No, I'm just kidding.
Claudia likes to taste the shit.
I'll be right back.
I'm taking a fucking shit.
Okay,
Best story ever, I have to say. That was good.
I love it.
Goodness.
Claudia is a trip, man. Claudia is so freaking like, man. Yep. If y'all aren't connected with Claudia,
here they come.
Look, wait, here they come.
Collected.
And we bring gifts.
Hi.
Amazon.
Oh, Amazon came. Ooh, I like
with
Amazon.
a kid.
Hi, baby.
Do you remember
Amazon
what it was?
delivered you a
Amazon
kid?
be coming to my house and I
Amazon delivered a kid. Yeah.
Don't ask me what I ordered on Amazon because I have no idea.
She's like, I ordered some shoes and I got a kid.
Return label.
I ordered a 6-year-old. How
Hi,
come I
you
have
see
an 8?
yourself up there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Wait,
No.
hold on. Where's sister?
He's probably wondering why are all these people smiling?
Because they're not drunk yet.
Oh, I'm about halfway there.
Same. Like
I think I think Allie and I are the only ones drinking.
Can you wait?
No, I am.
Are
She
you?
is so
I didn't know if I could, so I started
was.
before.
The only
Ms.
reason I'm
Ream?
not drinking right now is because I have to drive home.
Oh, okay. Ms. Ream, where is your Okay.
She's had it all
She's
night.
got a water and vodka.
I came prepared,
Ooh, I need another drink.
but I need a refill.
Well, go get a refill.
Hey,
Go get a refill.
If I wasn't driving home, I mean, shit, the first time I was on the podcast, I was 3 sheets to the wind by the time we were
I
done.
remember
Oh, yeah,
that.
great
I
time.
saw your video, Claudia. I went back. So after I got hooked up with Rob, like I went back and watched, old podcasts to kind of figure out the caliber of people that I was getting involved with. And the one I watched was actually your podcast.
Yeah.
I like how you say the caliber of people you're getting involved.
We were questionable. She had to do some background investigating.
Before that podcast, I asked my boss, I was like, hey, so do you want me to wear the logo? Do you want me to not say, where I work or whatever? He's like, you can say where you work as long as you promise to be the real you. Yeah. And when I got finished with it, he was still at the restaurant where I was drinking. And I came out of the little room where I was sitting and I looked back there and I said, look, when you listen to that podcast, I need you to remember that you told me to be the real me. So if you would just remind yourself before you listen, I followed your directions. So
Hey, that's the beauty of the logistics lounge, though. You cannot come into the lounge unless you are truly yourself. No questions prepared, nothing. It is. The only question we're going to let you know we're going to ask is, who are you? How'd you get in this business? And then after that, it's freestyle.
It's all hell break loose.
I have the mouth of a sailor and I drink like a fish. Welcome to logistics.
Welcome to the lounge.
Have a nice day.
That's it.
But that's it. See, look, all of us spent our day moving millions and millions of dollars of freight across this country and in Monica's situation across the globe. Yep. And at the end of the day, what do we all do? We go home, relax, we grab a cold beer or a cocktail or a glass of wine or a bottle of Aquafina in Christy's situation. Yeah, and we just hang out. We just hang out, man.
Mm-hmm. I'll drink for her tonight.
Yeah, someone needs to. I came straight home and have nothing here, so.
Yeah. My boyfriend doesn't drink either. He's my designated driver.
Oh, that's
so
great.
I always joke that I drink enough for the both of us. I'll just add yours to the mix, Christy.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Charles, my buddy. That's my brother right there, man. That's my fellow Viking brethren.
Did you say biking or Viking?
Viking with a V. V is in
Viking brethren.
That's cool.
Yeah, listen. I'm sorry, my heart is in your way.
We had a blast, for real. Hey,
I feel like he's about to get linded.
Every day. You should see me at work. So, I mentioned earlier, we work together, right? So part of my job responsibilities, I get all of our blueprints from our engineering departments and I disseminate those along with the production work orders. Every single day there's an issue and I'm like, you know what? I'm tired. Quit coming in my office. I don't want to see you right now.
Too bad.
I'm done.
Too bad.
I don't want to see you right now. Go away.
I wish. Go ahead. Sorry, Claudia.
I looked at one of my load coordinators one day and he wanted to bring this carrier on board and he came to me and he was like, hey, so, can you look at this carrier? And I was like, no. I was like, no, we're not going to use them. And he's like, well, And I looked at him and I was like, hey, I need you to disappear right now. I need you to just go away. You need to not be right here. That's what you need to do to make my life better right now. Just take yourself away from me.
Yep.
I went back later and I was like, I told his boss, I was like, I may or may not have been a little bit
aggressive.
Dude,
with one
Claudia,
of your.
so
Why is it aggressive? Why is it aggressive? when
Claudia,
we
you
do
are
it?
a little bit aggressive, but in the good way.
fucking are, but it is in a good way.
Well, you're also a Marine, so what else do you
Exactly. I was
expect?
just about to say that. Claudia's a
There's
former
only two
Marine.
things I
Good to try.
expect: you to be aggressive and eating crayon. So I mean, it's one of the two.
You want her?
Claudia, when I worked at PFG, we had this lady that worked there. Her name was Lorraine Hicks. I would never forget her. She was the most awesome fucking lady. And I don't know, she was older. She had been in this game a long time. And when you used to come and bother her, her saying was, "I see your face right now, and I shouldn't."
I like that. I'm stealing that.
Good job, Christy. Christy was like, I give up on the water, getting a drink.
Well, I need to do both because
Christy,
I'm
what
like,
did you bring? I didn't see your drink. Oh, nice.
Miller Lite. I'm drinking
yeah.
Truly.
Nice. Okay, I think I need to go for a refill. I'll be back.
right?
So,
When
yeah.
I interviewed for my position, mind you, I was on vacation in Yellowstone National Park. When I interviewed for my position, I told my boss, I said, "Hey, look, my current employer has called me into the office, right? And I told him the situation about, the dealer coming to me and saying, hey, you're being a little bit assertive. We need you to tone it back a little bit." And my boss was like, "You know what? We like assertive." And I'm like, "Hey, you like assertive? You absolutely do until it comes from your employee.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm going against something that you're telling me, or I'm questioning something that you're telling me. Just because you are a director for my company doesn't necessarily mean that you know how you have all of the answers, and it doesn't mean that you know everything."
Yeah.
Right. And if there's a reason that I'm questioning something that you're telling me, it's not because I'm not trying to be insubordinate. It's because, hey, I really need to know why you want me to do it this way, because the law states, DOT, FMCSA requirements state we have to do it this way.
Yeah.
Why are we deviating from that?
So my second interview with my boss for this position, I said to him, "You probably should know that I've been fired." And I was like, the one time I was ever fired, it was for insubordination. And he just looked at me, and I was like, and he goes, "I feel like anytime you're insubordinate, it's going to be with cause, right? Like you're not just going to like randomly do that." And I was like, that's absolutely true. Also, I wasn't being insubordinate. I was just working for a psycho person, but that's not the point. But I mean, just super clear. That's one of the things that I love about my company, and is that it's like they've known who I am from the start. They've known that I had no background in transportation. I have no background in claims. I don't know any of this shit when I got here.
I can, so I can help you, sister.
There are days that I have no, I still, I'm just like, I don't know.
Claudia, almost everybody's been fired at some point, and if they say they haven't, they really have. But I got fired from a logistics company, and funny story, not on my resume. We'll never tell y'all who it is, where it was in my resume, but worst job of my life. But I got this job, and I'm supposed to like be the manager and create this huge office in trucking, and really exciting. And then come to find out that the owners were actually scared of opportunity, right? So they hired like 6 of us in all these different offices, and we all brought in these huge opportunities. And every time we brought them in, they'd find some way to shoot them down. Okay. So they didn't want it. They couldn't extend credit, right? Because we needed more credit than they'd ever dreamed of. And so they were scared. And so it was like giving me anxiety, and I have never had anxiety in my life. And I like that you say assertive, because assertiveness, confidence, all these things go together. And they took all that as this negative, and were really like scared of me. And, I'm like, I'm just trying to make us money, trying to grow this business. And so finally one day I actually went to my doctor, and I'm like, my mind is like a mess, right? Like, this is not me, and I don't know what's going on. And he's like, "Well, are you having money trouble?" And I'm like, "No, I make more money than most people dream of." Like, no, it's not money. And he's like, "Well, you have a problem with your husband?" I'm like, "No, life is great." Like, he's like, "What about your job?" And I'm like, "My job sucks." And he was like, "Well, then leave." And I sat there, and I'm like, "You know what? You're right. Like, that's my problem." And so he goes, "Can you quit your job?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, are you going to go home and quit? And I said, I'm going to go home and quit. So I came home. My husband was here. I said, the doctor said I need to quit my job. And he's right. I'm like, and I was like so happy. So I call him. I keep getting a voicemail. I called him 6 times. Couldn't get anybody to answer the phone. And I told my husband, I said, I don't know. I guess I'll wait about an hour. So I sit down and all of a sudden my little BlackBerry goes off and I open it. They didn't answer the phone because they were in a conference room making my severance package. And I was like, thank you for not answering your phone. Because I got paid for 6 months on the day I was trying to quit.
Woo! Now you're in a better spot. Can you tell me briefly though, because I missed it, like what exactly do you do?
Me?
Yeah, like what do you do?
You guys have an account with me.
I figured we might be.
You're one of my customers.
Oh, shit.
Well,
listen,
come on now.
my sister runs our LTL and we just purchased Ty or leasing Ty, whatever. We got out of Blue Grace. So like we're doing all our own contracts. That's why I was asking because I looked you up.
It's okay. What I do now is like this like weird little culmination in my career kind of. So I work for a domestic ocean consolidator and we handle LTL freight, putting it into containers and shipping to Hawaii, Guam, and Alaska. So most LTL carriers do not service the points. People log into their websites or into 3PL TMS systems and it generates these rates. And they think when they hand off to the carrier that the carrier's taking it, but most of them don't. So we're basically like any of your standard over-the-road LTL carriers you know of, we're the version of them on the water.
No, I mean, the reason I asked too is because we just got into Ty. My sister runs our LTL department, Casey Coffee. I don't know if you've dealt with her.
Yes. But,
yeah, that's my younger sister.
Okay.
She's 16 years younger than me. So it's kind of interesting. But I've been having her, she was on a podcast with me with Curtis Garrett. And I'm trying to highlight.
I just saw him at SMC3.
Yeah. So I'm trying to highlight LTL because of that. So...
You know, you see Curtis on LinkedIn. I'm sure at least most of you guys know who Curtis Garrett is. But I went to SMC3 and I walked in, and to me, you know, like he's like this LinkedIn thing. You see him all the time, and he came up to me and he goes, "Oh, I know you're busy." He's like, "We got to talk." And I said, "Okay." And we bumped into each other later, and he's like, "Can I get a selfie with you?" And I was like, "With me?" I was like, "I wanted one with you." Like, he's like, "Well, you're LinkedIn famous," and I'm like, "I thought you were LinkedIn famous." So.
No, he's great. We actually had him at our sales meeting. Like he actually talked to our sales team and stuff. No, but the reason I ask is like, obviously since I do the LLC podcast, we could have you on that because I can invite whoever and have my sister and we can talk more LTL shop because of the new Ty software stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because what you do is unique. It's different than your typical LTL domestic stuff.
Bro, the lounge, baby. That's how we do it here.
So listen, let's start this whole woman process. And
so Monica, so piggybacking on that, like I need to get with you because I know that I've got one account manager that ships to Hawaii regularly. When I say regularly, I mean I don't normally
every once in a while
over the water. Right. So the fact that I've even seen any loads to go over the water is a different thing for me. I need to get in touch with you like outside of this so we can talk about if that's something that might, if we might join in that effort.
Absolutely. You know, most companies put Hawaii and Alaska into their international division because it's over the water. And I deal with a lot of brokers, right? Because brokers are typically handling freight in the lower 48. And I tell them, you know, you need to ask the people that you're talking to if they ship to these points, because even though it gets put in people's international division, it doesn't require anything different than shipping between like Ohio and Idaho. You can ship to Hawaii or Alaska. Nothing. They're domestic.
We don't ship to Hawaii. But
they're the 49th and 50th states.
Well, I know, like Alaska, I mean, in a way I get it, but, you know, obviously to get to Alaska, you know, I mean, depending on your mode of transportation.
You have to go to Canada.
Yeah, and then with
on the
Guam
water.
and Hawaii, like I get, you know, Hawaii's a state, Guam is a U.S. territory, but still, to me, you enter international waters. You know what I mean? So
that is true, and not a lot of freight goes through Canada. That's not efficient. That's not economical. Certain things do, but our business, we have lots of competitors that do the same thing or similar, but our business is to provide freight services to the Jones Act markets. So that is Hawaii, Guam, Puerto Rico's in the Jones Act. Guam and Puerto Rico are territories, right? Alaska, Hawaii are states. But the Jones Act gives protection to all these points offshore in times of war, right? And in other things. So if someone were to try to, invade and take over Guam, right, the U.S. would send their warships there. They would protect them. So that's part of what goes on with that. But Hawaii and Alaska as states require nothing different. And the vessels that our containers go on, they're Jones Act approved. So government goods can go on them, and you need nothing different. You don't need a CI. There's no customs, none of that for Hawaii and Alaska.
So, and what I want to know is, do you handle household goods? Yeah.
Good question. I want to know that too.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to handle them? Yeah, no.
I handle household goods.
Oh, you do, Christy?
Furniture.
Class 50 LTL. You need to be a client of mine too.
So here's the basic answer is you need to have a license for HHG. We do not hold one. It's just not a desirable thing. Like, grandma's vase that has all this sentimental value for 100 years isn't actually worth something, right? It's worth sentimental value. So we don't. There's situations, I guess, that occur where we might get them, like an employee moves or something, and they're going to box and palletize it off the dock, but you get it at like 10 cents a pound.
I'm thinking military, Monica, like for real, like we here where we're at, like I live near one of the largest military bases in the freaking world.
Right.
And so like that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't know if Nizreen like ships stuff over there, but I was just trying to do a plug. Nizreen, hook up with Christy though, for sure. Like,
absolutely. I'm gonna hook up with Christy. Christy, I had no idea you did household goods.
And government is a little bit different. So you can hook up with me later and we'll talk government on that. Because that's people in the military that are either being transitioned, that they're entering in, they're transitioning, they're going home, whatever. That's a little bit different for that stuff. So you can definitely hit me up to talk about that.
Hey, everyone, I've got to get going. But before I do, I just want to say that, I appreciate all the women out there and what they're doing and how they're helping each other, especially on this podcast. It seems like new deals are going to be cut. So it's all good. But listen, on Monday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can catch my friend Christy Bilal and myself talking about empowerment of women into logistics. It's a series that's going to go on for a long time. Got a lot of really good guests, so check it out. Hit us up and keep on following us.
Before you go, Jeff.
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry, Christy. Sorry.
And no, that's okay. And I will say, we want women that want to tell their story.
Yes.
Any of you, you want to tell your story? Hit us up. We'll get you on the show.
Listen,
and Jeff,
I'm in.
Jeff, before you go, bro, I just want to say I love the way it's growing in.
And your hat.
I love it, dude. I love it. Yeah.
Looking good, dude. Looking good.
My wife goes, you know what? I hate you look so old with that beard. Why don't you go back? And I was waiting for her to say that. I really was, and I was surprised. And so it took 45 minutes to do it, but it's
45 minutes.
You know what, dude? Look old all day long because none of us are looking for younger ones. We like that as we get older.
Well,
I don't want to look like I'm dating my son. Come on.
Listen, my boyfriend is 6 years younger than I am.
You cradle robber.
I am at the age where I cradle robber when mine's like 2 younger than me. But he looks older because he's got this long gray beard and a bald head. So,
When I've been working in logistics, man. I know how to keep my hair on my head.
You're lucky you have hair working in logistics.
Oh, believe me. Yeah, I know. I've been told that, It's nice to be 64 years old and still look like you're in your 40s. So, I mean, and then I can go into my 30s when I shave this off. So.
Someone is lying to you, Jeff. Tell your wife to quit doing that.
Yeah, but hey, Jeff,
looking
before
good.
you
Have a
go,
great weekend. I'll see you on Monday there, Christy.
Jeff,
right,
before you
yeah.
Yes, sir.
go, we were talking about the last time we had you on about a potential marathon live stream about
Yes.
what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah.
And I know Claudia said send us a link for it, but let's work on that, man. I think that'd be awesome. And if y'all don't know what we're
Yeah,
talking
I'll put
about, it's
Christy on that. But real quick, Christy, we were thinking about getting other podcasters to do the same empowerment of women in logistics and have it like large across the country, like in the South, Northeast, Midwest, Southwest, Northwest, whatever, all over the place. And I think it would be really, really good where we do it all day long and everybody like we would do it for an hour or two and then hand it off to Pedro and Hunter, for the next one and just keep it snowballing.
Yeah, all day, like an all day thing. Like just all of us have blocks of time, and not all the same guest on, but like Christy and Jeff, they have Monica and Nisreen, and then Hunter and I, we take Allie and Claudia, and then we find someone else in our little space that they take two other ladies, and just literally an entire day thing.
Right, as people sign off, people sign on.
Right.
Yes.
And then at the end of the day, we just have a grand boogaloo. Somehow we'll figure it out, but it'll be great.
So five out of my 6 plants have women in logistics.
Now that would be awesome. Do you guys have connections to the other podcasters?
No, we're gonna work on that.
I have a connection with a podcaster, or two actually but they do more of like the household goods, but they're running podcasts that have one of the guys, I think he's got like 10K followers.
My whole family keeps telling me that I need to start a podcast, and I haven't been on many of them. This is all new to me, but my daughter walked past my computer one day, and I think I was in the waiting room for Dooner, and which was my first one. And I remember she looked over and she goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm in the waiting room. And she goes, oh my God, Mom has like 18,000 followers. She's LinkedIn famous. And the kids are all like, oh my God, like, how do you know this many people? And my son's a big YouTuber gamer, and my daughter is a big something. And they're like, you need to do a podcast. And I've actually been thinking about doing that. So, if anybody's looking for somebody to jump in and help or do one, I am game for it for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing. We have a sponsor, and it's not to help us to promote the show and do all this. All the proceeds are going back to somebody in women in logistics. And we don't want anything to do with it. We don't want to get the credit. We don't want anything. So we have a good sponsor. That money is going to go into a separate account. And then maybe collectively with all the podcasters throughout the country, if we can get them all on, if they get sponsors, everything goes into one bucket. And then we either do a scholarship for a woman or, training, whatever.
Yeah, leadership training, going to an event that they can't afford to go to, like your company doesn't pay for.
Have you guys set up an actual 501?
No.
You need to.
I just got to check, and I'm putting it into a separate account.
You guys should consider doing that. I'm on the 501c3 at our company, and I do a lot of fundraising. A lot. That's Hunter and I, at the beginning of this, we're talking about. That's how he saw me, was through fundraising that I do. But it'd be a great idea to do that and actually create one that is actually directed for that.
You're right.
No, that's good. I want to talk to you about that too, because I'm in the process of setting up a nonprofit charity to help women and children that have been trafficked in Texas. Sharon Steyer and Nicole Glenn.
So hey, I want to put this out there before we move on from this. So Hunter and I, we just come up with ideas all the time of things that we want to highlight that we don't see anyone else doing. People have women in logistics on, but like we wanted to do something special for y'all. But another thing that Hunter and I are going to start doing, which actually March 7th will be our inaugural show for this, but we want to highlight charities. On March 7th, we have a guy coming on that is from the Children's Brain Tumor Foundation in Georgia. And they do all kinds of fundraising, but one of the things they do is they do kind of like a trucker rally / rodeo, and they use drivers and stuff to help raise money for children's brain tumor operations and research. So I say that. So like if any of y'all are doing a 501, fuck, I can't remember.
501. Yeah, Monica, we'll have to talk to you about that.
Yes. If any of y'all are doing that, or you have, or you know someone that has one and you want them to get some like time on air, please refer them to us. That's something Hunter and I really want to try to start doing, is highlighting some charities. They don't even have to be logistics. It could be anything, like your thing, Christy, with the trafficking stuff. I literally just talked about or posted something, or last night the news was about a truck driver who saved 20 women in 2015 from a trafficking situation at a truck stop, all because he was aware of what was going on.
Yep, I saw that.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. Have a great weekend. Chris,
Bye,
I'll see you on Monday.
Bye.
Bye. So earlier,
my wife wanted me to bring this up. She just came in. She said, "Damn it, put my comment up there. Finally, something I know about." So my wife works for a cruise line, and so
Okay.
you know she.
I do
which one?
cruise
Did we
line
get
freight.
discounts?
I
No,
do
I
cruise
can't.
line freight. Yes.
I can't say the name on air because they're a sizable company, and I don't want to get her in trouble.
Hold on,
but
what does it rhyme with?
No, I'm not. No,
This
I'm
is
not.
like-
Even,
Smargival.
they're a very,
Carnival.
they're very, very serious.
It's
And
not carnival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor luxury.
she
That's
said, "Oh
funny.
damn!" My wife said, "It ain't carnival. I don't do poor luxury."
Okay,
Listen,
that's one knocked off.
you know what? There are so few people that know what the Jones Act is, so that is friggin' amazing that she knows.
Yeah, she knows all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, you know, because where she works, she runs she does chat is what she does. Which, crazy enough, like not every company you chat with someone is a fucking bot. Like with my wife's company, when you hit chat, like you actually talk to a real human being. But she gets people from all over the place, and obviously they go all over the world. So, dude, she has to know all kinds of different maritime laws and port laws and all. See, babe, you say that you don't have a career, but look at that. Look how
Cat,
amazing.
you're standing right there. Cat, you better
Listen,
come right over
cruise
behind
line-
Rob and say hello.
The
Hey, wait.
logistics for
Tell her.
cruise line-
Yeah, tell her to come say hi. Like I
I've
have
been
not
telling
seen your
her.
wife.
My wife, she said, "Nuh-uh, not the way I look. I work from home."
Oh, come on.
Listen,
On.
I do some cruise line logistics. That is some hard stuff there in their logistics team, because I mean, you talk about having delays and issues with freight. Those boats come in and they're there for a set period of time, and that stuff has to hit that dock with enough time for the stuff to get on and off of those boats. That is some crazy stuff.
Part of the reason, so she gets people like all the time that say, "Hey, I want a refund," and the way like their stuff is set up is like you have to ask for a refund up to a certain point. And part of that reason is because when I delivered to some cruise ships when I was a driver, so I have an understanding of how fucking crazy it is. There'd be like 30 trucks lined up at a cruise ship, like waiting to unload freight. But like she doesn't tell the people that because she can't, but it's like, you don't understand. They literally plan everything down to every last guest, like everything that you're going to eat, everything that you're going to drink, all the towels, everything. And people like, "Oh, well, why can't I get my money?" It's like, dude, we already bought 10 days of food for you and your fucking family. Like, we don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you're not getting this back. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it is an extensive operation for cruise line like logistics. It's nuts.
Yeah, if you have a special diet, we have to do like 30 days.
Yeah, she said if you have a special diet, like you have to give them what is it? 30 days
Yeah,
notice.
She's got to
so they
come
can-
over here.
Tell
This
her,
is-
come on, peek your head in.
Come on, babe.
Come
Come say
on.
hi. Come say
Cat,
hi.
you have
Come
to.
Hi.
She said no. She said no for all these weeks, but I told her she'd be on the show at some point.
Appropriate that it's today, though, right?
Wait, tell her to come back because Charles wants to say hi.
Charles wants to say hi. My brother from another mother.
Hey, real quick, I know this is random, but are the household goods crated?
No, they're loose. So they get on the trucks loose. The only time we put them in lift fans is if it's going which we consider international, like Alaska and Hawaii. So that's when they put them in the lift fans. But for my household goods company, we don't do Alaska and Hawaii. It's just, there isn't a lot of volume going there for household goods. It's just so expensive. It's cheaper just to buy new furniture when you get there. So typically we don't have, it's mostly lower 48 states for my company.
All right. Well, just email me. We'll get you hooked up.
But what I wanted to connect with you on was obviously that too, but with Movers Dispatch Board, I feel like that would be a good fit for us to connect about.
Yeah, absolutely.
My wife wanted me to tell all of y'all that
Just the women.
Just the women. She said, "Fuck you, Hunter."
As expected.
He's probably used to that.
she said to tell y'all she does have the family and friends discount. So if
I'm her friend.
If you're seriously interested, I mean, like for real, DM me. All I can say is she works for a luxury cruise line. So, like,
I hope it's the Ritz Carlton.
That'd be sweet.
Listen, I walked into the Ritz Carlton once and felt like I did not belong whatsoever because my husband covered it in head to toe in tattoos with his mohawk, and me, and like literally people were looking at us like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Hey, head to toe and tattoos and a mohawk. That sounds pretty hot.
Yes. I have a whole back tattoo myself.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What is it?
It's a bunch of like, it's water, a koi fish, butterflies, flowers.
Cool. Truck, we're good. No.
Well, my dad didn't, because I'm, professional, right? He's like, you can't have tattoos. So my husband tattoos, and he threatened to kill him if he tattooed on me. So I went and got tattoos in places I could cover up. But now that he's, rest in peace, love him, 2 years. Now I'm going to start on my sleeves.
I love it.
I'm getting ready to do one of those too. So I have kept mine all everywhere that nobody can ever see them. Hence why I have one misspelled that I didn't know was misspelled for like 2 years because I can't see my back.
Nice.
And then one day I was looking in the mirror and I'm like, holy shit. And you can't go back 2 years later and be like, hey, you misspelled my tattoo.
Listen, my husband would tell you keep, or people that tattoo their names on each other, keep the artists in business. But him and I have a tattoo where, I forget what you call it, ambiogram, where like it says Jason one way and you go up down my name. So it's pretty cool. I got his name on my hip, and my name though is on his side there. So when he goes like this, it says Christy. When it's like this, it says Jason.
Who here doesn't have a tattoo?
Me.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
We have 6.
I don't have but I love tattoos. I like tattoos. Most of the men I've dated have tattoos. I just don't have any tattoos.
So this one is my biggest. And it's got the mountains, and it's got the northern lights, and it's got a compass rose, and it says, "Not all who wander are lost."
Yeah,
I love that.
That's good.
And
I have one down the side of my foot, which hurt like hell, and I couldn't actually finish the tattoo because I was writhing in pain.
I have one on top of my foot.
Down the side of my foot, I have walk by faith, not by sight.
Christy, I'm impressed.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Is that your
I
whole
need
back?
you to actually send that where I can see it.
Yeah, we need a better picture of that.
Private chat. Put it in our private group.
Sure.
I will
Drop that in private
Damn,
chat.
girl.
I don't think you can upload pics to it, but we got to see that. Like, you got to DM that to someone.
Turn around and take your shirt off.
I have one.
You have to take the hoodie off.
That
I
is
love
so
you, Monica.
freaking
That's
cool.
fucking great.
That's awesome,
Just
man.
take your fucking shirt off. Why not?
Hey, I've never been accused of not speaking my mind. So.
I get asked that a lot.
There's a reason we're in logistics, right? And it's because we're not afraid to speak our mind.
Right.
Say what we have to say.
Allie, I have.
I need Kelly
how do
here
you-
for
how
that
do you-
conversation of the tattoos. I would be interested to know what she would have told us about the tattoos. Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's fun.
Yes, fun.
I have Wanderlust tattooed on my foot, and but I did the same thing that Christy was talking about with the tattoos that were covered. Like, I knew, like, I was 19 when I got my first one, and I made sure, and I was active duty. Pedro will understand. I got to my MLS school and thought that I was a grown up, and I had like so many people got tattoos at MLS school. It was stupid. But anyway, I got a big panther on my leg, but I made sure that I got it where I could cover it up with my dress.
Kelly, look.
Over.
Kelly's posting.
I just saw Kelly's comment.
Kelly's so awesome. Hey, Charles, to answer your question, so starting at the bottom with Claudia. Claudia works for an asset bank or a carrier that they also do brokerage. She focuses more on like the compliance, insurance, fraud type stuff in their company. Nizreen, which she is, fucking, I don't know. This thing messes me up.
She's down there.
Yeah. Nizreen, she's in household goods. She owns her own household goods company.
Allie figured it out.
And she also designed the only household goods load board that is out there. Monica, who is directly below me, she works in sea freight, specifically things that go to Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, and Puerto Rico. And Christy owns her own logistics company. She does a plethora of shit. I don't think I have enough time to like say all the stuff that she does. Allie over there. She is a shipper. Allie works for a trailer manufacturing company, and me, I'm a broker, and Hunter, the gentleman next to me, he is a broker as.
And you know what? You know what Charles just did? Charles just made us look like the fucked up Brady Bunch. Like.
I love it. That's actually.
Hey Sam, I see you. You want to hop in?
No. Yeah.
Okay. I was just about to say, I'm definitely going to screenshot this and do some.
No, Kelly says she doesn't have any tattoos.
Because it's more permanent than marriage. I'm dying laughing right now.
Listen, it's better than marriage.
I knew she'd have an amazing answer.
I actually am not surprised that she said no, though. I actually thought she was going to say no.
She said, I got kids everywhere.
You know where they all are, Sam?
Probably not.
I don't know Sam.
Hey,
I gotta hook up with Sam.
Charles told me he's not going to marry me before 25 years because Kelly and her boyfriend have been together for 23.
I've been together for 23 with mine.
I'm 23.
How unique is that? No, I'm married now. It's been 10. I made him wait 14 years because I needed to really make sure he was fucking okay. And then it went downhill.
He was on good behavior for 14 years. After 14 years, he was like, fuck it, I'm done.
Right.
You know, when you're in a relationship, when you get married, it's like there's like, and they have names for it. It's like you hit 5 years and there's like this shit that happens and you both want to just like walk away. And you hit like about 8 years and it happens a little, but you're like, well, I made it through 5. And then you hit 10 and you're like, fuck this shit, I'm done with it. And then after that, it's just like,
you're stuck.
Whatever, like we're here. Like, yeah, you can't afford the alimony.
Listen, I reached the whatever stage 6 months ago.
Yeah, the grass ain't greener. You know, you learn what you can tolerate, and it's going to be the same no matter where you go. And so most people, I think too few people just figure out that it ain't going to be any different anywhere else. So fucking make it work, you know?
Right.
Very true.
And he put a ring on it in 6 months. I made him wait 14 years.
God dang.
I think it's hilarious. We'll be married 10 years this year, though. So
it's
my wife said, well, she says that, but hey, I tell her this all the time. I come from the poorhouse. Like, only reason I got all the shit that I have is because of her and my kids. Like, you don't have to take me to divorce court. Oh, there are 3 things or a few things I want if we divorce. I want my 75-inch TV, I want my fucking surround sound, and I want my car. You can have everything else. I don't care.
I feel the same way.
He has an 80-inch TV in our living room.
That's what we have. We have an 85-inch. My husband moonshines. He tattoos. He's in pool. He's in fucking cornhole.
He's got moonshine?
ATVs, motorcycles.
We're coming. We're coming to hang out with you.
Yeah, we have a really cool setup here. Really.
I want some land. Oh my God, I love it.
7 acres up here, baby.
Yes, Kelly.
Look, Hunter, you need to rename the show like the Brady Bunch Lounge.
It's getting to that point.
This is so fun. I'm serious. Like this is for real the best show we have ever had. Like you ladies are so freaking fun and amazing. Not that I didn't think you would be, but it's like I didn't know what to expect. I told Hunter, I said, bro, we're going to be outnumbered here. So like, I don't know how this is going to go down.
Yeah.
Were you like,
what's the logistics of this show going to be like?
Brady Bunch.
Were you scared? Like curious? Like
I didn't know, but I just knew this would be
Terrified.
the first time. Like
Terrified.
it wasn't just a bunch of sweaty, angry truck drivers yelling at us for 7 hours. Like
It's a bunch of irate women.
I mean, we can yell at you if you want us to.
well, y'all been yelling all night, which is fine. It's better than the
If you
alternative.
get back in your element, we will gladly put you in your place. I promise you.
Yeah, I have 4 kids. I'm like a professional at yelling. So.
Okay. All right, we're not gonna have that contest on here, but
oh man.
Hey,
if
so
you're
listen.
a parent,
No, go ahead.
go ahead. Sorry.
Rob, I am dying at your wife's comment, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, what did I propose 3 times?
Yes.
I was young and
consistent.
I wouldn't say dumb or whatever, dude. I will tell you. So, I was not a good boy when I was younger, as far as like the amount of ladies that I entertained.
You and I
But-
had that conversation.
But my wife, I'll tell you. So, I would say I don't say it was love at first sight. It was lust at first sight.
Yep.
I mean, it was when I first saw my wife, I was like, oh my God, like
I gotta have
holy
it.
crap, I've got to have it. Like, and she was dating someone else at the time, and I was like, oh, not for long, you ain't. And so it was an obsession. Like she has been my obsession for like 23 years. And that's what it was. And like, I don't know, I guess it was that whole, this was before Beyonce, but that whole put a ring on it. You know what I mean? You gotta lock it down. And I'll say she did not decide to marry me until I went into the Army and she could get benefits out of me. And so
Smart one.
Good job. Good girl. Good girl, Catherine.
oh man, we've had a good life together. My wife she's absolutely amazing, man. I don't know. I made that post today about Hedy Lamar, and when I say like my family is full of women, like it is, and they're all successful, and they're successful in the background. And what I mean by that is they all help their husbands build empires. And help their husbands be successful, but it was them who like did it. Like my aunt, one of my aunts, her or my aunt and uncle, but my aunt is my direct family. They own a dental lab in Northeast Texas. Very small, but they've been in business for a long time, and they do a lot of business with the government, have government contracts. And my uncle, he just does the work. He just makes the teeth, and my aunt does everything. I mean, my other aunt, she just passed, unfortunately, but her husband was a sheriff in Louisiana. And so, she supported him. He literally started out as security and was security for Elvis, believe it or not. And
Wow.
so my grandma, she came from a family of 7, mom, dad, and her 5 siblings. They lived in a 2-bedroom fucking house on our family's property. Got up every single day before dawn, milked cows, like picked eggs, cooked breakfast. I mean, literally, walk 10 miles up the hill in snow in Florida. No, I'm joking.
Both ways. In
But
Florida.
I do. I come from a family of strong women. I mean, like, and all the women in my family, they don't take no shit. My Aunt Carol, who is now the matriarch since my grandmother died, like she is vicious. Like she will make you cry. And it's not that she's mean, she's just like truthful, and people can't deal with that. So I'm all about it, man. If it wasn't for my wife, I really wouldn't be anything. I'd probably be some dope head in jail or probably even dead by now, to be honest with you. I was not on a very good path at all. Like
You sound
nowhere.
like my husband,
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah.
The
You have a good woman.
COO of our company wants to train me for operations because I have a take no shit attitude. Like you cannot be in this industry, whether it's logistics, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's shipping, whether it's receiving, whatever it is, you cannot be a female in this industry and be bullied by other people. So I have a take no shit attitude, 100%. And that's why, like you and I talk, Rob, offline, you and I talk a lot about my attitude and the way that I approach things and my potty mouth, if you will, right? Because I cuss like a sailor and I drink like a fish and I make no bones about it. I am who I am. And I will always be who I am. My drivers, as an appreciation token, brought me a fifth of Knob Creek whiskey. I'm sorry, bourbon. Brought me a fifth of bourbon to work and gave me a gift at work. That was a token of his appreciation.
Yeah.
Right. So the fact that I'm in this industry and I'm in logistics and I'm in production and I'm in manufacturing and I'm in shipping and I'm in quality compliance and I have a take no shit attitude. Like I won't let trailers leave my yard if I know the dealers are going to refuse them. I absolutely will not waste my time or theirs and have to pay my driver both ways to deliver and return freight because it doesn't meet the dealer's standards, right? Mm-hmm. So as in an effort, I guess, to cut that off at the pass, I have started I've kind of taken over our quality compliance program, right? And I'm like, I won't ship a trailer if I know a dealer is going to refuse it, period. Won't do it. If I know there's something wrong with a shipment, I won't let it go.
We're laughing at you, Allie. We're actually laughing at Charles. He's like, no. Well,
he's
well, it made me think of that other comment. The bathroom comment. Now we hear him saying, no.
Yeah, he's yelling at the kids. But the fact is, the COO of our company wants to train me for operations. They want me to be able to take over our facility at some point. And I'm like,
train your replacement.
Huh?
Train your replacement. If it's a promotion, train your replacement.
I mean, what you're talking about is you're talking about knowing your job so well that you know how to think ahead of what's going to happen, right?
That's exactly
it. And I do that. Like I try to stay, I'm in sales, but I try to stay out of the operations. But like I said, people do business with people. So I have clients that come to me for their quote. And then I politely say, okay, no problem. Let me put my team in here to help you. But then I say, I need you to tell me X, right? And sometimes it seems like you're going like above and beyond and too far. And people are like, I don't know all this stuff, but you can see and forecast what's going to happen, right? So why let stuff just go forward when you know it's going to fall flat on its face and you're going to have to do all this extra work, like save the time and start where you want to end up.
Correct. Yeah. Rob, by the way, tell your wife I'm looking for a replacement so she can come work for me.
Yes, you need to listen. This is what it's all about. Like I had to move up within my own company before it was my company, but like at the end of the day, though, train them how you want them to do the job, and then go to something.
And that's exactly it. So we have 2 people plus a quality manager that we just brought on board. It's a new role within the company as far as our location goes. I think they're hiring one for every location, but it's a new role within the company. And for me, my plant manager and I had a conversation the other day where he was like, well, I will be the deciding factor on what's shippable and what's not. No, sir. You absolutely 100% will not get to make that determination. That is up to me. That is up to the dealer on whether or not they will take that product. If we know that it's subpar and we're reaching out to the dealer or the salesman to say, hey, by the way, we know that we failed, but will you take it anyway? I have a problem with that.
I'm not laughing at you, Allie.
No.
No, it's the private chat. I know that.
That's Pedro.
Dude, I did not know the private chat was there for like an hour and a half.
I wish we could share some of the private chat on here because
that is more fun than.
I know. If you go watch our shows and you see people on screen just like randomly start fucking giggling, it's because of the shit that we put in the private chat over here.
You're good enough.
I have been on like a half a dozen shows, I guess now, maybe like 6-8 shows, and I've never had that. That rocks. I love it.
Let's do a virtual cheers.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do a virtual cheer. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Cheers, y'all.
Claudia, hey, cheers your Dominoes.
Hold on. Let's get my little piece of chicken.
Oh my God.
Wait. I'm bougie, so I have a brewmate.
Oh, girl. No, we need to talk about our brewmate selection. Sister friend,
What?
I've got the flask. I've got the wine bottle.
Hey.
I only have this one.
I kind of figured
issue.
that when y'all said lounge, that meant that you were supposed to be like comfortable and like have a drink and like a
for
snack.
sure.
So
Exactly.
I was bougie, and I brought these.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Did you bring enough for the class?
Hey,
We're almost gone.
in our house, like my wife, she is, and I'm not saying this is my wife, I'm serious. If any of you ladies are ever, well, Allie, you'll have to come. Nizreen, you ain't too far either. My wife is the most amazing fucking cook. I mean,
I'll drive, no problem.
I am serious. I am serious. As a
I have a
artist.
truck. I will drive.
There is nothing that she can't make, and I'm for real. Like she makes Indian food, Oriental, Tex-Mex, Italian, everything, and she bakes. But
Where do you live?
I love to bake. Baking is my therapy.
Hey, Rob, I have an idea. So you know how we're going to the Texas Truck Show at the end of June?
Yeah.
What the fuck is the Texas Truck Show and where is
It's free. We already
Okay,
got
hold
media
on.
passes for that.
Hold on, because I'm going to tie this back into Monica. So my wife, she makes everything homemade. Like we do not do box shit in my house, or as minimal as possible. My mashed potatoes here are literally fucking peeled potatoes that are boiled.
That's why I have kids.
Yeah.
My kids
Yeah.
peel my potatoes.
Yes,
I
but
don't like potatoes. I like the skins. But
one of the few things that comes out of a box in our house is brownies, and Ghirardelli are the best brownies, man.
Yes.
They are. You're right.
I
They
don't
are.
even like brownies, but I will eat those.
Hey, and so hey, Allie, that one's for you. She said, I can do it, guys. and she's off Sunday and Monday. So Allie works Monday. So y'all got to do lunch. And she did.
Sundays.
She made cookies today. As soon as she got off work, she went in the kitchen and fucking made cookies. I'm serious as hell.
I got an idea for her. If she's that great of a cook, I need like a chef kind of like to prep for me because I'm that busy and my husband doesn't cook. So like she could like fucking send him in the mail.
Meal prep is the whole
Yes.
Might be
thing.
onto something.
That's huge. So meal prep is Charles's department.
I'm not even kidding. Like I can't. It's like fast food or whatever. It's shit garbage because I don't have time. Except
If
like
I make
Saturday,
if I make cookies in my house, it's a sign. The only time I make cookies in my house, aside from like Christmas, is because it smells bad and I'm trying to cover it, and it means you need to go do your chores.
I'll tell you. Hey, I'll say this: the reason, not that my wife hasn't always like tried to make everything from scratch, but the reason she does it is because we're a family of 5 and it's all men in this house, and so in effort for
Bless her heart.
things to be cheaper, going to the grocery store. People don't realize it honestly is cheaper if you buy the fucking ingredients yourself and make it from scratch. But also all of our boys were heavily into sports and everything. And so my wife wanted to control what was going in their bodies.
Yeah.
She didn't want it to be all kinds of, mess and stuff, and it messed with their athletic performance. And she just wanted them to be healthy and stuff. So it's just, I don't know. Hey, I'll tell you
Your
this.
wife is awesome. I'm sorry, but your wife is awesome. Look at her.
No,
she is. I was reading her last comment. I was like, ew, no. No.
Listen, I would pay for it. I need someone to help me. I do. Craft food. Just saying.
The fact that she made cookies and it's almost that time, listen.
Dude.
So it seems like cookies are a sign to watch out. And do something.
Just regular cookies, like
chocolate chip? Yeah, chocolate chip.
It's because she needed the chocolate.
Dude, hey, those cookies, them shits will be gone before the weekend. Like, I'm for real. She makes a huge batch. Like, we got a cookie jar that, I mean, it's whatever. You should bring me the cookies so I can show them the cookies. And she said she's not lying. Like, she meal preps for our fucking 22-year-old. That's how great of a mother she is.
Business. She could do that and ship them to me. Listen, Nicole Glenn started a second company. Well, she started 2 more companies. Yes,
I want some of those.
Where she can ship the product in a refrigerated box. Like, she made this product. She didn't put it out there yet. But I need the service. Just saying.
My wife, she actually came up with an idea right before COVID. And I wish we would have followed through on it, but like she came up with an idea about basically like family meals and picnics. You know what I mean? Like making family meals and then freezing them and then selling them, and then also like picnic things. You know what I mean? Like couples go on a picnic or a family goes on a picnic or whatever. Like I don't know. If I tell her she could be a chef and not have to go to chef school. Like she could run a restaurant. Not like, literally she knows how, but her cooking skills are freaking amazing. Like
there's a company here called Home to Fare where you can go pick up like already home cooked meals. The unfortunate thing is my family's so damn picky, but like even for me, I need to eat healthier and stuff. Like I would be willing to pay to have someone. I don't like all those subscription services out there. They suck.
Yeah.
Like they just suck. So just saying there is a need for people like myself and whoever else, but
like in the Dallas area, there's a bunch of like, I know a few companies that actually do like fresh meal preps. So I'm sure there's somewhere in like where you're at, but they actually do that for like business. And so you can order meal preps for the week.
Not really here in Pittsburgh. I'm like 10 years behind. No lie. I would have to order from like HelloFresh or something like that.
Oh yeah, but then you have to make it. So that defeats the purpose.
Yes. No,
when I come home, I'm like, I don't want to have to stand in the kitchen for 2 hours. So
yeah, well, the thing is too, I don't get home till like 6:30 anyways. So like it's just it sucks.
Aw, that's sweet, Catherine. Christy, there is a Factor meals are good that are pre-prepped, but the thing is they're so freaking expensive, man. If you're feeding a family, I mean, like for one person to do, like they're fine, but when you're feeding a family, gosh, dog, like it's not,
it's not cost effective
for a whole family.
Yeah, no, not if you're going to do those. I think like the Factor meals are good if like it's like you're on a strict diet or like on a regimen, but then you feed your family just whatever.
The problem is, like I said, my husband and my son are so picky. Like none of us really eat the same stuff every day, so it's like impossible.
That's my kids, right? Like between having a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, and an 8-year-old, nobody eats the same food. And my kids are on the spectrum because I'm kind of on the spectrum. So they have texture aversions, right? They have things that they absolutely, positively will not touch with a 10-foot pole. And so it makes it really hard to make family meals, right? Like, you know, that dream of, being able to come home from work and cook dinner for your husband and your kids and all of that goes by the wayside when you have kids who have texture aversions. They won't eat specific items. Like What are we supposed to do? How do we balance this?
Yeah.
How do we balance being a parent and being a mom?
Yeah.
My son doesn't eat any noodles at all. So like spaghetti's out, mac and cheese is out. Like
I would die. I would fucking die if I couldn't have pasta.
That's what I'm saying.
No mac and cheese?
No. So my husband takes the cheese off of pizza, but my son only eats the cheese off of fucking pizza.
That's what my kids only eat the cheese off of the pizza.
Hey, how crazy is it that we're talking about our kids and like all of us, like, I mean, we're all pretty close in age. I know we are, but our children would not fucking survive our parents because, like, hey,
no way.
Here's what I know.
It was either you or they gave you, or you don't have control.
You eat or you fucking starve.
Yeah.
Well, I was just telling somebody yesterday. My mom would make dinner, and she would make things like liver and onions, which when I was little I actually liked. I don't know why. My sister would like cut a piece, and when my mom wasn't looking, she put it to my plate, and I would eat that shit like all night long. I can't eat it now, but she would put dinner. She'd make like salmon loaf, freaking disgusting. Like
the whole salmon loaf.
Most things she made was okay, but if you didn't eat everything, you'd sit there by yourself till she was ready for bed, and then she'd put saran wrap on it and put it in the refrigerator. And when you came down for breakfast, it was sitting in front of you.
Oh God.
So you learned to eat it like then because it was so much more disgusting later. You didn't get anything else until you ate it. Like
our kids wouldn't have survived. Like
Yeah,
my kids
no.
wouldn't have survived my upbringing. Like my upbringing, it's funny because I think back about it and I'm like, dang, I was like some serious abuse there. Like we couldn't leave the dinner table until our plate was empty.
Yeah.
I remember sitting there, my mom made some stinky fish one day and I was like, we had to eat it. And I just remember gagging and she was like, you have to eat it. You can't leave. So like you had no choice. You had to eat it. Well, my kids are like, oh, what do you guys want to eat? Oh, you want pizza? You want this? You want that? And everyone's like, happy. But I was not happy eating my dinner.
So when I came home from college and I, couldn't find a job, whatever, I was like making margaritas in my mom's blender and hanging out in the backyard. But I had met this guy and he had like a 4 or 5 year old girl and he got kicked out and he couldn't afford the house. So I moved out being stupid. And his daughter wouldn't eat anything except for chicken nuggets, like literally nothing. And I would make dinner, I was trying to be like Susie Homemaker and, be amazing and be a mom when I didn't know how to be a mom. And I'd make all these things and like, she wouldn't eat anything. And I was kind of like my mom. I'd be like, well, here's your food. This is what we're eating, right? Mm-hmm. You don't eat it, you go to bed. And then, so we get this meeting with, the mom comes over and she's like, well, I heard that you don't feed my daughter. And he's like, well, we feed your daughter. And I'm like, I make like a square meal, like 3-4 times a day. And I'm like, and if she doesn't want to eat it, then she doesn't have to eat it, but I'm not going to make her something else. And she's like, well, that's cruel. And I'm like, it's not cruel. I'm like, she needs to learn to eat something,
Rob, you're on mute. But this is
this. Fuck off, Hunter. This is a family show, and we do not need to be talking about ED. We can try to go find a sponsor for that.
You can lead the education, okay?
Your next sponsor is like Viagra.
They matter too. They matter too.
I'm sure it means something completely different, but we all know when we see ED, only one thing comes to mind.
Tell him Catherine and
That's unhinged tonight. She's unhinged. Just wait till she gets a job with one of these ladies. Then it's going to be game over.
It's a little blue pill, and the original diagnosis.
I think you have a new sponsor.
Erectile dysfunction? Is that what you're talking about?
Viagra and dude
Hang
white.
on, I'm going to get you a sponsor. Let me put this in here.
The original treatment for Viagra was not erectile dysfunction.
That's true story. It was a side effect.
It was pulmonary hypertension. That's what Viagra was created for. And when they realized that, hey, by the way, you get this wonderful little side effect.
Tonight's episode of the Logistics.
Yeah, on tonight's episode
episode,
the Logistics Lounge After Dark.
I looked in the wrong direction. I'm sorry.
No, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, we were all there already, Christy.
Oh God! Now we have Ryan's wife on here. I'm sending Ryan the link right now.
Bring it to me.
I already sent
What's
him the
going
link.
on?
I already
This
sent
is-
him the link on LinkedIn. Why are you pulling on my shirt? Don't stretch my
God.
shirt.
What can you imagine what would have happened if you had like, I don't know, like 3-4 times as many of us in here right now?
No, this is exactly what Hunter and I wanted. Like we knew. We were talking. I was like, bro, this is going to go so fucking sideways so fast.
Yeah.
Listen,
Like,
this is different than anything I've ever done, and this is
Yeah.
really cool because this is who I am. Like,
So
Glad to have you here. See, this is what it's all about. You're a CEO, Christy, and you're here shooting the shit with us, talking about ED and Viagra. What?
That's
You know,
who I am, man.
I actually have a notebook. I have a notebook next to me. I made a list of things to like talk about because I thought like I had these ideas in my head, right?
Right.
We haven't
I
talked
did
about anything.
too. I filtered ED because sometimes YouTube will take down comments if you mention eating disorders.
I think
Yeah.
YouTube's not going to let us do anything on there anymore after this one, but it's okay. That's why we're on X.
Also, note me in the private chat. I knew exactly what it was.
I didn't.
Because some of us are actually on the internet.
Eating disorders. Oh, okay.
I quote knew that it was something else, but my mind still went the other way.
That's why I was like, okay, this is weird as fuck. Like, if your kids don't eat certain foods, they won't get ED. All right, I'm not thinking about that if I have a 5-year-old. Like,
it is not that I'm not on the internet. It's that every man on this planet has the ability for their brain to revert back to a 13-year-old boy. Like, that's what it is.
Women do too.
Same.
I work with a bunch of very
every single
young
person in this room
people.
thought the same thing. I don't
Shut
care.
up,
What
I'm
is-
talking. I
Sorry,
work
go ahead,
with a bunch of young people, and I have to know the lingo so I can work with them.
There you
That's
go.
great. Who's this Ryan? Ryan, hi.
Hey, Ryan.
Hi,
Hello,
Ryan.
ladies.
Ryan's
How are
Ryan's
you?
the bar back of the lounge. He's the
Ryan's
He's
only
the eye
3.5
candy.
hours late to the party, but it's cool.
What's up,
No,
Ryan?
I didn't want to come crash it too early. You guys are having a lot of fun, though. I can tell
I'm
you.
giving my
wife
kid
was
drugs
chiming
right
in.
now, so
Plus, I'm
Your wife
just here
is-
being a stay-at-home dad. For
Look
some
at that,
reason,
bro.
I commented on the stream on YouTube, and my wife showed up. So there's my wife's comment.
Is she Tim?
Ryan,
Oh,
She was
yeah.
watching our show
Ryan's
last night.
So yes, Ryan's wife is just like my wife. So Ryan, like, he'll be on the show, like chilling with us, and just like my wife, his wife will be upstairs watching the show, fucking commenting to texting him and telling him what to say and what not to say.
I need you to do that next time.
That's some awesome shit.
Oh my god!
Do you hear me?
Yeah,
I
so-
gave Charles instructions. Like, I need you to do this next time.
My wife is she's not here tonight, so
If,
Dude,
if,
Ryan,
if I'm ever invited back.
hey, so since this is ladies' night, and I assume is your wife's probably at work, Ryan?
no, she's in she had clinicals today, so
Oh, yeah,
she
well,
worked
hey.
last night and then
Bro.
drove all the way to New Jersey and then did a 12-hour
Show-
clinical shift.
I just
Show
came
your
back
wife.
from New Jersey.
Show your wife some love on this show. Ryan's wife, she's freaking amazing too. Like, seriously, Ryan, like, tell these ladies the
My
amazing.
wife's a superhero.
Women are.
My wife is
Ryan, you're
is
breaking
my
up.
wife. She's a hashtag just a mom. She's a nurse. So she works full time as a nurse. And then she's in school full time to be a nurse practitioner. She graduates in May.
God
But
bless her.
Congratulations.
She has to commute to school because the schools in our area weren't good enough for her. So she commutes to New Jersey to go to Rutgers University.
Oh, good for her. Wow.
Yeah.
Where do you guys live?
We live in upstate New York, outside of Albany.
Hey, my ex-husband is from Albany.
Are you serious?
Not kidding.
Wow.
I'm
That's
from New
fun.
That's
Jersey.
That's a bad thing, Ryan. I'm just telling you that you heard she said X, right? And it's because
Wow.
he's from New York partially.
My next wife is in Texas, so
Listen, I
Baby.
just went to a customer on what's today, Friday, Wednesday, DuPont. The guy we met with went to Rutgers. So
Nice.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Rutgers is
That's a
Rutgers
very
is
good
pretty
school.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Good school. But she went for undergrad at Syracuse University, and she studied exercise science and biology with a minor in psychology and coaching. And then she wanted to go to med school right away, but when shadowing doctors as an undergrad, she thought that doctors were doing too much research and not enough bedside. So she decided to go to nursing school. So she went to Utica College for nursing school. They had an advanced placement BSN program, so she went there, and I knocked her up while she was in nursing school. So she was doing nursing clinicals as she was pregnant, and then she's been a nurse for a while, and now she is back in school to be a nurse practitioner and graduates in May. It's been a long 4 years. She's a superhero for sure. Like Rob said, I can't talk about my wife too much because she's everything. She's definitely the rock. She says I'm her rock, but I'm just a little pawn in her game.
Without women in men's lives, dude, this fucking world would burn.
Hey, can I say something? There's a reason that God had women give birth to children.
You're right. Yes. Hey, I'm telling you, dude. Hey,
that's 100%.
I love my sons. And as a father, if you're looking for someone to corrupt your children, hey, I'm your guy. But if you want to make sure that they're fed every day, probably not me. I'm like, there's the fridge in the pantry. Go figure it out.
I have said it. I've said it at least 3 times during this podcast tonight. But women are the backbone of our family, of our companies, of everything that we do. Women are the reason that shit gets done.
I'm gonna tell you this, and my husband, thank God he's in bed, and I hope he can't hear me because he's up there. But anyways, he comes home from work and he works hard, and he's on his feet and he walks, and he comes home and he's like, I've walked like 6 miles, I've walked like 15 miles, and he does it through God knows what kind of terrain and everything. And he comes home, he works 4 tens, and he says, I'm so tired. And I'm like, I'll say, like, can you empty the dishwasher? And he's like, well, I worked all day. And I'm like, well, so did I. Right. Like, and not to like speak down on physical labor, but sitting in a chair all day can be emotionally as tiring as physical things that you do. I'm lucky I work at my house, so I get up and I make lunches and I get kids on buses and I run loads of laundry and I do dishes and I clean and I do all these things in the same amount of time that I work a full-time job, working like 12, 14, sometimes 16 hours a day. So, and it's part of the relationship thing we talked about before is, your exhaustion is different than my exhaustion, but it's still exhaustion, right? Like we're all in it together for the same thing. And, and it's hard for all of us, whether you're a man or a woman, but, a lot of times women are actually doing all these like back burner things that nobody thinks about.
Yep. We are the keepers of appointments. We are the schedulers. We are the grocery shoppers.
Thank you,
Oh,
Catherine.
no. Hold on. I do the grocery shopping. I did it today.
Well, I try to make my
Ryan
husband
does
do it
talk
so that
about
he pays
grocery
for it.
shopping a lot.
My wife is too busy to do anything because she's just.
I am glad that you know
She's
that,
doing her
though.
own
I'm glad
thing.
you recognize that, Ryan, because
Well,
most people don't.
Yes,
Like-
my husband doesn't.
I'm
I will
like-
say that.
I was
would
just on the phone with her, so I didn't get to watch for like the last 5 minutes. But like every time I talk to her, I'm like, "So what are you doing today?" Because I just can't keep up with her schedule. Like,
but it's an exchange, right?
insane.
Like some people are away from the house, away from the office. Some people are at home. Like the way that your schedules are is very different. So
Yeah.
I say this whether it's at our house or it's for like the kids at school or their sports. I can very easily I work at home, sitting at my desk, I can log in real quick and order toilet paper from Sam's Club and have it delivered. And I can real quick order a box of snacks for my son's kindergarten class, because you have to send them every month, and just log in and it sends it to the house. And I'm online, so I can find someone to donate money to the sports team. I can't work the concession stand, but I can find that. And it's just all about that balance of what things work for each person.
So me and my wife have this like understanding that we're a team, right? So we're a team. So when I was driving over the road, she was home with all the kids, and now she's doing her thing. I went and did my thing, and now I work from home and stay home with the kids. I bring the kids to school every day. I pick them up from school every day, and I'm working from home as a freight broker now. But now it's her turn to do her thing, right? So first she was doing her thing, in nursing school and in college, and I was working. And I was taking care of everything. And then she started being a nurse, and then she was taking care of everything, and I was doing what I wanted to do. And then she went back to school. So now she's doing her thing. And then when she graduates, who knows what I'll be doing. I'll probably be cleaning the toilets at her office when she opens her doctor's office.
Here's what I like to say.
I'm part of the team forever.
Here's what I like to say. I can do anything a woman can do as long as my wife gives me a list.
Except give birth to a child.
Yeah. My wife is super crazy too. Like not
we
crazy,
all are.
Not crazy like a psychopath, but she's like super like type A. And she just everything has to like go
her
as
way
planned, or it's chaos. Where
her way is the best way usually.
I'm just the complete opposite. I fly by the seam of my pants, and I just
hell yeah,
go with the flow. And she's like, how do you keep your composure? And I'm like,
I don't keep my composure at all. I lose my shit on a regular fucking basis. Like
we do, and then we all
about to kill a 6-year-old
every day, every day.
We all deserve to lose it at some point, and we all do, and it's okay.
I wanted to ask Nazreen. Yeah. So, have you heard of OMA?
Yes.
Do you work with them at all?
No, I don't.
So I have a friend who I went to high school with who works for the Alliance Group out of New York City.
Okay.
And he's like big into OMA. And I actually talked to the owner of OMA, like the head guy who started it. And I was asking him if they had like a load board or something like that for them to find backhauls, right? So you have a moving company they do like a lot of office moves too. So it's not just like household goods, but it's still considered household goods and logistics, right? So I was asking him because he just recently did like a huge move for CVS. So they do like a lot of like doctors' offices and stores like that and like office moves. So I was asking him, I'm like, don't you guys ever need like a broker like to like for backhauls and stuff like that? Because the office is moving from New York to LA, so you're gonna send all your trucks over there. But how are you getting all your trucks back? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was asking them if they had like a need for like power only and then like trailer pooling, right?
Yeah.
So like if you had another OMA partner out in that area. But I guess like your solution would probably be better for that, right?
So that's exactly what Movers Dispatch Board is for. And so I was kind of surprised, honestly, being in the industry for so long that someone didn't do this before I did it. But I kind of sat on the idea for many years. And then finally about 2 years ago, I said, you know what, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to take the plunge and do it. I've gotten really good responses back from the industry besides some of the haters that I have. But
fuck the haters.
Hashtag boycott.
Haters. Hashtag boycott Nazreen. So, but that's exactly what it's meant for. And the crazy thing is, I've talked to some movers that would fly, like they would rent trucks and fly their guys back. And I'm like, really? Are you serious? You're flying your guys back? Like just all kinds of different crazy stories on how they're moving household goods and then not driving back or just coming back empty, but which makes no sense whatsoever. You have to come back with loads.
Hey, so here's what I want to know. are we talking about German grandmothers or what? Because you say fucking Oma. And like, I'm like,
So OMA is the Office Moving Alliance.
Yes.
So what it is it's like household good movers that have like this coalition.
hold on. Hey, Nizreen, are they your competition?
No.
All right, cool. You can talk about them then, Ryan. You can talk about them.
Yeah, so OMA is the Office Moving Alliance. So what they do is they work together with other partners. Like say I have a moving company and a customer and come on. You guys are insane.
I know there's so much craziness happening. I can't focus because I'm not really sure where to look right now.
I am so sorry.
What's going on? Which who do I look at?
No, Nizreen, forget everything else and just pull up the private chat. Like everything else and just
devious plans going on in the background.
So what they do,
I'm trying so hard to be professional, and we're just like way off.
so Rob, listen.
Ryan, I am so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry.
You guys are fine. I just work all the time. That's all I do. So
my son is diving back here because he wanted to ensure that you knew he wasn't in kindergarten. He's in first grade.
I'm
so
proud
he's
of
like
him.
not going away.
Hey, where'd
First
you go
grade,
to
bro. You look like a third grader. I could have
Does he
sworn
go-
you were in high school.
What grade are you in? First grade.
No,
Not kindergarten.
I
Hey,
thought he was in
is
fourth.
he a South Douglas boy?
Yes, he goes to Mason Creek. And,
see Brian's comment.
and yes, I tried to smoke the Christmas tree. Okay.
Brian knows exactly what's going on here.
Oh my fucking god.
So
my makeup's gonna go everywhere.
Brian, I'm gonna connect with you on LinkedIn.
Brian, I agree.
Brian,
with you,
I
man.
love
I
you.
connected with you on LinkedIn. You connected with me during the show. I'm like, look at this ring over here adding connections while I'm on the podcast.
Wait,
we
a podcast?
Connection.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, we're on a podcast. This isn't just a Zoom call of friends. We're actually live on like all these platforms right
Wasn't
now.
this like a professional podcast when we started?
It's professionally unprofessional.
Yes,
There's
thank
nothing-
I streamed this
Another
live to
podcast
my,
said you were professional.
Y'all invited me, so
So this is a
Christy saves all the shenanigans for us. We appreciate
gets it.
that. Thanks, love.
yeah.
You guys
Monica, I just saw your kid flying right behind your back.
ONN.
I would have been on earlier, but I have 4 kids here between 8 and 1. So,
Me too.
I'm sorry.
Ryan is starting a fucking orphanage. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh, my wife wants 2 more kids before she's 35, and she's 32. So.
Oh my
Ryan,
word.
I have 4 kids. I am about to be 41, and I have 4 kids ranging in 8 to 2.
Yeah, I'm 34, and we're 8 to 1.
My boyfriend is 35, and my 2 are older. My 2 are 8 and 7. His 2 are 4 and 5.
Oh, okay.
Hey Rob, I have 4 kids. I have a 23, a 19, a 16, and I had an accident and had a 6-year-old. So
Oh my god.
An accident, we had a 6year-old.
Here, hey,
I mean, I accidentally had them all, but you know.
Yeah.
I'll say so.
You said that's me. I'm 6.
We have a 16-year-old, we have a 16-year-old, an 18-year-old, and our oldest is
16, 19, 16, 19, 23, and 6.
Yeah, we're about to have a 22-year-old, but we my wife, she got her tubes tied once we had our last one. And here's the funny thing. So I have a very small group of like friends, like guy friends, and all of them we have known each other literally our entire lives. I'm 39, and my best friend I've known for 30 years. But him and my other best friend, I'm 39. I'm
the oldest motherfucker here.
No, Alex just confirmed that I am. Alex just said, "Aren't you 39?"
No.
Oh wait.
No, she's 47.
Thank you, Alex.
I am too.
There you go.
I'm about to be 41.
I'm
My two
47.
my two best friends both just had little girls, and you know we got 3 boys, and my wife's always wanted a little girl, but in my in my family, we don't make girls, we only make boys. And but they're all like, oh man, you gotta have a girl, you have a girl. Like, bro, no, I'm not that stupid to have a kid at 9 years old. I've got one more to get out of my house, and it's party time, baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got the
Alex,
good mix right now. The 2 oldest are boys, and the 2 youngest are girls. But
when I had Alex, everybody said, "Oh, you better have one more kid," and I agree. It would have been good so there was somebody his age, but you don't know what you're going to get. So if it was a boy, it'd have been great because they could share a room. If it was a girl, I had nowhere to put them. So I was like, I'm done.
I love how Monica, I so did not think of it like it's a boy versus girl, but she said you don't know what you're going to get. Like, I'm thinking Monica's like, they could be okay or they could be fucking crazy. Like,
no, that's true because I actually feel truly every time I had a kid, after I had a boy and then I had a girl and I didn't find out. And then the third time around, we're like, oh, let's find out. And I said, well, no, let's just see what it is. Then after that, I wanted to know, but I felt blessed every time I had a child and they were okay. I know people who have children that have severe disabilities that were born with, that sued hospitals because of things that went on. And I didn't want to, like, I felt like I was like kind of like gambling, right? If I tried to do it again, I had 4, they're healthy. I lost one along the way. I got 4 healthy kids. I don't need to try it again. I'm good. Like,
yeah, my wife's life goal is to have her own show on fucking TLC.
My goal is to have my own baseball team.
yeah, my wife wants a basketball team with 6.
Bro,
that way we have
I
a
have
6-man.
This many little humans. I have made this many humans. This many.
Bro.
See, and you have money to do whatever you want to do and time to do whatever you want to do.
And the fucking nobody's telling you that, like, hey, you have to plan your vacation around school.
Oh, no way. No way. We don't do that.
We're calling you at work to say your kid
I'm not
peed their
paying an
pants and you
extra
have to come to
$5,000
school
to
and
go
get
on
them.
vacation.
Fuck.
I'm not paying extra $5,000 to go on vacation because they're not in school. My kids all know that they got to do their schoolwork so that when we want to go on vacation, we go on vacation.
Dude,
We're not doing that spring break, winter break. No.
I was very fortunate that we had all boys. So like my real only job was to corrupt my children. And that's what I do. I'm serious. Like, dude, the great thing about a guy having all boys is it allows you to be a fucking kid for a very long time.
But they break everything.
Yeah.
They break
Jokes are
everything.
not funny.
Everything's a drum. They beat on everything. They break everything. I called my mom when my son was like 3, and I'm like, he keeps breaking shit. And she's like, oh, he's just a boy.
Let me tell y'all, I'm about to tell y'all probably one of the funniest stories you will ever hear about children ever in your life. So my mom was one of those kind of parents. She was born in 58. And so she was one of those parents that she didn't hide anything from me. Like, my mom smoked cannabis my entire life. She cussed. She told me everything. I watched R-rated movies when I was 6 years old. I mean, all that stuff. And so, like, I'm kind of the same parent. I don't hide stuff from my children. And we allowed our children to watch, like, Cops. That was our kids' favorite fucking show, was Cops. Here is the story. So, having 3 boys, my kids, fucking, man, this is gonna make me look like such a bad parent. My children would get plastic baggies and they would pour flour in them and put grass in it, and then they would go outside and play cops, and they would drug bust each other. And so the neighbors got to watch my 3 sons do mock drug bust in our front yard, and they would be like, he's reaching for a gun, tase him. And they just start like, dude, are my kids, they were a fucking hoot, man. They were the funniest thing, brother. There was nothing like a 5-year-old kid getting slammed to the ground by his brothers and one of them pulling out a bag. He's got cocaine.
Dude, you know what? Keeping it real with your kids is the way to go. My dad used to watch his movies with me. His favorite movie, like when I was really little, was the college one where they do the Dean Wormer. I don't know why I can't think of it. Y'all know Animal House. He
Yes.
shows me Animal House, right? I'm
Yeah.
in like 3rd grade, and at the end they do the parade and they have the floats. So I go into I was in Miss Anders' class in 3rd grade. I show up. I got this kid, Mike DeFazio, sitting next to me. I thought he was like super cute, and I'm telling him about Animal House, right? And he's like, "What?" Doesn't understand it. So I'm telling him about at the end of the movie where they have the parade and they make the floats and they have the car that has the Eat Me cake, and I'm like, "It's a cake and it says Eat Me," right? Like, it's a cake. You eat a cake, right? I didn't know. So he didn't understand it. And I had my phonics papers on my desk. So I draw this little like cake that says Eat Me with 2 wheels under it to try to explain it. And well, I hadn't done my homework. So she collected my paper and it wasn't done. So she calls me up to her desk and she's like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "Well, it's the Eat Me cake from Animal House." And she's like, "And I'm in a Catholic school." And she's like, "What do you mean?" She knew what it was. And I'm like, "Well, it's a cake. Like, you're supposed to eat it." And she's like, "You need to go in the hallway." And the nuns come by and they're like, "Shame on you, shame on you." I didn't get it. But my dad, his sense of humor, like he watched stuff that was funny, and he didn't care. He let us watch it. But I give props to you. You do that because that'll make them better people to see the reality.
My wife made this comment. I didn't even think about this. So we like this whole show is about y'all. And here is how important that moms are in a child's life. So our son Caleb, this used to be him in his brother's room, but he was sitting in here, or no, maybe he was in the living room, and he was yelling for my wife. He's like, "Mom, mom, mom," and my wife wanted time alone, so she's just ignoring him. So with this shit, oh my God, I'm cracking up just thinking about it. He says "mom" like 15 times, and then he goes, "Dad," and I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "Can you go get mom?"
Where's mom? Dad, where's mom? Dad, where's mom?
I will never forget that shit. That was so funny.
So there's the whole thing where the kid comes and asks one of you if they can do something, and you say no, so they go to the other one. In all y'all's house, who's the one that's going to say yes?
Mom?
My wife.
No, we're on the same page all the time.
We are
100%.
now. Now that our 16-year-old's the only one left in the house, he goes to my wife and he'll ask her something, and as soon as she gives him her answer, she texts me and tells me what she told him.
That's
She's
smart.
like, I told him no, don't let him tell you that I said something else.
So what's weird is all my kids are different. So my oldest is a junior, so he's definitely like a dad's boy. And then my second son, he's 6. He's a mommy's boy. And then my first daughter, she's 3. She'll be 4 on St. Patrick's Day. So we're planning a party for her now. She's a mommy's girl. And then the youngest one is daddy's girl. So I got the oldest and the youngest. And
dude, I applaud you, Ryan. I could never be a girl dad. Never. I would be.
Bro, it's awesome.
No, it's not that I couldn't. Like I'm telling you, I would be in prison. The first time a 6-year-old boy looked at my little girl sideways, tell me fucking
bro, I pressed the kid at nursery school. I pressed the 3-year-old. Yeah, I pressed them up. Yeah, she came home. My daughter came home and was like, "Rusty's mean to us. Rusty's mean to me." Because I asked her, I said, "What happened to your hair?" "Oh, Rusty took my hair tie out of my hair." I said, "You don't let Rusty touch you ever again." I said, "If Rusty touches you, you punch him in the face."
Fuck that. Throat punch him.
So listen, so I go to school the next day, right? And I said, "Where's Rusty?" And he raised his hand. I said, "Rusty, you being mean to Kennedy?" And he said, "No." I said, "Good." I said, "Don't be mean to her again, or we're gonna have another chat." Well, I told my wife, she said, "You're in there telling a 3-year-old that you're gonna beat him up?" I said, "That's not what I said. I said, you leave my daughter alone, boy."
Rusty, meet me at the flagpole 3 p.m.
Yeah, for real.
So when my 19-year-old got asked out on a date, my 19-year-old got asked out, and I told her, I said, that boy's going to come to the front door, right? Like these kids think they can just like show up in your driveway, boys, girls, whatever, and they're just going to go out and get in the car. And I said, they will come up to the door. I said, they will come inside at least and say hello to us. So they come, and my husband says to this boy, he said, "While you're out on your date, should I clean my gun or are we good?" And the kid's like, we're good. Scared him shitless.
Hold on real quick. The founder of the term lounge lizards is finally in the room. Katie,
Hi guys.
how are you?
I'm good. I know. Hello. It's so good to see you guys like in person. Like not in person, but I'm so sorry. I came home and napped hard. And I woke up and I was like, oh my God. I was like, I needed to get on Logistics Lounge. I was gonna say Lounge Lizards, but I'm letting them down and I got on. You guys are still here. That's awesome. I like just tuned in. Lovely to see. So
Katie,
how is everybody? It's nice to see some of you guys, like your actual faces and like live. I'm sorry I look a mess.
Katie, I first want to say that you coined the absolute best term that we have ever had. Like when we talk about lounge, yes, like Hunter said, Katie, dude, she was just watching one of our shows and we were saying something like, we got to come up with a name for all our followers. And Katie says lounge lizard. Because lot lizards. So like we're like, oh my God, that's the greatest freaking name ever.
It's stuck ever since.
It has stuck ever since, Katie, all because of you.
I know. I mean, it just like I was like, well, obviously we're gonna be called lounge lizards, but then the font that you guys use for what is it, Only Freight?
Yeah. Oh my God!
I need the hat.
I need an Only Freight hat because
I was about to bring this up. If anybody in here knows how to like get an online store going legally,
I have one.
Please let us know because we're gonna launch this shit. Like, and
my
that's
sign's behind me. I have one. I know how to do it.
I need an Only Freight hat. Like I am.
Okay.
Don't forget to drop us the link.
Yeah, somebody let us know because like. All right, I hope our bosses aren't listening, me and Potatoes, but we want this to be our job. Now? And like we want to get this shit out. So like anybody that wants to help us, all y'all can help us. And that'd be awesome because we have good ideas. We got shit going. And to have all y'all wearing some Only Freight hats, lounge lizard hats, shirts.
Yes. I think we as women need to own that in the freight world because the dudes are all about the please advise.
Fuck yeah.
Like
you just gave me an idea.
All right.
Please advise. We need to start a women's one.
Right?
Bring
now,
out the store.
Listen, women roll now or whatever.
I
Anything.
am in the market for professional headshots, and the girl that did my hair today, she and I had a long conversation about like photography, right? So I need branding professional headshots. And one of my headshots, I want to have an Only Freight hat.
Yes. I'm there with you.
If any of y'all want it, we can get you one like right at cost. Just shoot us a DM or something because we only have like a printful shop right now. But we tried the Shopify thing and it's just too confusing. So
don't do Shopify.
Women are smart, men are dumb.
But
to
on the
quote the
back
Grateful
of
Dead.
that, it should be like OG Lounge Lizard for me, like, or for like us, like the like first 100 people or whatever. OG Lounge Lizard.
100%.
All right.
Only
Cat is on it, bro.
Yeah.
Cat
I
is
do.
on it.
Hey, Kat, I do all my promo stuff for my company that I work for. I do all our promo stuff. So I've got a bunch of connections and I'm like very creative when it comes to that. So
you'll have to
I guess we'll set up a committee, all of women, and that will be our thing. We'll just run the show and be dumbasses.
Wait. And the
I'm so
companies
excited.
do it for free. Like they set up a fucking store for free.
I just had this fucking epiphany. Like somebody said, Only Lizards. I am fucking done. Make a hat that says Only Lizards in the Only font.
No, it's got to say Lady Lizard.
No.
Like Lady Lizard.
My first tattoo.
Lady Lizard.
It says Lady Lizard, and on the back says OG.
I work so loud in the office, and I'm like, I'm a lady. It's just accepted.
I am done. I'm done.
So this is a classic moment on the Logistics Lounge. If anybody's
Christy, are
watching,
we all
you're
getting
witnessing
tattoos
history.
of
But our
lizards?
whole merch line is going to be
Look
random.
at Christy. Christy's the real OG. Look at it.
No kidding.
My first tattoo was a lizard.
Let's go.
Yes, and it's in a spot I can't show you.
You still need to send us that picture.
Lady Lizard with the OG.
We get them like here, so every time we do one of these, the OGs can go like this, and nobody knows what we're doing.
Yo, straight up, I will get a lizard tattoo right here just for that.
I love it, Kelly. Yes. Why be a lady when you can be a lizard?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's our next
There's your t-shirt right there.
That's
Why
the
be a lady
t-shirt
when you can be
right
a lizard?
there. Yes.
Someone write that down. Who's taking notes? Only Frank on the front. And the back.
I need a shirt that says "Why be a lady when you can be a lizard."
Yes.
Perfect.
Love it.
Sign
Gold.
me up.
Oh man, Monica,
I'll have them available tomorrow.
I like my.
we seriously got to hook up with you, Monica, because like we've got everything. We've got the
Hey,
design.
can't just be Monica. It's gotta be Monica, Allie, Christy, Isreen, Kate.
I mean, I'm saying,
Katie.
Monica has a
Claudia.
store. I'm saying because Monica already has a store, so she knows how to do it.
On a lounge?
Yeah, that's true.
Through a lot of pain, I know how to do it. And you've got the Lowboy Industries that I'm sure most of you know about. We do like a ladies version of that, or the Please Advise, but just a ladies version.
Nice.
I like it.
I'm on it.
And like,
Monica, you seem like
Well,
you got it
it's still
together.
got to be the we got to get the lounge going, but we'll have a whole ladies section dedicated to.
Before we, because I know I'm like joining in super late, and then we like got on the whole lounge lizard thing. I had a new trainee that I just finished up week 2 with. I do a classroom week and I do a shadow week first, like as the training coordinator for Bridge. I did sales and then operations on the #1 team, and then now I'm the training coordinator. And I've been explaining to her, she's 26, bright as heck, like she's so bright. And I was like the full week of like classroom training, I go into like Bridge on the Line, like our internal like Facebook sites and stuff. And then I'm also like, these are the people you need to look at on LinkedIn. And then I and I was like, logistics lounge. I'm like, these are my boys. I'm like, these are my dudes. But then like Monica, like all you ladies, like I'm like, hey, I'm hooked up with them. Like I interact with them. You need to like, connect with them. I'm like, listen, this Monica chick, she is hilarious. And it's just so nice to actually get to talk to you. And
this is so cool. This is so
Does
cool.
Allie know that her kid is taken over? Sorry. Does Allie know that her kid?
Allie's kid is taking over.
Hello.
He's got things
How
to
to
say.
unmute it though? He's trying to talk to us.
Hi,
What's
Nugget.
up, little dude?
Let's make faces at him.
He's on mute.
Here, let me see if I can unmute
At least
him.
you remembered to mute it.
Nugget, back up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Hi. Do you want to wave?
Wave
He is so cute. Oh my god, dude.
So cute.
Yeah, Hunter, I was so supposed to have that meeting with my boy Hargrove, that him and we drove together at Performance Food Group in McLean, and I told you about it. He does shirts, man, like super high quality stuff. And I so forgot to we weren't able to meet up this weekend, but like I want to do that so we can like try to avert or avoid having to do stuff online and wait and do the lag or whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, oh my god, look at like Christy, she's serious. You can't see it, but she's looking up fucking screen.
I am.
I love it.
I am.
I do like look.
Rob,
I got
honestly,
this on. You guys, I can't even know how to do my arm, but
Rob, I just
I order
remembered-
all the stuff that we do. I mean, and there's tons of people that do the stuff, but
Monica, what about at Printful? Do they do good stuff? I've heard of them, but I've never used them.
They do. Hey,
Printful.
this shirt, this is from Printful.
Yeah.
This
from
this
Printful.
hat, this is from Printful. They do quality shit. It's the Shopify part. It's the
Yeah,
Shopify.
I got my logistics lounge shirt on under here.
Yeah, Shopify's expensive too.
No, it's not that, bro. It's
No.
not that. But
It's
it
not.
is, it's so fucking complicated that
my store is in Shopify.
Well, you gotta help us then. You gotta help us because
and I am the most technologically challenged person that any of you will ever meet. I swear to God. But I figured it out.
Listen, when I walked in, okay, so I went from being a men's wardrobe consultant for 14 years, and Jim, the founder of Bridge, was a client of mine for 12. And I said to him one Black Friday, and him and his wife, and I said, hey, this is your last Christmas shopping with me. And he's like, why is that? I was like, I'm getting a 9 to 5. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm getting a 9 to 5. He's like, what do you want to do? I was like, I don't know, Jim, get a fucking 9 to 5. Sorry, F-bomb, sorry. Oh, the kid's gone.
Are
Okay.
you?
And
You've been
I walked
listening?
into my interview and there were 2 computer screens. And I was like, I am in the wrong place. I am not used to this. And then within 9 months, I was like, can I get 3 screens, please? Like, I had no idea. I was in the Stone Age. I mean, Stone Age. I couldn't even imagine going on Shopify and trying to like.
Bro, I got 1 screen, bro.
I can't even imagine it. One? I'm on
1
my
screen.
right now.
That's it.
Catherine, Catherine
I
just
paid-
had
we
the
paid too
best
much money
idea.
in college tuition to be able to have another screen, plus 4 kids.
My wife
do it.
My wife just said that part of the women's line is going to have to be a pair of yoga pants with the lizard on the back.
Yeah, I like it.
We're on the front.
Yeah.
Bro, I am wearing yoga pants.
No. It needs to be a tramp stamp right at the back of it.
Or a hashtag.
There you go.
Hashtag.
All the way across the waistband, there needs to be a lizard.
You're gonna have to cut this live soon, Rob. We're gonna have to cut this live and go backstage.
It's about to cut off LinkedIn in 1 minute, so we'll be off LinkedIn in about a
Only
minute.
on
We'll still
LinkedIn.
be on X and YouTube.
Yeah, only on LinkedIn. This is how long we go every week. Is we know what every platform shuts us off at time limit.
Yeah.
LinkedIn.
Well, Rob ruined our marathon 2 Fridays ago.
Shut up, Ryan.
Yeah,
I
he
didn't-
did. Yeah, we were at like 7 hours.
We were going strong.
Listen,
holy
fuck your 7
man.
hours, baby. We will
my
make it
laptop too
10
much
if we
to
have
never-
to.
Look at Dale.
Look at
still
Dale.
tuned in.
Yeah.
I think
If
Dale's
we don't stay
working
on here,
too
we're just
hard.
going over to X Spaces and talking to truck drivers. So this is a lot better than
My
that.
Okay, hey,
We're
now
talking business.
now we apparently have a children's line. We can do onesies with a lizard with a binky in the mouth.
Okay, so this is what we're saying. We're talking about this, but like straight up,
Pinky.
we will hire y'all. Like, we just need help with this because Rob and I are not smart enough to do this. We just
Hold
run
on,
the
hold
show
on, hold
and
on.
make all the
You gotta
videos.
do
and
it like
stuff.
a
So, like,
great agent.
any
If
help
you
we
be a
can
merch
get.
agent, you get a percentage of the profit.
100%. It's not about the profit, dude. It's about getting the name out there, man.
Facts.
See, great ideas come from conversations like this. But
Yeah.
few people actually do something.
Oh,
did you say
Yeah.
Yeah,
So then
Monica,
there's that,
Monica,
right,
you're
Monica?
from Douglasville. You know how it is.
You wanna put
I
the
know you'll get some shit done.
in the Uber
Christy, yes.
from West Side.
Who is a merge agent?
Christy, what'd you say, Christy?
Didn't someone say a merge agent?
Merch.
I think Ryan said merch.
That's a merch agent.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about a merge. I don't want to talk about that.
No, I don't either. That's why I was like,
Fucking
what
hate
the
it.
fuck is going on right now?
Yeah, no, we're long past logistics talk, except for lounge materials. You
All of
know,
it, and I wanted to be in it.
Bro, look, hey,
yeah,
we
Katie,
held,
you're on it.
You gotta
held-
get something to cross out the logistics part of the lounge after a certain time. Logistics.
Bro,
is
we're
off the
still-
calendar.
we're still
No, man,
live.
that's why it's hashtag lounge, man. It's
We're still live.
After
You know
We
what
are
you do?
still live.
You know what you do? You have like this is the lounge, right? But it's the logistics lounge. But at the moment that you see it has turned in some direction, you put a red X and a word, right? Like wherever it's going for that night, and just change it into that type of lounge for the night.
Merch.
So
Hashtag
right now it's the merch lounge.
The
The
merch.
lizard lounge.
The lot lizard. Wait, what?
No, I'm not a lot lizard.
No.
it's just a lounge lizard, and that's okay.
Honestly.
And
So
I
I
will
will
say
say
that
on
the
it or
first few
not? Are
times
we
I
still
tuned in,
live
I
or
was
no?
the only chick.
You always
so
say
this is
hi.
really nice.
I don't know.
Oh, I just lost
This is my oldest
Bro, I'm
son's.
pretty sure we're still live on LinkedIn.
Yeah,
we're
no,
not.
Ryan,
We
you
just-
figured that out. Yeah, if any
we
of
just
y'all
hit
want to
them.
like restream this from your LinkedIn profile, feel free to, because Ryan figured out the cheat code.
Nice.
Yeah.
This right here is my oldest son's cat. His name is Vader. He was a rescue, and I say that because my son looked up his breed, and he's a Chantilly Tiffany. He's a fucking $1,000 cat that my son got for like $70 from a freaking shelter. It's nuts. Like, absolutely nuts.
That's crazy.
It's
So
crazy.
he looks.
What happened? We can't see you.
I'm sorry. I went into my dining room. I was trying to find a picture of 2 weeks ago. I took Jack the cat to the gates of Valhalla, and he was a black cat. Really tough.
Aw, hugs, Katie.
It was, but I had Lap of Love Cincinnati come into my apartment to do it like here. I wasn't gonna like take him to the vet. Let's not do that actually, because I'm not good. I'm still not good. Anyways, love seeing your kitty cat.
I got 2 doggies. We got an old English bulldog and a French bulldog.
Well,
Yeah, my BFF has a Staffy and a pit bull. They're both rescues, and they are the sweetest.
I got a fluffy Frenchie. This
Fluffy-
dog is
yeah,
like
fluffy
a shit ton of
Frenchie?
money. Yeah.
We had an American
I'm gonna go find
Rottweiler.
them.
We had an American Rottweiler, but I'm a dog guy. Well, now for some reason I've turned into a cat guy. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm a pet person. You don't have to
love
choose one.
these.
Just be a pet person.
I fucking love these cats, man. But so we had an American Rottweiler that we just put her down last June or whatever, and I'm still not healed from that, so I haven't got another dog yet. But yeah, these cats are absolutely crazy. We actually have a little kitten now. It's funny. This cat's name is Vader. We got a little black kitten, and her name is Leia. And even her little collar is a picture of Princess Leia with her name on it. But she's been having a skin problem, and man, we just found out the other day that we have one final step in figuring out what her issue is. And if we don't control it with this medicine we just got, then she apparently has an uncurable skin condition that there's nothing they can do except give her steroids, and those steroids will keep her alive long enough until her liver gives out. So like, I'm fucking emotional because I just put down my baby, my dog last year, and I got this cat Leia like after my dog to kind of fill the void in my heart. And now I'm like, holy shit, I may have to like pull a piece of my heart out again. And like, oh my god, it sucks so much.
That's the cat distribution system at work. Like, Jack the cat was not my cat. He was my sister's cat. And when I moved back into my family home to take care of my granny who was in home hospice, like, Jack the cat within 3 days decided that I was his mommy. And it was so hard. And I know that like Jack the cat was a rescue. And there's this amazing poem that I send to people, and it's like talking about about rescue animals and about how, like, you know, give them the love that I left behind. Like, give them the warm laps, the scritches, the toys, the loves, the pets. Give them the love that I left behind. But it's like, I'm not ready to, like, after Jack the cat, like, I am messed up. Like, I am so, like, I literally thought for a moment I was going to have to like go into 72 hours committed. Like, I was not cool. And then immediately I had to go into a week of new hires. So I couldn't not be off. So finally on the last 2 days of shadowing, I said to, like, there's one dude above me and then Jim. And I was like, you got to step up. Somebody has to step up. I have to take 2 days because me putting this off, me not grieving like I need to, is making things worse. And they were like, absolutely. They were like, I did not know that you were struggling this bad. We would have stepped up for you earlier. Like, we did not know.
I'll tell you, I love animals more than I love people.
Man, I do too. I mean, people are
they're more loyal.
They are more loyal. And you know what? People are like, oh, the pet dying in a movie, but not people. Oh, bye.
Hi, Christy.
Oh man, they're dropping like flies now.
No, I'm here again, guys.
This was awesome and very needed, like, for sure.
Christy, you and I'll talk later.
Yes, clearly it was needed. Like I said, thank you. I really had fun.
Bye, Christy.
Later, Christy. Me too. Oh,
seriously, animals are more loyal and animals are more forgiving. your animals forgive you for everything you do to them, no matter how bad you are to them. And a lot of people are really bad to them.
Oh,
And
horrible.
all they want is to love you, and they just keep coming
Right.
back for more from you, no matter what you do.
They are
That
a
is
part of our lives.
so true.
We are their entire lives.
Yes.
You know, I mean, my best friend, he is an amazing dog parent. Like, I mean, the moment I was like, I was like, I don't want to take him to the vet, but I can't afford to do this at home. He's like, I got it. Like, he was not going to have Jack the cat go anywhere but my home with me on his bed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just like such an amazing pet parent. Like, we go out to eat to dinner. The dogs are in the car. If it's cold, heat's on. If it's, warm, AC's on, windows are down. Like, and we're always cognizant of the fact, like, we got 15 minutes in my air because we got the dogs in the car, like, all the time. Like, the dogs go with us everywhere, and they are just like such a balm to my soul right now. I cannot even express. Like, people are like, I'm a dog person, I'm a cat person, I'm a pet person, I'm an animal person. Like, you get me in front of a red panda, I'm gonna burst into fucking tears because I'm so overcome with emotion.
Same way,
Bro,
Katie.
my kids love that movie Turning Red.
Oh my god,
My kids love that fucking movie.
I love it. I don't even have children. I have 3 nephews and a niece, and I loved it. I was like, it came out, and I was like, women watch this movie about red pandas. I mean,
Yes.
They're just like, when they act all surprised, it's like, they're so cute. They make me so angry. And
It's so crazy because, like, I don't even think my kids understand what it's really about, though.
No, I mean, well, they need to be like about 10, maybe.
I don't even know what movie y'all talking about. Is it a kids movie?
God. I don't either.
It's a Disney movie.
It's a Disney movie.
That's what I don't watch Disney.
It's a girl's coming of age movie. It's about her like dealing with her like menstrual cycle, like
Her red panda.
yeah, like her dealing
I
with
did-
it
oh my God.
and physically and mentally, and it's really good.
It is
I'm a bad mom because I'm like, hey girls, when something bad happens when you go to the bathroom, like, come get me.
Yeah,
I didn't know there was movies
I
about
figured
it.
that all out of my own. I didn't
Yeah.
have any.
It is a coming of age movie for like our I can't even say our teenagers, like our kids, like
Yeah, it is
our
kids.
teens.
Because it is genetically happening sooner
Yeah.
and sooner now.
My wife just had a class on this, and I was at the dining room table, and she was in class at the same time, and they literally said 8 years old now. I'm like, that's fucking crazy.
I was 12.
I was
Oh my
not.
God.
Listen,
And I was
9.
Like, I thought I was early.
I was 9.
Jesus. I mean, sorry. Universe.
It was terrible. I was 9 years old, and I was in a children's home at the time. So I had no parental support. I had no pediatrician that could walk me through it. I had nobody who understood really what I was going through as a female, like as an adult, like moving into adulthood. I don't even know what to say to that.
Right. No. Okay. So I completely get that. I was lucky enough to have it happen right after I got out of foster care.
Yeah.
I was in foster care for 2.5 years, and thankfully it happened right after that. Yes. And but my mom gave me up voluntarily. She was an alcoholic. As I'm drinking wine here, I'm not an alcoholic. But she had 4 kids. We were living in a 2-bedroom apartment. She couldn't get sober with 4 children. So it was short term, 6 months, and it ended up being 2.5 years.
Yep.
Whatever happened to me made me who I am today. And I think I turned out to be okay. So no regrets. You know?
I feel like
we got deep. I'm sorry. But
I know the guys never thought that we would talk about this on this show. But let me tell you what, like girls like in school, there's a lot of things that are really hard in school for girls. Yeah. And this is one of these things that happens. And I remember there being one girl that this happened to, like really, really early. And like, you got to have stuff, right? So all of a sudden you got to carry a purse, or you've got to have stuff with pockets. And it's like, you're like, oh, everybody's going to know it. And even as a grown adult, you're like, where am I going to put this stuff? And I remember one girl, like every time we went to bathroom break, she was like, trying to like tuck this little thing under her arm, and she was so embarrassed. And all the boys are like, "Oh, look at her!" And like, kids are cruel in general.
Yes.
Oh my
But
God.
then when you add in things that
Social
happen in
media.
life that you have no control over, it's
Yes.
even worse, because kids are looking for every little thing that they can find to make fun of you.
Yes.
And that was one of the worst ones for
Every
girls.
little
I don't
thing.
know. I never had. It never bothered me. I never even thought about it again.
Well, you're not supposed to get it.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying,
Just
what
kidding.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is I was raised by a single mom. Like
Right.
again, majority of the women, people in my family are women, and even now with my wife, I don't understand why guys have an issue with it, because it's like, dude, you can obviously tell I'm a fucking male. These things are not for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the fucking issue is here.
Right.
Like,
I saw a really
I'm
good
not.
tweet one day, and it was from this obviously gay man, and he was talking about how he was at the gym, and he was like, I heard this girl say, "Oh my God, my Aunt Flo just came to town. I have to leave," and he was like, "No, I got you, Gucci," and he like handed her like out of his like a little fanny pack, he handed her a tampon.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh my God, why?" He's like, more than half the planet goes through this.
Yeah.
I'm prepared. I have Band-Aids on me. I have a mobile phone on me
Band-Aids.
for emergencies. Why would I not have this for my friends and looking out for my fellow human being? And I was like, thank you. So ever since I saw that was like 8 years ago. I remember clearly standing in Men's Warehouse, the shoe room. Men's Warehouse, I deal with men all day long. I work with all men all the time, and being like, you know what? Yes, more than half the planet does deal with this. Why is this taboo? Why is this a taboo subject?
Right.
And being like,
Yes.
so when I'm like, hold on, I gotta go to the potty, and I'll walk in my purse, I'll grab a tampon out of my purse, and I'll be like, I'm going to the potty right now.
So what you're telling me?
Nobody cares about it.
What you're telling me, Katie, is I need to add feminine products to my first aid kit in my car.
No,
Yes.
you need to make no, you don't. You don't. You know what needs to happen? Here's the problem: is that we go places and then we go to the restroom and there's nothing there.
Yo,
Because people are not
when I
considerate.
first
So,
had kids,
like, so we coach sports, and some of you know this from following me, but and I post it on LinkedIn all the time. So we coach baseball, we coach softball. My daughter plays travel softball. We do, we do a lot of things. And one of the things I came to realize is that when you're out and about at external facilities for a softball game, a baseball game, whatever it is, that they aren't considerate. They don't think about what can happen. So I had my daughter, my 16-year-old, when she was about 6, she was playing with 5 or 6 boys on an empty baseball field when her brother was playing. And it was like all of a sudden, like, run away from the girl, right? So it was like this game they had of tag. And so all these bigger boys are running away. They're in a dugout. The last boy out slams the gate. And as he slams the gate, on the chain link, there's that thing that comes down to catch the gate, right?
Yeah.
And he slams it, and it comes down, and it hits her right in the eye. And
God.
she instantly is just covered in blood. There's no first aid kit. There's no paper products in the bathroom. There's air things.
Yeah.
And so we go flying out of there. She was hurt really, really bad. And so I went to the county, and I'm like, you guys aren't considering what can happen. You don't have a first aid kit. You don't have paper products, right? Like paper, like, think about it. There's no paper products in a bathroom. Imagine all the things that can happen that you need that for. And then what we're talking about here, that's not there. So as my husband coaches ball and my daughter is on these travel softball teams now, we don't even coach, but I have an entire bag that I carry with me to the field that has anything and everything that anybody could possibly need at the field.
Because
and
my
the
wife
biggest
is
one
an
is the
Hold
girl.
on. I want to know. Hold on, Monica. Hold on. You say any and everything. Are there Ghirardelli chocolates in that bag?
Well, in there in my snack bag.
So
In
that's
my
funny.
snack bag, yes.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because when we had kids, right, and my wife was always doing her own thing, so I would have the kids. I have a list of restaurants that do not have a changing table in their restroom, in the men's
See?
restroom.
Right? That's
Wow.
so messed up.
So when this
There's one in the women's restroom, not one in the men's
Yeah.
restroom.
Yes.
Like,
And-
men don't change diapers.
and-
I've
and
changed
not-
every one of my kids' diapers.
and not to interrupt you, Ryan, but when this happened to my daughter, the county actually went back and they implemented having a first aid kit in a little box on near, like, within a certain distance of like every, I guess, place you can be, right? So
Yeah.
section of fields, because there was nothing. And they said, well, every coach should have one. And I
Right.
said, you would think that they do, but they don't.
They don't.
So the county actually ended up implementing that after
Also,
the
if
fact.
the park is open, like during times when games are not going on, what happens then? Like
Right.
when I was a combat lifesaver in the military, that was not a part of my actual like issued combat lifesaver kit. You
Right.
better believe I had tampons in there, and you better
I was
believe
gonna
that
say,
I actually had to use them on occasion.
Serious?
You
Hey,
didn't
One
get
occasion I
tampons
had
to
to use
plug
them.
bullet
Scared the
holes?
fucking shit out of me. I'm sorry. Scared the effing shit out of me. It scared the crap out of me.
fucking shit. Scared the fucking shit
The
out of me.
Scared the fucking
motherfucking
shit out of me.
shit.
I was like, bloody hell. And it was a bloody hell. It was bloody
You
as
know-
fuck.
I cannot believe that I did not know you're a fucking veteran. Like,
Well, I was in the
Roger.
Army Reserves, and I don't like put it
Cool.
on like LinkedIn or whatever because actually I did not get to go to war, and
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Fuck,
I
hey,
know. It took me a long time. It was my best friend like telling me, like, he was like, listen, this is actually how I became a trainer, was through when I got back from AIT. I did 2 more drills, and the guy who like trained me for a couple drills, he was like, okay, it's your training program now. You're the new pre-basic trainer. And I was like, okay. And then it wasn't until I was out of the military like 4 years, and I had somebody call me out of the blue, and he was like, hey, you gave me your business card. You told me to call you if I had any need of you. And I was like, of course. Like, what do you need? He's like, I'm getting pinned in my Silver Cross ceremony, and I would like you to do it because you were the one who instilled in me these values. And I was like, I'm not prepared to deal with this. Like, I was like, not. And I talked to my best friend, Mike, who's like still my best friend. And he was like, you never like talk about like your service. Like I mean, he's not on my resume. Like Jim even asked me, he was like, why isn't your service on your resume? 'Cause I know you're in the reserves because you couldn't wait on me. But he's like, you have to be proud of the fact that everyone you trained came home.
So
I was like, okay, it's a love-hate with my service record because I didn't get to go to war. And I signed up in January of 2000, pre 9/11.
Let me say this. Okay, I want to say this is someone who comes from a family like there has been a Peterson that has served this nation in every single theater of combat since World War I. So, and one of my grandfathers was a professor at West Point for 2 semesters.
Oh my god, so amazing!
That's by my house.
What
So-
a legacy!
So hold on. What I'm saying, what my point is matter of fact, look, this
I know, I
this
see
is
that behind you.
yeah,
I've seen
that's
it.
one of
Airplane
my
and everything.
grandfathers, just a handful of the awards that he won. One of my other grandfathers in the Air Force. However, let me say this. So is someone who comes from a long lineage of service and someone who has served himself. Fuck that. Let me tell you, this is the first thing that my drill sergeant told me in RIP Drill Sergeant Bowen. He was one of the soldiers that was killed when they went look for that fucking shitbag deserter, Bo Bird Dog, who we should have fucking burned his ass in the desert, just been done with him. But anyway, the first thing that he told us when we walked into our bay in basic training was, he said, forget about the NFL, forget about the MLB, forget about all of these other supposed superior people in this country. Only less than 1% of the American population signs up to serve their nation. And if you want to talk about who are the real elite in this country, it is our men and women in uniform. And I'll tell you, I never got to go to combat. When I signed up at the height of the war in 2006 as a truck driver when all they were doing was blowing up truck drivers. I was prepared to go downrange and serve my country and die if that is what needed. And I would have proudly given my life for this
You
country.
know what that feels like
I
to
was-
sign up and then not get to go.
See, that's me. I got hurt in basic training and I kept it to myself because I knew they would put me out, and it ended up being my undoing because I needed surgery. And then by the time I went to get surgery, my injury was so bad, they said, hey, either you ride a desk for the rest of your career or
That's
you
what
get
they
out.
don't.
or you're out.
They don't tell you is that you don't, that's what they don't tell you is they make you feel like, in my case anyway, like not in my case, but in people I saw, they made two dudes feel so bad about their PT that they went back to PT camp, and then they would have been amazing soldiers. They would have been amazing soldiers. One guy was amazing. He just couldn't get the freaking sit-ups in the PT test. And if they've been open and honest with him, then he would have been like, all right, I'm gonna, but if he would have felt like it was an open communication kind of thing, but it's not in the military.
No, it's not. And part of the thing that sucked for me is my first duty station was with 101st Airborne. And let me tell you, like they
step behind you over.
Yeah. Yes, they are like I'm not just saying this because I was in their unit, and I was actually, if you're a military person, I was in the Band of Brothers, 2nd 506 Infantry Regiment, Hua White Currahee. But like our unit, like 101st, if you are not combat ready and you cannot pass air assault course, they have no fucking need for you. Like zero, zip, zilch, nada. No, and so that was my thing is I was hurt and they didn't want to help me because all they were concerned about was being able to have boots on ground and go fight the enemy. And man, I got screwed, but I had a whole plan. Like I was a private hanging out with officers and CW5s because I wanted to go to warrant officer school. Like I knew about this shit as a private, and it didn't go right for me. But my point is screw that. It doesn't matter if you served in combat. The fact that you said I will sign up, even though it is not a time of war. But if we go to war, I will gladly go, and I will lay my life on the line for the American flag, and I will give my life and everything that I have in service of this nation. That shit is what's important. And anyone that tells you different, even if they're a service member, fuck them. Like seriously, screw you, because we all signed up knowing that we could die at any point in time, and that is the stuff that really matters.
It was honest to God, my best friend that was like, this is all in your head. He's like, everyone that you respects you. Like, I don't think he was one of like 5 people outside of the military that knew. I wrote a DOD manual on how to train pre-basic. A month before it went to print, my group command sergeant major called me and he's like, hey, I'm so sorry I had you do this because you've done such a good job. Pre-basics do not go through units anymore. They're going to go to a centralized area where they get drill sergeants before they go to basic. Like for their drills, they're going to go to, because I had recruiters, like I'm in Cincinnati, and they had recruiters from like Chillicothe, Akron, Toledo, Cleveland, Columbus. Like they had recruiters sending their pre-basics to my unit so that I could train them. And I did this and I built up the training program. Depending on if they were there for 1 month or 6 months, I knew what I had to like drill into them. You know what I mean? Each person got like individualized training. I was 19 when this was handed to me. So, but then when I would go on annual training, I would go for 3 weeks. And I had to immediately slip into being a water treatment specialist, which was not like a Pauly Shore movie at all. Okay. It's all math. Labor.
I so get that, Katie. I don't know if anyone else does. I so get
it. It's not the Pauly Shore movie, but there was another one with Danny DeVito that was actually filmed where I went to basic combat training at. Danny DeVito was like a teacher. He taught them like Shakespeare and shit, whatever.
Wait.
But so in logistics, I've done sales, operations. Now I'm the training coordinator. When I get in front of a new trainee, a new hire, and I'm teaching them how to do things, especially this past 2 weeks was really fun because I got to train somebody who was going to my former team, who I loved to work with this guy and the team. Like, it was amazing. And then when I called our IT and I was like, hey, add me to their team inbox. I need to know what's going on. I was training this new person named Lynette. Her name is Leia. Which I love. Her brothers got to name her. I'm like, okay, it's total Star Wars geek out. But anyway, so I got to be in the thick of it again, with the team that and it's the team that I set my standards by, because I'm like, this is how I teach things, because this is the right way. And it was just so much fun to be like right back there. But I have to switch on a dime between training Katie and like shadowing Katie and then operations Katie. Like, I'm actually gonna have to help them out next week because I have a couple of people from that team that are gonna be gone. Like, I have to be able, as a training coordinator in logistics, you have to be able to know what the F you're talking about. You cannot, I've had 3 or 4 job offers in the last like 2 months from places, and I'm like, I don't know how you run your shit. And like you guys, you've asked me to be on your podcast. I can't give up my secret sauce of how I do things. I mean, I'd be like betraying Bridge and like being like, but then I did like a TIA lunch and learn, and with I forget what logistics it was, but the dude that like does the thing with them, and like my direct boss Ryan, he runs the
great guy by the way.
Ryan Zamba.
Ryan is a great guy.
Oh, right.
We're very anti-Brian over here, just because
no,
of Brian.
no,
No Brian's, only Ryan.
My ex, no. So we call it, we don't even, my ex, the team I used to work on, his name is Brian Soloria. We call him Beasel, so he's not even Brian. My like ex work.
No, what is Bridge Logistics? Is that a brokerage?
We're kind of a boutique. We're kind of a boutique 3PL. We are from Cincinnati. We there's another huge, brokerage at Cincinnati that has a stadium named after them. However,
how does that happen?
I don't know. How does it happen when you post up a load that you have and say no Landstar, no Landstar, no Landstar, and then trucks post up a load and say no TQL, no TQL, no TQL. But we're from Cincinnati, so people, when they see 513 area code, they're like, oh, that's these people that have a stadium named after them. They have a lot of money. They had a lot of money. And here's the thing. They have a construction thing happening to their main campus on the east side of Cincinnati. And it's kind of been like working for a long time. It's like it's almost like they didn't see the bust cycle happening. It's like, how could you have all of this knowledge, but at the same time, they're not our competition. We're not in competition with people like TQL. We're just not. Yeah. We're a boutique brokerage. When I was in sales, if I talked to somebody, for instance, I talked to somebody and they were like, we need this white glove delivery. And he like explained it to me in like 5 minutes. So I was like, okay, let me do some more research. Let me see if let me like actually have an educated conversation with you about what we do, because I'm gonna be honest, I've been here 3 months on sales and I wanted to be able to tell you like good information. He was like, bet, great, sounds good. Let's talk in 2 weeks. So I talked to, at the time, the people that were running the development team at Bridge. And when I started, the training program was very different from what I do now. And I had a conversation with the person who's now our sales manager, Chris Seeds, who was awesome. And after talking to him, I was like, this is not my wheelhouse. He's like, it's not only your not wheelhouse, he's like, it's not Bridge's wheelhouse. He's like, this would not be a good idea. Like, he's like, the parameters he's putting on you, if you were to have like a new logistic manager or somebody else, like new shipping manager, and they were like, I don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what you're doing. Let's figure it out together. He's like, that's one thing. But this guy has clear parameters set out. He's like, you need to be upfront and honest with him. And I was like, great. So I called him back in like 4 days. I was like, hey, I know we have a conversation set up. I'm just going to let you know right now, I'm not your bag. I'm not the person that's going to be the person for you. I'm not your person. And I was like, I'm not your person. And he was like, I know, I totally respect that. There's a dude that's like literally a mile down the street from us, and he's a plastics dude, but he only deals in bulk trucks. We don't do bulk trucks. And they were like, don't call that guy. He's really mad. Like, he's really mean all the time. And I was like, I'm going to call him. So I called him and he answered the phone. I was like, hey, Tom, this is Katie at Bridge. Before you hang up on me, they told you that you were going to be mean to me. And I'm just going to tell you that I want to put you in our CRM system under my name so nobody else calls you. but I have to make this conversation at least 6 minutes long. So can you please stay on the phone with me so that we don't call you anymore? Because the reason he was so angry at people are because we kept calling him. You know what I mean? Like it was like a turn mill. We don't do that anymore. You know what I mean? Like it was like a complete cultural change when I it wasn't due to me. It was a natural bridge thing. And I just happened to be there for the glory of it. It's like,
So do
we
you
do
guys
things
run
in a
an
better
agent?
way.
Do you run an agent model or a split model?
No, it's all so it's brokers, operations. It's all like there's no we don't do freight agents at all. Like I've been
Okay.
So was it
Well,
John?
everybody's W-2.
Who was it? John Rogers, who's we're all W-2s.
Yeah.
We had one that was not, and everybody was like, every once in a while, people would see his name come on company emails, and they'd be like, "Who is this person?" And I'd be like, "Oh, that dude's out in the we don't talk about him. Like he does his own thing." And they're like, "I don't understand." So I'm like, "You don't have to understand. Just don't ever think about him. It's fine. Nobody's ever met him. Nobody ever." But we're all W-2s, and but I went from selling at Men's Warehouse. Okay, so do you guys ever remember George on the commercials? You're like, "Wait, look, I guarantee it."
Yeah.
So he actually recruited me for Men's Warehouse, and that was
Men's Warehouse out of Cincinnati too.
No, it's out of Houston, Texas.
Oh, okay.
It was at a holiday party. I was invited by people that worked across the hall from me. I worked at York & Company, which is women's clothing. And he was like, it was in November, and he's like, "Hey, I want to bring you on, but not until February, until peak season happens. And because you're a manager of your company now, and I don't want to take a manager from a company, and you're not going to get the good training until peak season's over, so I don't want to set you up for failure. So let's talk in January." And I was like, "Bet." My mom's like, "Oh, I bet you're the queen of retail now." And I was like, "Yeah, bitch, I am." And then George literally called me 5 minutes later. And I was like, "Okay." So I did go to work for him in 2004, worked for him 14 years. And then I said to Jim, I was like, "I'm leaving." I did an interview. And it was the first time I spoke out in the universe. And Men's Warehouse had lost its soul. They had let George Zimmer go. They had bought Joseph A. Bank, who was our major competitor. And the reason George never bought them was because if he bought them, what kept him honest? And when I talked to Jim about TQL, Jim was like, "You know what? Good for TQL. They're a Cincinnati company. They've done amazing things. And however long they've been in business, they're one of the top 10 brokers in the company, or in the country. How can I talk bad about them? That's not our bag. We're not going to bash our competitors. We're all in this together." You know what I mean? We're all in this crazy freight world together.
I mean, I was a carrier, so I hauled for TQL, and I never had any bad experiences with TQL.
Right.
I think the people that have had bad experiences with TQL are probably people that you probably shouldn't be doing business with in the beginning. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean,
I refuse to use TQL. Period. I refuse to use freight brokers, no matter who they are. I refuse to use TQL.
I move freight for them, but I see both sides of the argument on them across the board. I mean, they're known for inundating you with calls, right? They bring in young guys, and they're like, "You got to make X amount of cold calls."
But so does Landstar
but so does everybody else.
Yeah.
My dad is a carrier with Landstar, and I can't fucking stand it. I hate it. Right? I hate freight brokers with a passion.
So I know that when I see the name, and it's not just TQL, it's not just Landstar. There's certain names when I see it and someone calls me. I remember being new in the logistics world, and those are break-in companies. And so when they call me, they email me. I'm like, you know what? I was young and stupid once, right? And uninformed, and I'm just polite. I'm like, you know what? Nope, thank you, but move on. They're just doing what they're told to be told to do.
Yeah, well,
but I feel like
I send that shit straight to my voicemail. I don't even answer.
Yeah, you're gonna answer my call on Monday though, Allie. Don't worry.
Dude, no, bro, no, she won't. No, she won't. I literally, I literally was talking to fucking Allie when she got 2 emails from a broker and was screenshotting them shits to me. And she was like, should I reply and fuck with them?
Yes. Yes.
I hate.
Allie, let me tell you this. Allie, let me tell you this. With Bridge, let me tell you this. We are so semi-focused. We do not say like, oh, well, I can do everything. If something is not in our bag, we will be like, no, thank you. If somebody's like, yeah, let me add you to my list. I'm sorry, why do we add you to your list? Like, are you experiencing if you're not experiencing any issues, this is not worth it to me. Like, we're like, no, thank you. Like, I appreciate it. I'll check on you in a year. But if you're not having any issues right now, what's the point? I'm not going to be on a list of 100 people. I respectfully will decline.
Listen, I was reading my emails to Rob as I was on the phone with him. And I'm like, you don't understand the amount of people who call me or email me every day. And I get it. Like, they want to get in with the shipper. I understand.
Oh, we want your freight so bad, girl. We want it so bad. But if it doesn't make sense, we do not want it. At Bridge, we don't want it. If you have no pain, no.
I was on the phone with him, and in the time span that I was on the phone with him, I got no less than 3 phone calls or emails or whatever it was about, hey, and it's all the same thing. And that's what I was telling Rob, with the company that I work for, it's a little bit different because when you're in with the company, like, if you send your stuff to Texas, I can send that off to Maine or Montana or Florida, right? I can get you on as a carrier for our company wide, right? So it's a little bit different. But if you don't have the assets that we need or that we can utilize, right? If you keep emailing me day after day, it's
total respect.
How do you know if I have the assets or not? If
You don't. You fucking, hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, you fucking don't. You have no fucking clue how niche her shit is. All everyone hears is cargo trailers. Let me tell you something, bro. I fucking crush cargo trailers.
Yes.
I love them. I will ship them all day, every fucking day. I'm set up with Allie, and I still cannot find fucking people that haul the equipment that she needs. Good fucking luck. Good luck, bro.
I'm not saying that I do. I was just trying to learn about her business.
The thing is that's the thing is people reach out to Allie, and I would have done the same thing. I would have reached out and be like, hey, Allie, like here's how crazy it is. Allie and I literally know like people that we both done business together with. Like, we know
90% are the same.
Yeah, we like, I've worked with some she's worked with as that's another shipper. Yep. But like, if you call her or you see, like, you say, oh, well, she ships all of her stuff on flatbeds or step decks. No, she doesn't. I'm not going to say what she does because that's none of y'all's business, but she doesn't. She doesn't. And you call and you say this, and
honestly,
there's really no way to know how she ships her stuff, but it's like people just assume. Right. And they send her these things, and then Allie replies back to him, okay, this is the type of trailer I need. Sends them a picture, and they don't reply back.
Well, that same thing happens to me every single day. I mean, I am inundated with dozens of calls.
I don't even ship boats.
I don't even respond.
Let me tell you this. So,
you need a boat trailer?
Listen. So I get a call. I get a call at least every 2 to 3 months of a person who will insist that their freight is going to go by truck to Hawaii. And I tell them, okay, here's your quote.
Are they going to take the tunnel?
Truck it to my terminal in LA or in Tacoma. I'm going to put it on the vessel and I'm going to ship it and I'm going to deliver it. And they're like, I don't want it on the boat. It has to go on the truck. And I'm like, there's no bridge. They haven't built it yet. There's no bridge. It cannot go truck. And they'll say, okay,
you got to send it through the tunnel.
They're going to say, okay, I'll call someone else. I'm going to call someone else. And you know what I tell them? I say, when you get a quote to get it there by truck, call me and tell me who's doing it because I want to book with them too.
Monica,
Yes,
you so need to use what Ryan just said. And when they tell you that, when they say that, you should ask them, okay, if you could tell me what the tunnel fee is, I'll give you my freight.
Right.
Yes,
and
girl.
tell me where it is because I want to use it too.
Yeah. How much is
why
the
do
toll for the tunnel to
How much is that?
Hawaii?
How much is that toll fee? Because I need to know.
Like,
What
my
other
thing is like,
shipments that I need to get rid of?
who are these? Like, okay, so if there's so much vitriol right now between carriers and brokers, and coming from a boutique broker, family-owned broker, who I loved Men's Wearhouse when I worked for it because it had a soul, but then when it lost its soul, I was like, I'm out. And then I went to I literally never interviewed or put an application anywhere else. And Jim was like, bet. And I got on, and I can't, it has a company. It's a company with a soul, and I can't imagine I see all this stuff on LinkedIn about or whatever about logistics, social media, whatever, and people are like, oh yes, I can do this, and I can do this. Like, why would you do that to yourself? Why would you overpromise, underdeliver? And why would you not be honest and be like, not my bag? I mean, that angry guy down the street, he did bulk trucks, and he was like, hey, can you find me bulk truck carriers? Like, no, I cannot. However, there's a customer that I called in Indiana that only does bulk trucks. Let me hook you up with her logistics manager because I know you guys are not in competition, and maybe she can give you the name of a couple carriers. And he's like, thank you so much. And suddenly this guy doesn't hate Bridge anymore, and he left us a great review. And it's just doing things the right way. Like, why is that? Like, it's not
because
we're all this freaking together. We're not trying to get it over on any carriers at all. Sometimes I am okay. If I swear to God, I hope my bosses do not see this. Because I'm in the thick of it when I shadow new hires. I have literally seen loads go underwater, like literally where the salesperson pays out of pocket to get the load moved because it's moving the ball down the field with the customer. Oh. You have to do what's right with the customer.
That happens everywhere.
I'm not losing shit.
Yeah, it does happen everywhere. But the vitriol online is that it doesn't freaking happen, and that the brokerages make 40% because these people that are screaming the loudest, talking about freaking TQL from Cincinnati with a 513 area code. So when we call from 513 area code, they're like, screw that, it's a TQL.
Well, and so the real issue is, and here's another term that was coined in the lounge, is it's these fucking COVID crusaders. And even if you didn't come in during COVID, what we mean when we say that is it's these people that talk to their brothers, sisters, uncles, cousins, cats, dogs, best friend, fucking mouse, who said, hey, you can make all this money in logistics. And then they go and they get hired on with somewhere with these 3-letter monsters like LQT, and all these other idiots who teach them the wrong way to do stuff. And they teach them these catch-all terms. Oh, whatever you've got, I can handle. I can do this. Right. And half of them hadn't even they haven't been to your website. They haven't checked your LinkedIn or searched you on Facebook or your company or any of that shit. And they call, just like Monica, just like Allie. They call them and all they see is Monica. Here's the stupid fucking part is Monica ships freight as a broker. What type of dumbass are you to call another broker and say, I can take care of your freight?
I get messages every day on my in-mail every day. Let me co-broker with Bridge.
No, I don't co-broker. I did it. I did it one time out of a necessity.
No, we do it. We do it with two companies. They both
for the record, I am not a broker.
Right.
I am not a broker.
She said, hold on, wait a minute.
Right?
I am not a broker.
But you get what I mean. You get what I mean, Monica. Like you're the one hired by the customer, by the shipper to take care of their stuff. You know what I mean? Like
talking freight forwarders.
She's a carrier.
My drayage here just picked up over here.
Monica's a carrier. She just doesn't have a.
I'm not a carrier. I'm not a carrier. I'm not a carrier either.
right.
No,
I
I know, but
understand
freight forwarders
everything
I
you're
work with all
talking
the
about.
time. Yeah.
I understand everything you're talking about because it's all around me. So I get it. I get it.
I'm pouring
So,
wine. Hang on.
so you guys, what license do you have? Freight forwarder?
So to be an ocean consolidator, you only are required to have a freight forwarding license.
Mm-hmm.
But theoretically, it functions like being a carrier because
Yeah.
we are receiving and loading and shipping and deconsolidating and delivering. So it's just like a, I don't know, like a catch-22, whatever, I don't know,
But
whatever
you
you
have
want
an
to call it.
NVOCC too, or you don't need it?
We don't require it, but our company has one.
Okay.
So we're part of a larger organization. So they have every license out there, but the only
word.
thing required for what we do is a freight forwarding license.
Perfect. I'm gonna hit you up. I need you.
Everybody needs me. They just don't know they do.
Perfect response. Yes, girl. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
I
amazing.
need you in my life.
So
you're in Georgia?
I am. I'm in Atlanta, and because we service markets that are on the West Coast, and because I'm here in Atlanta at our headquarters, I found it easier years ago to just work with logistics companies and carriers. So I don't call on shippers and manufacturers. And we have a very strict policy within about no one calling on the shippers and consignees of our 3PLs and carriers and brokers. So we've actually created a program where if all 5 of you came to me and asked for the same quote, I'm going to give all 5 of you the same rate. You can figure it out on your markup. If you want to try to get rich on one shipment, good luck. It ain't going to work. And if you want to be reasonable, you'll probably win it. But we don't get involved in that part of the game. We try to just level the playing field.
I feel like you do business a lot like Bridge. Like we're very we're not out to get anybody. No. We will literally give more money. And people made fun of me for this when I started using these terms. When I went to work with the elites in our company, which we call them the top salespeople, because I'd be like, okay, well, we would have a rate and I'd know what I could pay up to. And if it was a preferred carrier, somebody that was in our system, they'd done a good job. Obviously, when they're like, I'd be like, we have posted for this. And they'd be like, well, can you do this? And I'm like, actually, you're a preferred carrier. Yes, I can. Simple as that. If it's within my budget, I'd be like, you're a preferred carrier. Yes, I can do that rate for
Absolutely.
you. Absolutely.
I'm going to give every carrier the most money I can all the time.
Because those are the same carriers that are going to help you out in a bind, because the carriers that are there, they have long memories. And
actually, yesterday I called carriers to quote lanes for me. So I didn't even quote it myself. I was like, yo, here's the list of the lanes, you quote them if you're interested in them.
Oh, good.
And what I want to know, Monica, what is the coolest thing you have ever shipped over?
Ooh, yes.
I was gonna ask this question when we were 30 minutes into this thing.
Which was, I've only joined an hour ago, so yes, I'm dying.
What is the coolest thing that you've ever freaking shipped to where you do business?
Oh, at Seawide?
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
Probably some sick ass cars to Hawaii.
You know what? No, there's there's a freight forwarder here in Atlanta, and they specialize in awesome muscle cars that go to South America. That's all they do. There's a whole market for that.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, I don't know. We don't ship personal cars. If you called me to ship a car, I would just tell you to go online to the vessel and get a rate, because it's public, it's published. If you found it after the fact, you'd wonder why I marked it up however I did. So, God, I don't know.
Isn't there restrictions on that for the Maritime Commission, though?
I was waiting for this question.
I don't know. I don't. You might have to come back to me and let me think about it.
I was just wondering. I mean, and I don't know. You may have said it, Monica, and maybe I didn't hear you. But what do y'all ship? anything that needs to go there, like food, or like do y'all just like, I mean, I don't know, like
No.
what is your little, do you have a niche, or it's like, hey, I
Yeah.
got a fucking box of cats, I need to ship to Hawaii. Like, can you help me?
Okay. You just jogged my memory for me. Okay, so we really do ship everything because they rely on everything coming in, right? They don't
Only new
manufacture a lot of
products, though,
stuff
right?
offshore. So the biggest thing that is made in the offshore US points is like coffee, liquor, so that stuff comes out, but they rely on everything to come in. I still can't think of the weirdest thing that I've shipped to like Hawaii or Alaska, but because that's my favorite question to ask people. The weirdest thing I ever shipped was when I started in logistics at Panther and I managed our 3PL division, and I got this call that was transferred. I would take all the problem calls or issues, and I would give my team everything else, and then I would let them have the sales for all that stuff. I would take like the weird stuff. So I had a guy, we're in Seville, Ohio, dispatch a minivan or a cargo van to go to Kansas City. And he picks up, and they said that he was picking up tissue. So he goes to, ironically, Atlanta, Georgia, where I live now. He says he's at like the World Congress Center, and he calls in freaking out that he's in this Sprinter van. He doesn't have a partition. He has his dog in the van with him, and he is ready for delivery, but nobody's coming down. And we're like, well, you're at the World Congress Center. We got to find the person, so it's like some doctor. They're having a medical convention. So we finally figure it out. And he goes, it's like 101 degrees. He's like, I have my dog. He's sitting in my lap. I can't let him go. He's like, I have 2 cardboard boxes in the back that have 2 cadavers in them. And I'm like, cadavers? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, they booked it as tissue. And everybody's like, yeah, like human tissue. And I'm like,
oh my God.
Wow. And he
Did
goes,
you lose it?
So well, we didn't accept that, but this 3PL that booked it figured out how to get it past us by calling it a tissue sample, right?
No.
It was just the whole tissue sample.
Screw them.
So the driver says he was getting like kind of upset, and he goes, listen, I'm in front of the hotel where this thing's going on. He goes, I need Dr. So-and-so to come down. He goes, I'm not opening my window. I'm not letting like the hot air in. I'm not letting my dog out. I can't let my dog go. He's like, I need him to come up to the window, slap his ID to my window. He goes, and I will get out holding my dog and open the back door. He goes, because I don't need a cadaver loving dog to go running off with a femur somewhere. And I'm like, oh my God. Like,
you win. Monica, you win every story of the year.
Yes. How like what? I don't even know what my reaction would be if I asked someone, hey, you call me up like, hey, I need a reefer truck. Oh, okay, cool. What are you shipping? Bodies. Okay. Can you tell me where you're from, sir, so I can search local police reports?
So that particular 3PL who still exists was notorious for calling in and like renaming goods, right? Like they called in and probably got a quote for cadavers.
Can you shame
them?
Can you
so, what are you going to call a cadaver? Call it a tissue sample.
It's FAK, Monica.
I feel like I want to well, no, I'm not. I'm not a carrier, so I don't need them to be shamed. But still, like, here's what makes me mad when when we've been double brokered. We as a company, like, we don't file freight cards. And I'm like, why don't we file freight cards? That's the only agreements I have with Bridge. I'm like, we need to like let them know for the next person. You know what I mean? Like,
how funny is it? So this person Dragon, they work with my wife, but how funny is it that we're talking about fucking cadavers and Dragon Corpse? I think they changed their name just so they could fucking comment on your message, Monica.
I'm done. I was done before you just saw that. Thank God I wasn't the only one that noticed.
Oh my God, Dragon is a freaking hoot. They used to be a circus performer, and they are fucking amazing. They are. They said, nope, that's just my name. Hey Hunter, I want you to know, my wife has unleashed the hounds in I guess to kind of touch off your name, but
Right on.
Dragon and her friend George, who she works with, they are watching us live, and they are streaming our live to their massive fucking Discord. So anyone that comes
Let's
into
go.
the Discord now fucking sees our live, dude.
Oh, right now?
Yeah, right now they're streaming it to their
We're on all kinds of platforms right
I just
now.
woke up from a nap. I'm sorry. I'm excused. I know I'm a mess. You know what? I don't even care. I don't care. This is logistics, baby.
Welcome back, Claudia.
We had a so one of my new hire that I was shadowing this week, she was shadowing me and I was shadowing her, but on day 2, so on Monday, she listens to me talking about, she listens to me in a natural conversation with everybody, and then on day 2, on Tuesday, her day 7, I unmute her without her knowing. I'm like, you answer this, and I answer the phone for her, and she's like, oh, Bridge Logistics, this is Lynette. How can I? And then and it was the second phone call she got. It was like, oh, your voice sounds so pretty. You sound so beautiful. I bet you're so beautiful. She's doing this. And I was like, I muted myself and I turned my microphone up. I was like, welcome to logistics, Lynette. This is how it goes.
Buddy, listen. Buddy, listen. I got truck right now, 2 block away from you, buddy. Buddy, you call me right now. I know double broker MC 500 trucks 2 blocks away. You send me Raycon right now.
Strong solo. Make it right now. Strong solo. Just starts clock. Strong solo. And I was like, welcome to logistics, Lynette. And I was like, do not ever call from your mobile. Call from the Allworks app from your mobile.
I saw this meme. The other day, and it was talking about double brokers and how to catch them. And it says, if in the first sentence you hear the word buddy more than twice, hang up the phone.
Okay, buddy. Okay, boss. Okay, bro. And I told her, she was like, what do I say when they say that back? I said, you call them sport. And you say, hey, sport. All right, sport. Let me look this up for you.
Okay, buddy. Okay,
Yeah.
buddy. Okay,
Yeah, and she knows
like
Arabic, so she can insult them in Arabic too, which is great.
I'll send you, hey, Hunter, I'll send you a chocolate cake. Dude, if everyone who on here, Allie, I don't think you're hooked up with Jason Rabine. I want to say his name again.
Oh, I love Jason.
Everybody thinks his name is Rabine or Rabine. It is Rabine. We have clarified this, so Jason Rabine. But Jason,
so it's Rabine.
Yeah, Jason blew up on LinkedIn when he recorded a call he had with the double broker, and the guy was sitting here telling Jason, asking him for his freight, and he goes, "Come on, man, I sent you a chocolate cake."
Yeah, he said, buddy, I'll send you chocolate cake.
See this?
No, he wanted the freight guard removed.
Yeah,
he wanted the freight guard removed. Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy sent him a chocolate cake.
Can I tell you?
He's like, yeah, man, thanks for the chocolate cake. I'm still not taking it off.
Right. As a training coordinator, trying to teach the finesse, the gray area. Granted, Lynette is she gets it. Even if they're set up in our system, I'm like, go to 411 because they might have had a freight guard 20 days ago. And we look at it and I'm trying to tell the gray area. I'm like, it's a finesse. It's a gray area. You have to look at it, really read them. Did this broker want to watch the world burn today? And did the one of my favorite carriers, I'm not going to name them because I don't want to name favorites or whatever, but when I was in sales, this guy always did an amazing job for me. But they have a freight guard that's 2,000 days old at this point, I think. And I was reading, I was like, I was like, what is your feedback from this? Like they responded to this freight guard. He was like, they were like, it sounds like the broker had a bad day. And I was like, yes, exactly. I would definitely load this carrier again. And if it's 40 days old and it's so, ask them about it. Like I did that. I did that. And then I just so happened to have a very first day of shadowing with somebody. And I was like, hey, you guys got a recent freight guard about this and this. And he was like, oh yeah, let me explain this to you. And I was like, all right, bet. Totally cool. It was actually a team load.
I'm sorry, Katie. I love that every second Allie steps away, he jumps on the computer.
Hi.
Oh my God, it's so freaking adorable.
I'm boring. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just like I said, every time she walks away, he's like, "Oh, mom's gone."
I bore mom so much. Mom's like, I'm out. All right, I'm done, guys. I'm just gonna observe for the rest of the night. I love you all. Monica.
Katie, thank you for coming on, Katie. Like seriously, it was so awesome to finally like talk to you and someone in person.
Katie, I'm sorry I missed most of your broadcast. I didn't realize you guys were still good. I should have checked as soon as I got home.
No, it's I fell asleep when I got home. Like I'm knocked out. Girl, I knocked out in my work clothes. Like, I mean, my work clothes are like jeans and Doc Martens, but I mean, I knocked out on my couch with my legs hanging off, and I was like, I woke up and I was like, I gotta go potty, and I was washing my hands. I was like, man, and I was like, Logistics Lounge, and I was like, and then we got on Lounge Lizards, and
when we finally make a Logistics Lounge Hall of Fame, you are going to be at the top.
Absolutely.
Like, seriously.
Absolutely. You coined the term lounge lizards.
Coined the
like you've been fan number one. It's great.
I love it. That was like your third. Was it your third podcast?
No, it was real early. It was early on.
It was like, even though it was a broker, like you guys, like you were welcoming to me. Like even though I'm not even a freaking broker, I'm the training coordinator, but I'm in that position because I've been a broker and I've been in operations. Like Bridget put me there as a freaking idiot. You know what I mean? Like most brokerages put people in like, oh, they're like, oh yeah, training manager. No, you gotta freaking swab the deck before you go to the captain of the ship. You know what I mean? Like you gotta swab the deck first. And I did it. And so like some of the new people, like I talk about you guys like in training, I like bring you up on LinkedIn because I'm like, I give you 3 weapons and 1 tool. Your first weapon is to be kind. Be kind to everybody you talk to on the phone, whether it's a customer or a carrier, shipper, or receiver. Be kind to everybody because it can get you so much further because it can drive the relationship further. Second is to use an odd number. If they want, as a broker, not going to lie, if you've got 1,500 and you can go up to 1,550, people they'd be like, oh, you need 1,550. And then as a broker, people would be like, oh, you need 1,525. Why not go for 1,523.67?
I love you.
Right?
Oh, I do the same shit.
I've been doing that shit for 20 years. Yep.
And then my third weapon is to tell people that you're new, because you will be slow at the systems. Say, thank you for being patient with me. I'm new. I'm still learning the systems, or I'm new. I cannot move my rate. Like tell people that you're new, because somebody can be really upset with you if you feel like, if you're like, I mean, I remember when I started, I was like, I was like, what's going on here? But if you tell people you're new, thank you for being patient with me. I've only been here a couple weeks. I really appreciate your patience. Their attitude changes like this. Who has not had a new job? And if their attitude that doesn't change, do you want to load that truck? Do you want to load that carrier? You know what I mean? Like it's that gut feeling, And then their thing I give them is a tool of LinkedIn. And with LinkedIn, I mentioned you guys, I mentioned Monica, I mentioned Carrie, like I mentioned so many other like accounts, Matt Dahl, like Jason, Boris, like all of them. Like I mentioned all of, like, you have 3 weapons and 1 tool. Be kind to people. Use the odd number. Tell them that you're new so you can give the grace. So you can get the grace that you will give. and then use LinkedIn as a tool, because it is a tool. Because when I started out, I was very reluctant about LinkedIn because I had very inappropriate messages coming through to me because I worked in a men's clothing industry. And when they were like, yeah, you're going to have to use LinkedIn, and I was like, nope, I'm out. And they were like, not a choice. And I was like, no, listen, let me show you these messages. And I showed the messages, and they're like, we will support you. We will block them. We will get in touch with LinkedIn. I was like, all right, great. So I got on LinkedIn. It was like in its infancy with logistics. And now I feel like logistics, social media is kind of going through its like teenage years, like it's adolescence, teenage years, with all the memes and everything. We're kind of going like we've gone through the adolescence, now we're going through like its teenage years, and like there's definitely a bro culture for sure. There's definitely a bro culture for sure. No one can deny that. And I'm speaking from personal experience of someone that used to be super close to me. And it's really sad, but we're all in this together. Carriers, customers, brokers, like I'm never going to tell a carrier, punch it. I'm never going to tell a carrier, go ahead, you're heavy. Like, what? And I hear about these things coming in. Like, I had a guy call me. His landing gear got stuck on railroad tracks in Louisiana. And the first cop that pulled up was like, oh, this has happened before. The guy got stuck and a train was coming at him. He was an older gentleman. He had to run. He was an older black gentleman. He had to run down the train tracks. Black gentlemen are more susceptible to heart conditions than anybody else. He had to run down the tracks. Another driver saw him, hopped out. His young white kid hopped out his truck, ran down the tracks, flagging this guy down. And the first cop that gets on scene, oh, this has happened before. I'm sorry, what? You're not making your freaking truck driver safe? Why hasn't this been diverted? This was a truck driver's route. Why has this not been corrected or diverted somewhere else? They had to pull out a crane to get his. I mean, this happened at 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 my time. I called him back at 4:30 my time, 3:30 his. And he was like, I'm so sorry. I told you I couldn't make it. And I was like, no, I don't care that you make I got delivery covered for tomorrow. Are you okay? Are you okay? That's how we need to treat each other. And that's how bridge, like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to preach, but there's so much vitriol right now in our industry that it just like makes me so angry. Like, the driver behind the wheel is most important. And I feel like so many brokerages and carriers forget that. Not only brokerages, I feel like carriers forget that as well. It's the driver. Like, it just, I called him, are you okay? Let me DoorDash you dinner. He's like, the cops bought me dinner. I'm good. Good. All right. Awesome. He's like, I hope this isn't, I'm like, bro, you were, well, I didn't say bro. I was like, sir, you are so fine. Like, you are definitely going to haul for us again. I just want to make sure you're okay. I just want to make sure you're good. I got the truck recovered. I got the load recovered. It's fine. Like, we just want to make sure he's good. Like, shouldn't everybody do that? Isn't that the standard? Isn't that the standard? Like, I mean, who is screaming the loudest? I feel like the people that are doing the right thing should be screaming the loudest, and the people that are doing the wrong thing are screaming loudest. Like, the people that are like, oh, they made 40% margin on my load. Why'd you take the load? You know?
But I mean, I think what you're asking for is for humanity to not be humanity. Like, it's not just logistics, it's all over like society that whoever is doing the bullshit is screaming the loudest. Like, we have this huge majority of the country who's just like, can we just all have a little bit of balance and normal? And then you have psychos on each end of whatever extreme it is. Absolutely. It doesn't matter if you're talking about healthcare or political standing or whatever. Yeah, and it's the crazy people that are on each end that are like being the most of whatever, fill in the blank, that are the loudest. And it's the same in the logistics world. You've got the guys who are screaming from the top of their lungs on LinkedIn, like, fuck you, brokers, blah, blah, blah. You guys are all criminal motherfuckers. And that's not true. But then you've got some brokers who are, it's like, it's always going to happen that way. And it's like the silent majority are the ones that are doing the work.
Let's not be silent anymore. That's why I love Logistics Lounge, because I, as a broker, well, I'm not even a freaking broker, I'm a training coordinator, but I work for a brokerage. And that's why I love Logistics Lounge, because I was able to come in here and be like, hey guys, I know nothing about this. I need you to educate me. And I listened the whole time. And whenever I can, like, I don't know why I'm not getting notifications about when you guys are live anymore, because I'm like, I went to grab on all the time. But I love being like in the conversation with drivers. Like my favorite thing is like telling like new hires, like, well, my second favorite thing, I tell new hires, like, Bridge Logistics goes through like 300 to 400 applicants before we hire somebody. We are that like specific. But I love telling people about the guy that stopped a mid-speed chase in, I think it was Colorado. All the traffic lights were red, and he heard on a CB that there was a black SUV coming down the road. He had hit a couple of civilian vehicles. He actually knocked over a couple of civilians, and this guy was listening to his CB, and he's like, I'm gonna retire today. I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna retire today. And he went into the middle of the section, and then black SUV hit his rig, and he just hopped out and hit his rig on the passenger side. And he just hopped out of his rig, cool as a cucumber, took his smokes out of his back pocket, lit up a smoke, and walked to the furthest intersection. I was like, that guy retired that day. That guy retired that day because he did the right thing. That's what drivers do. And with
here in New York, we had a truck driver stop a state trooper from getting shot.
I mean, yes. And
yeah.
Have you
there
heard
was
about
a traffic stop and the people pulled the gun, and there was a truck driver driving by at the same time and hit the vehicle so that the trooper did not get shot.
I did see that.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm sorry.
That's like a year ago.
I'm sorry to say that I saw that. Well, I was watching the thing about Werner in Texas. Are you guys following this? And Werner in Texas?
That's horrible.
And then I was like watching Werner in Texas like a week ago. And then I went to that, and I didn't research enough into that. And I was like, yes. So I'm to look more into that, because I want to know. Yeah, Werner, that's a scary precedence. Scary precedence for sure. Yeah. Are you guys familiar with the Werner accident in Texas?
That happened so long ago too, but it's just
we've talked about it a lot, and it is such a terrible situation. Like,
Ron has his own feelings about it, and I don't like when he talks about it, because it's not a good situation.
Well, it's a terrible situation all around.
Yeah.
Like, who wins in that? Nobody.
Nobody wins in that.
The fact that the court and the lawyers, like, nobody wants to touch that.
No, nobody wins, but who is the biggest loser in that shouldn't be?
That poor driver.
Right.
We all need to be kind of just keeping an eye on what's happening with it, though, because that's what
it's going to change the industry.
I think there's going to be some big changes, or more changes to come, or I don't know, reverting or whatever. I think a lot hinges on that verdict.
I mean, the only thing I think that should come out of that is drivers get more training. They have more time with the trainer to get experience under their belt.
That's not even it. Like, what needs to happen is lawyers need to stop being scumbags.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yes,
no, 100%, 100%.
He was going under the speed limit. How can you possibly?
So that's the thing, though. Like,
because there were children involved. It's because there were children involved.
Is more of a
the
scumbag.
Children involved were in the vehicle that hit the black eyes.
I know, but
we all understand and know like where it's coming from. But like when it comes down to it, like I think the thing is to look at what it's going to do to the industry, right? And and I'm not saying that in a selfish way about like, well, I
No,
work for a brokerage and I'm
I
concerned about
agree.
this, or I work for a carrier and I'm concerned about this, or just my whole outlook on law and where we are in the justice system and like in tort reform and all of those things. Like different parts of me want different results of that, but in the
No, I
end, like I
agree. You're
think
right.
that a huge verdict being upheld is all around not for the most positive thing in the end.
It's nuclear.
And but
Actually,
like the whether no matter what side you stand on it, whatever happens, it's absolutely going to impact our industry, period. No matter
absolutely.
what. It doesn't matter what side we stand on, it doesn't matter what side it lands on. It's
Nope.
absolutely going to impact us.
Well,
Oh yeah.
Warner did this like was it 5 years ago? I don't remember the years ago, but they actually paid out to avoid a nuclear decision. They actually paid out
Yeah,
to
I mean,
avoid a
they
decision
probably
for
offered
the industry.
They probably offered a settlement out of court for a huge amount of money, and they just weren't.
Yeah,
They didn't take it.
to avoid a nuclear decision, and the nuclear decision is what is going on in the Texas Supreme Court House now. Like they're like, we did this once.
Why is it called a nuclear verdict, though? Like, what does that
Blows
mean?
it up, man.
It blows
it will,
everything up. Like
yeah, it will destroy everything within that company, dude.
no, like the
So the precedent that it's setting
they're
is
not gonna be able to
nuclear,
operate.
essentially.
The owner ops are done.
Yeah.
If that happens, the owner ops are done because I mean we require $1 million auto liability. We require at minimum 100,000. We carry 150 contingent cargo, but with this new verdict, if it comes down, who's going to insure a carrier for 100 million in auto liability?
Well,
When
no one will.
On the FMCSA
And
requires 1 million. Like, who's going to do that? I mean,
I
granted,
mean-
that is like, interest and stuff like that. But
Yeah, no insurance company is going to write.
This truck crossed a medium. Like they said he was traveling below speed.
Yeah.
If anything, this driver should be suing the driver of the pickup truck. Like it makes me so angry. Like he did everything right. There was one time where
the driver's not to blame in this.
No, not at all.
But the driver's the one that they always point the finger at.
Right.
Yeah, because
And
they're
same thing
supposed
with
to
the
be the
parking
professionals.
Same with the parking issue. These guys have to park on the side of the freaking highway because there's nowhere to park. I love the Park Trucking Club or the
Yes, truckparkingclub.com.
Yes.
Use code
Yes.
Lounge365 for up to $25 off your first parking. Thank you.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Was that new today?
Parking Club? Like
No, bro. We've had the code for a while, and we just like whenever someone mentions it, we just throw out the code. So like Indy has his own code as well for like the same thing. It's like we don't make anything off of it. It is just something that Evan and Truck Parking Club gave us and said, hey, like
you get $25 off.
Yeah, exactly.
The best thing in the world.
I
Everybody's
don't know if you noticed, but Monica went and got her reading glasses. I'm pretty sure she's working on the merch store right now.
Are you working on the merch, Monica?
Wow, you really call me out on that shit. Like I'm old. I'm a lot older than all of you.
yeah, but we're dumb. Like I
I've
don't
been
know.
trying to not have them on, but because
I
I
don't
get like
get-
I saw you earlier. Potato, you're up there with me with the glare, like.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then I
exactly.
realized, yeah, once you went live, you took them off, and I was like, motherfucker took his glasses off. So yeah, no, I gotta go to bed. I got a softball tournament tomorrow in Tennessee that I gotta drive to. I don't even know what time it is.
What part of Tennessee?
Chattanooga.
Wow,
That's not far from
Tennessee.
Beeville, though.
It's 10:30
from Douglasville. That's a good 2.5 hour drive.
Yeah, it's 10:30. I haven't packed anything, and I've been gone for 5 days. So yeah, I'm gonna be up in about like 4 hours to pack my car. So my daughter plays like high level ball for colleges to watch her and stuff. So I gotta like get my shit together in the
Okay,
mornings.
well, do the things, Monica. It was good to catch up with you.
I love
100%.
y'all.
I know.
We all gotta touch
Can
base
we do
again.
one-on-one sometime?
Yeah.
Me too.
I'd love to do one-on-one with you, Monica.
All right.
Absolutely. I want to talk to all y'all. We need to do another group thing. We need to do another
Yes.
ladies thing. Like,
sure.
absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you guys.
All right.
Yep.
Good.
Hey,
All
have a
right.
good one, Monica. Be
Bye-bye.
safe
With
and
sports
tell the team we say good luck.
I will.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Love y'all. Thank
All
you.
right.
Love you too,
Bye-bye.
Monica.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Hey, I have 9 minutes and I got it. Well, hey, I just need to leave here. We can all stay on. I just need to switch to my cell phone. Because my son, my oldest, is gonna be home off his hot date. And he's hey, I wish I had pictures of my oldest that I could show you quickly. So like I'm one of those parents. I'm one of those parents that like I'm not afraid to say if my kid is fucking ugly, and I'm also a human. I'm not afraid to tell you if your fucking kid is ugly. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know. I hate
I'm the same
parents.
way. I don't have children, but I have nephews and niece. Yeah.
Hey, there's a lot of ugly ass babies on Facebook.
Ain't that right? Ain't that right?
Look at this little beautiful
Aliens.
child. That
Oh, hey,
thing looks like an
here's-
alien.
Here. This is my oldest. He's a good looking fucking boy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? Who is this?
Yes,
This is
that's my oldest. And hey, for all you single ladies out there watching, you can't see it, but there are muscles and a 6-pack, and he is actually covered in tattoos. Yeah, that's my oldest son, Ryland.
how old is your son?
He's a child.
He'll be 22 in April.
Child.
Yes, he is a child, but he's a good looking fucking kid, man. He's a good looking kid.
Yes, I would agree with you, sir. Okay, so I am. Yes, I would agree.
Look,
with you.
hey, oh, hold on. I gotta share one more. Look, this is, I think, babe, what was this? Prom?
Oh, no prom pictures. No.
No, hold on. No, but just wait. Look, this is him and my wife. That's like he was like a baby.
Oh,
he was such a baby.
Yeah. Okay, he's cute. Yeah, he's a cute baby.
He's a good kid. He is
Ruined
absolutely
it.
amazing.
Ruined it for me.
Yeah, homecoming. Yeah, he's gonna come home from his hot date, and it's so.
And unfortunately, she's white, so that's not his type.
What? Well, I have 3 now.
That was live.
My man.
That wasn't on mute.
She's right though. Like he's not into white girls, man. He has
I'll be honest
never.
with you, like, I mean, my big love was white, and I loved a guy who was white for 2 years, and now 2007, the Celtics were at the championship. 2000, like, he's my best friend now, but for the most part, like, my ex-husband, he's Peruvian.
Yeah.
Like hi
Claudia.
When I did get on like Match.com again for like a little bit after, like, it was like 2 years after my divorce, I was like, yeah, let's just see what's out there. Like, every guy I matched with was like Mediterranean, Islamic, like, he was, something other than white. And I was like, there's a pattern here. And then, like, after talking to these guys, I'm like, you know what? No. I just deleted the app, and I was like, I'm just gonna marry like a rich guy. There's no shame in my game. I'm gonna marry a rich guy.
Get your money.
You know what? I'll even like make sure the kids are there. Like, when he writes his new will, like, I don't care. Let's split up the money. Let's all be fine. Let's all have friends. We'll split the money. It's fine. And my best friend Mike is like, you have to actually like go on to those sites to like make it happen. You have to like go onto the Beam sites, like talk to somebody that wants, like, there is an Arab that wants a white woman on his arm, because I'm naturally blonde actually, and he's like, take your hair back to blonde, get back in the gym, because I've gone through a terrible depression and gained like 50 pounds in the past like 2 years. He's like there is an Arab man that wants a blonde older woman, because he doesn't seem like he's like getting like the token, and I'm like, oh, I'm in.
Trophy wife. That's what you're
I
gonna
want
be.
I can be with the rich guy. He can be in like Dubai. I can be in France. That's fine.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Listen, no shame in my game. Listen, I've been married before. I've had my big love, who I was not married to, and I've been married before, who was also what was really hard about that was that people were like, because he was from Peru, and people were like, oh, he's using you for your green card. And I was like, his sister's been a citizen for 20 years. His mom's been a permanent resident for 19 years. We actually did this the hard way on purpose. It would have been much easier for him to do it through his sister. Oh, hello.
Hi, Allie.
Anyway, I don't want to make a long story.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, bro.
She went to bed.
Oh my fucking God!
Oh my God!
Dude, that's so
Am I the
fucking
only lady
funny.
left?
I figured that.
That's so funny. Well, hey, we're gonna have to get off here anyway. Hey, Hunter, are you gonna start an X room?
Nah, Matt's apparently got one going, and
Okay.
him and Rich are going at it. So
Fuck Rich. Oh, I love Rich.
there's
Rich.
There's a lot of people in there. But
all right, wait, I'm gonna go eat real quick, and then I'm gonna jump in there. Hey, Charles, dude, Allie and my wife swapped numbers, and her and my wife's birthday are like super close, and it's coincidentally it's right before I'm gonna leave for Mid America Truck Show. So I think we're gonna try to hook up in like 2 weeks, bro, and maybe come up there and hang out with y'all, dude.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fucking Viking brothers. Yeah, baby.
I wish I was a cool white guy. I'm just the boring kind of white guy.
Yeah, I wish I was a cool white guy too.
All right. Well, y'all have a great night. It's great to listen to the entertainment.
You too, Charles.
So I'll holler at y'all later. I'm logging
Later.
out.
Later, brother.
Be safe, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks, man.
I ran it for so long. I'm sorry.
No. Hey, look,
I probably like should people a couple of.
You need like a whole show. Right. Like we're gonna give you a whole show now that we finally got you on here. Yeah, I honestly thought you lived like in Europe or something. We had no idea who you were.
You know what we got to do?
Every time we invited you, you were like, "Oh no, I can't come on right now." Like,
here's the
this
thing,
woman does not exist.
I've created like
Katie needs to start her own consulting training.
Huh?
Why don't you start your own consulting training and start training new brokers like in your spare time?
Well, so actually that's what when I left my old job at Men's Wardrobe Consultant, people were like, I need you to do this and I need you to do this. And the last Father's Day last year, one of my old customers was like, hey, my husband's an idiot. And I want to give him for a Father's Day gift a consultation by you because he misses you because he doesn't know what to do anymore. And I was like, yes. She was like, what's your rate? And I was like, $3,000. And it was one day. And what I was going to do was I was going to Uber to their house, check out his closet, get rid of things and I was going to not take them to Goodwill. I was going to take them to a, I forget what it's called, like the actual name, but it was like an interview spot, like where like, like good for like interview clothes. And
they have a place like that for prisoners who get out of jail and don't have any clothes.
And Men's Warehouse used to donate to those places every year. And then I was going to take him to what's a place called Kenwood Mall in Cincinnati, which is like a big, huge mall. We're going to go to all the department stores, Nordstrom, everything. And I was going to not only pick out his suits, but like actually I was going to like pin them up and everything, how I wanted them to look on him and everything. And she was finally like, he just got work from home. And I was like, I was like, this is $3,000 I was going to get. I was like, I was so upset. I was like, I'm fucking poor. And I was like, but I'm really good at men's consulting. Like I was an expert. I mean, I learned from the best. George Zimmer. You like the way you look, I guarantee it. Like he recruited me.
Oh, you know who she's got to get with? The Bannon report. Tim Bannon.
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes, I
no,
do think it's a Bannon
Katie,
report.
we'll
Oh
bring
my
you
God,
on.
I
You
said the
can
Bannon
do
report.
consulting for the lounge.
Huh?
You can be our first consultant. We'll bring you
I
on.
hope so. I mean, I only did.
I think it's
not
two.
funny. Like I only did men's wear consulting for like 14 years, but I integrated myself into the entire textile industry because, like, okay, so if you get a free shirt from like a run or
Do
a
you
rap
do
or
plus
something,
size
what do you
men
do with it?
consulting too?
Huh?
Do you do plus size men too?
Okay, so here's my thing. Are you a big guy?
Me?
Yeah.
Depends on what you're talking about.
I mean, are you a big guy? Like in clothing, are you a big guy?
Oh yeah. You can't
know
see
you're a
my
big
big
guy,
fat
right?
face.
But shut up. You know you're a big guy, right?
Yeah.
So why the fuck are you different than the next 42 regular?
Well, the
Like-
thing is that my clothes are so expensive, and I can only go to
No,
certain
no,
stores.
they're not. You're going to the wrong places. Like I would.
So if I buy a polo shirt, I have to go to DXL to buy a polo shirt, and it's like $167.
Ryan, how tall are you?
Fuck DXL.
5'10".
No, you need to. There are plenty of places online that big guys can buy from online, and
I'm working my way back to regular men's clothes now.
No,
so
don't
I've
fucking
lost
work your way
70
back.
pounds.
No, don't work your fucking way back. What is it? The God damn it, what's the name? Duluth Trading Company.
Oh,
Duluth runs proper.
Yeah, because Duluth Trading Company. Because here's my thing: I'm a big girl, and I like longer shirts, and because I have a long torso anyway, and I'm at my biggest I've ever been in my life, and I want to go to Duluth, but I'm kind of poor, so I can't go. But here's my thing: when I was a men's wardrobe consultant, like some of my consultants that worked under me or beside me before I was like a manager, they'd be like, I don't know how to tell him. I'm like, dude, big guys know they're big guys. Talk to them like they're people. That's it. Like we have this one guy that John works for us, and he's like easily a 4X. And our like when we do like our bamboo like HR thing or whatever, they have to pick a size and it only goes up to XXL. So I told Sarah, who's the administrative assistant to Jim and Paul, the owners, and founders, and I was like, hey, John is not XXL. And she asked Mrs. Meese, like, what size is John again? I was like, I don't know. Ask him. Big guys know they're big guys. Like, it's fine. Like, they know it's not embarrassing to ask them that. And skinny guys know they're slender. Like, you're super slender. Are you a 30-inch waist? Okay. They know that. Like, in my store, like, I would have to explain that so many times to employees. I'm like, big guys know they're big guys. Don't pussyfoot around it because that makes them feel bad.
But Men's Warehouse.
Buy clothes that are comfortable.
I went to Men's Warehouse.
Nobody can see the tag on your shirt or the waist on your
gives a
pants.
shit?
Like, yeah, who cares?
My jacket's
I'm the biggest I've been in my entire life, and I am so fucking hard about myself. Like I lost my cat, and I'm quitting smoking. This is the biggest I've ever been in my entire life.
Katie,
like,
you got Twitter,
like,
Katie?
No, don't try me. No, don't do this. I'm just trying to like make myself feel better. Like I'm not like I know I have to buy like a couple of new tops to like, but literally for the past like 3 years, I've worn like the same like 7 shirts to work, and I've just like differentiated them with like different shoes or jewelry or scarves. I love
See, girls
scarves.
can do that though. Guys can't do that.
Hey,
No,
it don't
guys-
matter though, dude. Look at Zuckerberg. He literally wears a gray t-shirt and jeans every day because the most successful people, like they straight up say, deciding what you want to wear in the morning takes away from your thought process about what you're going to do during the day.
You've got a handbag problem. That's what you have.
No, those are scarves.
It's a
But
scarf problem.
No, those are scarves. But when I'm like feeling really good and I'm like, oh my God. On the rare occasion, I'm like, I feel really cute.
Did I see a
ready to go out.
piano though?
I take one accessory off and I'm like, because I don't want to be like too much. Although I do like, there's a watch on Invicta. It's too much.
Invicta
It's like
watches are the
there's like
shit.
it's a skull watch, like it's in Invicta. And I was like, I want this. I'm a watch person. I want this watch. I don't want to talk about that.
I like watching.
I can't even like. I can't even talk about it because I want this watch so fucking bad. Like I'm trying to justify it in every corner of my mind. So, what are you guys doing with your tax returns? Like, are you getting tax returns? What are you doing with them?
We're not talking tax returns right now, but we can later.
I don't. Unfortunately, I have got to get off because my wife has her job is on the East Coast, even though she works from home. So like, she has to be in really early in the morning. So she usually goes to bed. She's actually usually in bed by now. Her bedtime is like 9:30. So but anyway, we had a really good show, bro. 5 hours and 37 minutes and counting. That is
Thank you for letting me show up so late.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah,
no. Hey,
we've done 7 hours before.
Yeah.
But Katie, what Ryan was asking before, if you are on X, we're about to hop into a space over here.
Yeah, I'll hop on X.
Yeah.
Katie, hey, drop DM Hunter and I on LinkedIn. DM us your handle on X so we can friend you, and then like you come in this room, like these rooms that everyone
or go
does
find
on
us
X.
at Logistics Lounge. Go find us at Logistics Lounge, and then just add us and shoot me a message, and then
I love you guys. Like I love how like people have been.
Oh, there it is, and they'll going at it.
I'm like, no, I know the best fucking podcast.
Well,
thank you.
We appreciate it, Katie. We really do, and we appreciate you like for sticking with us for so long. I mean, you've been here.
No, I'm so sorry I fell asleep tonight. I feel so awful.
No, Katie. Like we're just happy that we finally got to talk to you, and not in DMs and stuff. Like that is all that matters. And that was the point of tonight, is we wanted to have on all these women that Hunter and I are connected with and talk to and look up to on LinkedIn, and like have all of y'all in a space at once. And the only one we didn't get on, which Hunter, I want to say, the strongest woman in logistics, Megan, her other job called and she had to go in on a last minute thing.
I saw that.
Yeah. So she wasn't able to join us,
but we'll do this again. We'll do
Ever
something. Well, I mean, like this was awesome.
Felt like I go in, like I cast to the big screen, and I always am like, hey, this is Logistics Lounge. Like, like these are the guys. Like, I'm on LinkedIn. Like, I tell them on day one, because again, three weapons and one tool. First weapon, be nice. Second weapon, use odd number. Third weapon, fuck over that third weapon. I've got to do it.
Tell them that you're new.
Be
if you're
kind.
new.
Yeah, tell them that you're new. Yes, and then they have a tool, which is LinkedIn. And then I'm like, hey, hook up with these people. And I'm like, I show them about Logistic Lounge. And I'm like, these are good salt of the earth people. Like, they are not brokers. They are people but this is what matters to Bridge. Like, this is the soul of our company, that we do things the right way. So you need to hear what happens on their side. Like,
we appreciate it. And Hunter Mind's goal is I would say completely unfiltered, but damn near unfiltered, unfettered, like just content. We just want to put out facts, that's all it is.
Like me too. Like I want to be representative for a boutique brokerage, but I'm not going to hate on anybody else, So it's a good night.
Katie,
I'll let you guys go.
No, Katie, yes. But before you go, do you have any exiting comments?
I would love I love Only Freight with the lounge lizards, and you have given a safe space for women in logistics.
We appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. We appreciate that, Katie. Thank you so much for that. You're absolutely
thank
amazing.
you. Like, it's a safe space for women in logistics, and that's not widespread enough as please advise, and it should be.
Dude, because chicks are badass, man.
Yeah. Well, hey, you gotta think. We've only been at this for 7 months. Think about how long Please Advise has
Like
been
and
out.
share, like and share.
Right. I
It's
mean,
coming around, and
I didn't-
we're gonna get you hooked up. Like
just in the military, like I didn't go into the Army Reserves. Like I had my CEO was like, can I say this word, the C word?
Yeah.
She was a cunt. So she was a cunt, and because she learned how to do everything in the fucking classroom. She learned how to fire up in a classroom. She learned how to take care of troops in the classroom. And then I come in and I do a good job before I even go to basic combat training because I have somebody training me. And then I come back and 2 months later, he's like, hey, you're doing training now. And I'm like, okay, bet. So I do the training program from then on. And she's the XO. And so they start calling me Special K because I'm a specialist. Like they want to become an E4, which is a specialist Casmeric. So they start calling me Special K before she promoted me. So my first sergeant put me in for the specialist promotion. So that it's stuck. So I'm Special K now as a specialist.
That's your new fucking name with a special K.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So then I went to I did a this is really sad. I'm gonna bring it down. I was on the Honor Guard B team in Ohio, and we did a mini military funeral in West Virginia, and we were all down there in like the basement of the funeral place, and the widow, we had 2-hour rotations of all of us standing at rest on either side of the coffin, and she had an air mattress there. And it was like staying there for 2 hours trying to keep your shit together when the widow was like 10 feet in front of you. It was too much. And I came back from that. I didn't know anybody there. I was on Honor Guard or B team, like Honor Guard B team. I didn't know anybody there. And I had this experience, and this widow took to the air mattress, and she just had to be there in the funeral home with her husband. And the next day, eaten to its by like mosquitoes at the gravesite. You don't flinch. You don't flinch. And it's not that like you don't want to, because you fucking want to. Your body goes into like this Zen moment where it's bigger than you. I'm so sorry if I'm getting off topic. I'm so sorry. And on a good note, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to like bring it down.
No, I mean, you may have thought you brought it down, and but
I just like I've obviously had a couple glasses of wine, and I like went on a tangent, but when the 21 gun salute, like it's just you got 1,000 mosquitoes over you, and you're just stock still. You're just stock still. I mean, I remember a couple times when I had to be at like attention, and there was like a bee in my face, and I was like, oh, fuck you, bee. I kept moving. There's nothing that moves you quite like that. And I never got to give my dad that.
Katie, I'm gonna bring you back. Okay. I don't want you.
Sorry, I got off on tangent.
I want you to go down this.
We're all ready.
No, you're fine, and please don't take it disrespectful. But is one veteran to another? I know the fucking hole and path you're about to go down. So I'm gonna bring you back, and I completely understand. I never had to do any of that stuff, but I have
I went too far.
attended those with my family, and I get it. It's a very very, very hard thing and stuff. But
beautiful though too, and my dad never got to do that. I think that's why it's so bitter for me. Like I never, because my sister, my dad never got to get that like send off.
well, I'll say even my wife has already made sure that I'm going to get that and stuff. But you know what? Hey, what is important? What is important, and to just end on this so we can pull it back to a positive thing. And I'm not trying to take
Oh, you're
away.
fine. We love each other. We wish the best for each other.
Veterans death. But I'll say this: what matters in situations like that is that you're fucking there for your battle buddy. And even if you didn't know that individual, like you and I both know, like if you fucking served and you had an American flag on your shoulder, like you're my fucking battle. Huh? You know what I mean? Like that's it, fucking huh. So Katie, we love you, girl, and we are so glad that you came on the show. We cannot wait to have you.
I'm sorry it took me so long, and I'm sorry I kept you guys so.
No, you're fine, Katie. You're 1,000%. It's cool, man. We understand.
That's what it's about.
I love you guys so much. I'm gonna hit you guys on X.
Yeah. At Logistics Lounge. At Logistics Lounge. Just go follow us. Yeah, and once you follow us, I think it'll almost lead you to the room. I don't fucking know how it works.
You'll see. It'll be a space, but just shoot us a message. I'll be on there. I know Rob's gonna go.
We're about to go in there and chill, Katie. And it's going to be brokers, carriers, like
it'll give you a good laugh.
Yeah, you're going to freaking laugh your ass off.
It's the circus.
Love you guys. I love how much you love everyone in our logistics circle. Like it's not there's no vitriol, you know.
No, we as they say, we fuck with everybody.
Straight up.
We fuck with everybody.
Wizards.
Hunter, do you have any excellent comments, brother, before we talk
This was an awesome time tonight. I loved seeing everybody in here celebrating women in logistics, bringing in people that have been with us for a long time. Katie, you're the shit. Like you have like just Lounge Lizards alone has taken us to a catalyst that we could never even imagine. If it wasn't for people like you, like it means a lot to see that, and hear it and actually have you in here, that you watch our show, you put us on with all your people. Don't show them our older shows, show them the 2024 version, because 2023 Lounge was we didn't know what the fuck was going on, but it's awesome though. It's awesome, and I just can't wait to see what's happening. And talking tonight about our merch and everything that we have going in the future, it's just like so promising, and it like I don't know, it's surreal. It is very surreal, the path that we've taken, and the support that we've gotten, and I can't wait to see where it goes. But just know, Katie, you will get the full-on package deal, like everything, and any ideas you have, send them our way.
I am poor AF, but I will pay.
You're not paying for it. You're not paying for it. Once we get it all set up, it's coming your way.
Because that doesn't be paid for it. And you know what? You guys are a safe space for a woman in logistics. You always have been. I never, I know this was like Women Logistics Night, but when I hopped on, you never made me feel less than. You never feel like out of the sphere. And that's what I love about logistics. And people are like, what's it like to work with men? I'm like, what's it like to work with men? Like, how do you think? Like, I used to work dealing with all men in my previous jobs, and I prior military. Like, and I come from logistics, and I'm like, they're like, what's it like working with all men? And I'm like,
yeah, we're changing that all up.
Fucking fun environment. Once you get logistics bugs, it's amazing. And then I get to meet people like you guys who were actually interested in the other side. I don't want carriers and brokers to be like, it makes me super sad. Like, I don't know. It's just
Well, Katie,
I love it.
We love having you on. We will definitely have you on anytime you want, but we do gotta shut down here.
I know we do.
On next.
I can talk
Rob,
to you guys for forever.
no, SpaceX, that's the perfect spot for you. But you're always welcome here, and thank you once again from the bottom of our hearts. If I could cry, I would, but right now I won't.
Don't do it.
we appreciate everyone that tuned in for the first official ladies' night on the Logistics Lounge. To everyone that is watching or will watch after this, happy Women's History Month. Women kick ass. Without women, our species would cease to exist. Fuck what you heard. Go read a science book. And I mean, that's it. Women make the world go round, baby. They are. And if the world was left up to men, we'd burn this fucking thing down next week. Anyway,
weird.
So,
but you guys are amazing. Actually, you're allies. Like you're, whether you know it or not, you are feminists. Like
we are. Oh, I'm a huge feminist. My wife sometimes she hates it. She talks about equality, and I'm all about fucking making things equal, baby.
Yeah, feminism.
I don't want to cut the grass this weekend.
My main goal in life is just be a stay-at-home dad that does a podcast.
I have amazing friends who are stay-at-home dads, but feminism is a radical notion that women are people too. That's all it is.
Well, see that's before we end, I'll just say that people who hear the word feminist and think of a radical notion are morons, because all a feminist is someone that is about women's rights. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is.
It's about people. No, it's about people's rights.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it's not any of this extreme stuff. It's not a political thing. It's not an ideology.
Yeah,
it is literally just about supporting women and saying that, hey, they are equal to men and they deserve all the rights and the pay and all of these things that men deserve. And that's it. That's all feminism is. And if you're a man and you like women, then you should be a fucking feminist. And I mean, that's really all it comes down to. Hunter, do you want to say that? Do you want to say one last thing? I think you have one last thing to say before I do these exiting things.
Yeah. I want to say, whether you're man, woman, or a dog, there should be one thing you support across the line, and that is your capital and your business, and it's a sure thing with Sure Line. I had to squeeze that in there.
Dude, no, that's fucking awesome. I love how you played into that. With all that said, we are going to end this show on a different note with a different outro. And Hunter, when I say the line, I want you to roll the video we made for tonight. You know what I mean? All right.
Yeah, I got you.
As I always say, chunk them deuces. Mr. Hound, roll that beautiful bean footage.
Love you guys.
Your name,